double check our sound. Just to make sure we're all here. Okay. Make sure we're here and making sound noisy. Okay, I hear myself. Good. Oop. Well, we're alive. Not sure what the game plan is for today, but we'll probably just scroll and we'll see what's going on in the world. Don't know that I'm playing any games. I'm not sure how I'm feeling about that. Been a little rough. Extremely cold out. No 1 inch of snow on Sunday. Great. No, I need to do that. Let me get my rumble check going here in just a second. Happy code. Close that. Put it in my OBS. And there we go. Comply. Alright. I got everything except for my rum alerts. It'll start up the alerts and redo whoever last. I think we're good. I haven't heard this song for a while. Yep, redid Autistic Zinc. Good. I gotta get these new alerts done too. Alright. Alright, I turned that up a little bit too loud. A little too loud. Loud for me. Maybe it's just loud for me. Let's make sure the mic's turned up nice and good.
Usually it should be like the week of the Christmas week.
Eli, calm down, Bubba. Calm down. Let's see.
And for infinity.
How about that? Let's see if that stays working. Actually, this would probably be better. Make it 28. Let's see. Automatically computed too.
You need to go to bed right now?
Nah, I don't like the automatic mutation. Guy yelling next to me. I'll just keep that up over there. All right. Let's see. I was watching this Andrew Wilson debate. It was getting pretty good. So we can tune in the last 15 minutes of it. I think there's more. And this is an hour clip of the full 3-hour debate.
Okay, so we'll start from the beginning then, I guess. I'll clarify what you misunderstood about the whole Twitter engagement. I wasn't saying that I have so many followers and I have such a heavy influence that what I say about you is going to somehow change by the mass. If I put out a tweet about Andrew Wilson, that's not going to change the masses. But me talking to that individual who does watch you, who does engage with you, who may very well donate.
So this lady thinks he's grifting by having an academy, basically teaching people how to debate, and specifically debate against the left talking points for the most part. And she's saying it's a grift because he's basically taking advantage of people and he doesn't actually offer any substance through his course, which, I mean, I'm sure it's substantial to somebody. And anybody that's willing to take it probably thinks that it is substantial, so it's probably not a grift, it's a course, and it's teaching people how to do something more efficiently and what is expected through the debating course, like expected through debates in general, like actual debates, and how to perform well. So
through super chats or who may very well purchase your course by me telling him and sort of pulling the curtain that you don't actually genuinely give a shit about him or whatever he's going
the point here is null and void because that's when he started interacting with her when she was talking to this guy with 5 followers or whatever she keeps saying. What are you doing with that hose? Go on. Talking like with 5 followers, and that's when he jumped in and offered to debate her. So like obviously he cares about that peon she thinks of, or that lowly guy.
through. That's challenging your audience and
Lady,
your
do you
money.
realize, like, I've been attacked by names that are fucking huge in this
Again,
industry. Hang on, and
I'm
I'm
not saying-
attacked, and I'm attacked by them often.
Am I allowed to finish my
Pardon me
point?
for being very incredulous in this case about you and your perceived influence of a guy tagged me in a post. You were talking shit, and I said, if you want to debate, let's debate. But anyway, go ahead.
Again, I'm not saying that my particular influence is going to somehow damage your, again, me saying anything about you isn't going to just have an outright downfall for you because my audience already doesn't like you. We have different audiences, Andrew. So me saying to people who already don't like you,
Yeah, I know. I have one. You
he's an
don't.
asshole.
That's. I have one. You don't. We do have different
we can
audiences.
argue
It's
that
true.
Okay, and again, that then leads into the whole failure thing. You can try and attack me and insult my career, which is not a failure, which has improved every single year. You can attack the fact that I don't have an audience, but across all my platforms, I do have about.
Why shouldn't I
300
assume that you're only attacking me because you want to try to pull members of my audience towards you? Doesn't that seem like that's a really good motivation for somebody who has such a small audience to want to engage with me specifically and call me all of these names and a grifter and everything else? Make that the entire centerpiece of what it is you want to debate with me about? Isn't that really just you trying to pull people away? You think you're peel people off?
Anti-Israel and all that. Why can't I think of his name? Dave Smith. She's just basically trying to be like Dave Smith and is trying to pull his audience towards her. That's exactly what she's trying to
audience size.
What's
I don't
that?
think we have that big of a difference in audience size.
Oh, I think we do.
How many followers do you have across all platforms?
Followers don't matter. It's live engagement that matters.
I don't live stream. So in live engagement, sure, you win. I'm not a streamer.
It's
But,
always been
yeah,
live engagement and who can fill the seats. Never about who can buy followers on their fucking Instagram account
I've
or who can have a clip
never
go
bought a
viral
follower.
and 80,000 people sub up and then watch nothing else that they do. What matters is who can fill the arenas, who can fill the seats, and who can get the
Oh,
viewers on them
now
when
you
they're
really
when they're live. Is that
think
you?
I turned it
Are
down
you
too
filling
low.
arenas?
I am certainly filling comedy
Even,
clubs, and yeah, that's just.
Are
I
you
mean,
filling
3
comedy
years-
club?
even when, let's see. Oh, that's because the volume on my mic got turned down when little mister came over and started messing with me. Let's just make sure. I'm trying to balance out the background noise in this right now. Anyway, basically what I was saying was she completely is trying to pull a Dave Smith and be like Dave Smith, but she's trying to grab his audience towards her or make them gravitate towards her. And, you know, the original comment of like this all started when she was engaging with a lesser follower person on X and is saying basically that Andrew Wilson doesn't care about his followers. Like, if he didn't care about his followers, he wouldn't be here in this debate right now defending their point of view of him and like his point of view. So she kind of just him showing up here is showing that she's wrong. He does care about his followers, about how they view him and how he provides to them.
Clubs or are headliners filling comedy clubs and you just happen to go there and do your comedy?
Could you hear me now? Okay. Good. Try not to turn my microphone down again.
Both.
Yeah.
Both. I
Mhm.
have. Well, that's. I mean, you're asking me, but yeah, that's both. And being only 3 years into comedy, that's quite a feat. So.
Sure.
Okay.
3
I
years.
mean, you're saying like you're trying to insult my career, and fair enough. I expected you to try and engage in personal attacks and take it down.
Oh, I started the personal attacks then? That was
No,
me?
I-
That was
No,
me?
she did.
Or did you
No.
open in your statement trying to say something about a gay dildo? Because that was... But we didn't really want to say it.
Yeah, she didn't
You
really
just
want to
said it
say it, but she
anyway.
just said it
as
anyway.
part of a passive-aggressive attack.
Yeah, exactly
right?
what it was.
Even though I gave you the floor even and was like, you can actually say what you want to say to me. I have a really thick skin. Way better people than you have called me every name in the sun. Way, way more influential
I
and
don't
way
feel
more
the need
rhetorically effective people than you have insulted me. So it's like,
I don't feel the need to insult you, Andrew. It's not. I think that you're a grifter. I hate what you're doing.
well, I think
don't
that
know
you're
who-
grifting. I think that by your standard, if we're going to hold to your standard, then you're doing the exact same thing. Right now, the case is
How?
that you're saying that there's a distinction between our ideologies. You're saying that your ideology says there's no problem, the status quo is great, most people are in agreement. You have a differentiation from my ideology,
Jeez, I
which
don't know
says
what
that that's not
paradise
the case.
she's
We have
living
an
in, but-
ideological distinction. You're here to correct my ideological distinction, just like I'm here to correct yours. You say that I'm a grifter because I sell a course. Okay, then you're a grifter because you fill up a comedy club. You utilize satire in the same way that I use political commentary in order to change people's minds and in order to get people to engage with you directly. You're literally doing the exact same thing you accuse me of.
Yeah. 109.
Effective people than you have insulted me. So it's like,
I don't feel the
Yeah,
need
maybe
to
it's just this
insult
clip.
you, Andrew. It's not. I don't. I think that you're a grifter.
what I do.
Well, a comedian brings joy to people. It relieves stress. It brings laughter.
Sure.
It's not a
I
political
bet you more
statement.
people have laughed at my streams than have ever laughed at you in a comedy club.
I can definitely disagree with that.
Yeah, well, I mean, you should come watch a TikTok invasion then. It's people laughing for about 4 hours straight. It's the funniest shit you've ever seen. But the thing is like, I think that I bring tons of that. And I'm, by the way, I'm a political satirist as well as being a political commentator. I don't really see you doing anything that I'm not doing, except you just decided that you're not grifting and I am. The difference is I wouldn't call you a grifter. I would just say that
I am not monetizing off of what is inherently bad for people. I am not monetizing off of giving people.
Yeah, but what makes it inherently bad? A study that you can't cite, quote, and never read?
I did read it.
Yeah,
and
but you
I'm
don't remember
sorry that I
anything
came-
about it.
I'm sorry that I didn't come with it printed out, and I don't know the exact sample
You didn't come
size.
to a debate. You didn't come to a debate with the thing that was supposed to make your point in the debate.
Yeah, I'm not a fucking debater, Andrew. That was the whole
Is it?
point.
Don't you think that's common sense, though? Isn't it common sense? Do you need to be a debater to
The
bring
skills of debate
the
are
thing
common
that's the
sense.
crux of your argument to
Mm-hmm.
bring that to a debate? You think that you need to be a skilled debater in order to figure that out?
No.
That I know. I don't think that the responsibilities of a debate are common sense.
The responsibility of who would you ever confront with evidence of their nefarious wrongdoing without the evidence?
Yeah.
Who would you ever do that with? Somehow in a debate that goes
Again-
away for what reason? What? Like
Again-
what?
Again, I am citing a study. I'm sorry that I don't have the study with me. Sure, that's
Nor the
unprepared
actual
on
name
my
of
part.
it.
It's not,
It makes-
Nor like who wrote it, nor any of the bullet points from it, nor the audience that was pulled in this study, nor like any clue about the study. And she can't even like give them the proper name of it. It's a guess. Like,
You know what? If you
Joe.
didn't have the study with you, I'm a very charitable person. I was happy to go through and look it up, but you can't remember the name. I was happy to ask you basic questions
go.
about the methodology, the key part of the study. You didn't remember any of it. You didn't
Yep.
remember any of the words in the study.
Yep.
You didn't remember how many pages the study was. Everything that I asked you, you can roll your eyes, but if you were in my shoes, the very first thing that you would say is, see, that person
I was
there is
very
saying a
first
bunch
thing-
of shit that they don't even know is true. Sounds an awful lot like rhetorical grifting to me.
If I were in your
Big time.
shoes, no, I would not be asking. All right, what's the page count on this thing? I wouldn't ask.
How would you
something like that.
ascertain if somebody actually read the very piece of evidence that they're claiming goes against the other person's worldview you're arguing with, except to ask them questions about it?
exactly.
If I am sharing a discussion and a debate space with somebody like we are right now, I am giving them the benefit of the doubt and assuming that they're being
No,
honest
you never
with me,
do that.
unless they're a grifting liar.
So they're a grifting liar because you didn't bring the key piece of evidence that proved that they're a grifting liar. This is
No, I'm saying
you're a
that
brilliant
I'm giving-
rhetorician. I wish one day that
saying
I had
I'm
your
giving you
skills.
the benefit of the doubt. I'm saying that I am trusting what you're. If you're citing something, I'm going to trust it because I don't have a method to look it up right now. All I have is your word. So I have to trust. If I'm engaging in this conversation with you,
That
then I
would be
have to
nice.
trust that you're being honest with me. I have to trust that you're being honest in what that you're
Be in
saying.
some studio.
And-
Why? Why do you need to trust that? Why is
Well,
it
it's like-
why is it necessary, especially in a debate, to trust your opposition that they're going to be honest with you? That's more of those rose-colored
not.
glasses that you seem to be wearing in life. No, I don't instantly think that ideological leftist scumbags are going to be perfectly honest with me. In fact, I think that they have a lot of motivation to lie to me and lie to me often,
Very true.
especially when their attacks seem to be centered around their personal view of me, and their personal view being that you're a grifter because you set some sort of unrealistic expectation for an audience that's too stupid to know that they're not going to get a diploma from a thing called Debate University, regardless of how it was marketed. So you're a genius and they're all stupid. You're so smart and they're so fucking stupid, which is so funny because I think all of them would have at least brought the very fucking crux of the study to the debate, which was supposed to be the centerpiece of the thing that proved me wrong. Just saying.
Again, I'm not claiming to be a genius, Andrew. I'm not saying that the grift is just in the name of the course. I'm saying that the grift is that you are making an issue that is not really an issue. You are framing it that it is this plague in society.
Well, let's move to that then. Let's start with which issue do you think that I'm making an issue out of that isn't actually an issue? Let's start with that.
She doesn't know
I think
because
that
she
just
doesn't.
the whole idea of being in an ideological war is
She's
not
just gonna
actually
have.
real. I don't
No,
think
it
that
is
that's
an
a real
ideological
thing
war.
that people are dealing with in day to day.
Then why do we have Republicans and Democrats?
Exactly.
Because we have difference in opinion of how we should be governed.
Difference
but
in
that's not a
ideologies?
war. It's not a war. That's not a
it's not?
battleground.
It's not
No.
a war. It's not a
It
battleground.
is a literal
As
battleground.
somebody who has
the
seen
mental
war, Andrew, I
battleground.
don't take the word war lightly.
Seen war.
So-
It's not.
Been to
So
Yemen
when I say-
and where'd you say Yemen and Syria or something like that? Probably on a comedy tour. Really, a lot of places keep going on with their daily lives, even when war is going on around them. Like,
A ideological war. This
You are
this
using
this
the
is an
word-
entailment that there's physical contact and people are murdering each other in the streets.
No, I'm saying that using the
Because they
term
are.
war,
Mhm.
because
What
that
about
is
Charlie
what war
Kirk?
is. War
No.
is
No, well, war has multiple aspects. Have you ever heard of the Cold War? What was the Cold War? Was there people murdering each other with gunsies on the battlefield? Hang on,
No, it
hang
was
on. What was it? What was the Cold War? Was it a bunch of people with Uzi 9mm and hand grenades just fucking blowing
exactly
each other
just
to
threats
pieces, or
being
was it
thrown back
something
and
else?
forth.
Tell us what the Cold War was.
what I'm saying,
No,
Andrew.
tell
is
us
that
what the Cold War was.
I'm not doing this thing where then you're trying to derail me and get me to define other things.
No,
What
I'm not even trying
saying
to get you to
Andrew,
define. I'm just trying to say if every war is hot,
what
what was the Cold
I
War?
I am saying to you, Andrew, is that by you using these terms like war and
Uh-huh.
battle, you are evoking an emotional response out of people. You are leveling up their cortisol. You are triggering an anxiety response.
Should
and
I
you are
lie to them
capitalizing
instead?
off that.
Should I lie to them instead so that they feel nice and happy, so that they
I
can be
have the
stupid and
rose-colored
happy
glasses like you
as they
do.
become enslaved to leftist ideology, which poisons their children, poisons
Andrew,
them to the point where they murder their own fucking children, to the point where we have one of the lowest birth rates in the world and in a developed nation. Should I
Andrew,
just
I'm not
pretend?
in
Hang
danger.
on, hang on. Should I just pretend that none of that's going on so that people can feel better? What
Yeah.
what do you want me to
Andrew,
do here?
Andrew, we're not in danger right now by the things that I get. I'll give you you believe that abortion is murder.
Hmm.
Fine, you're
Uh-huh.
allowed to believe
We're
that.
not
That
in
is,
danger,
You-
huh?
that's
We're
dangerous.
not in danger, Andrew.
I see.
We're not in danger in the way that you're saying that we are. And
What way am I saying we are?
by somebody being able to argue in YouTube comments or with their family at Thanksgiving does not save them from this imaginary danger. It just makes them feel right. It just strokes
Yeah.
their ego.
Can you tell me what it is, though, that I'm saying that I'm incorrect about, or that I'm lying about, or that I'm being untruthful about, or things in which I am
Guaranteed can't.
producing as content for people, or things in which I am saying to people which is factually untrue? Because if you can't, then what you're actually asking me to do is lie.
No,
Mhm.
Andrew, what I am saying is that
Here,
all of
since you're
your
up, could you get me
content
a soda?
is farmed and framed
Thank
in a
you, buddy.
way that's just meant to stoke the divide.
Okay, can you
It's
give me an
just meant to
example of
rile
this then?
people up.
Can you
No,
give me an example of that
Literally,
content?
designed to
any
inform.
debate that you've ever been on or any of your appearance on the whatever podcast.
Well, a debate is by definition people with opposing viewpoints who are arguing for what the truth is, right?
Sure.
This idea that I'm not supposed to do that, I don't know where that's coming from or
No,
why I
it's
shouldn't engage
idiotic.
in that, especially when I believe that there's an ideological divide. But what you're
Mhm.
not demonstrating for me is that there isn't one. Everything you say seems to affirm that there is one, and then you just give me this more of this incredulity. What
I'm
is
not
that? The
saying that
reason I
there's
bring
not-
up, hang on, the reason I bring up the Cold War. Would you agree that the Cold War was an ideologically
buddy.
distinct battle between the United States and the Soviet Union based around the ideals of communism, capitalism, Americanism, and Sovietism? Do you agree that this was what that war was about? And it was a war.
Yeah, but we're not in the Cold War right now.
Did anybody, now, can you tell me what the casualty rate of that war was?
Zero.
No, I can't.
Well, there
We're in
wasn't. There was
2025.
basically none, except maybe
Right.
perhaps in small numbers by proxy. So what you've just
Sure.
admitted is that there can be ideological wars, and that ideological war. Hang on, and the ideological wars go on all the time.
Yep.
And I just gave you an example of a really elongated ideological war, which ended in victory due to the talking heads and the rhetoric and the
Mhm.
subterfuge and et cetera, et cetera.
So the Cold
a-
War, you're leaving out the very big looming threat of nuclear destruction.
But
We don't have
there's a
that because
threat
you and I
of
disagree on different
annihilation by
topics, or
abortion
because
and
you don't
by
agree with
low
the
birth
left.
rate.
We're not at risk for nuclear war right now. That's why the
No,
Cold
you're
War was
at
so
risk for being
horrifying.
annihilated
second.
by not repopulating.
Just so that I get this clear, the ideal here being this, that nuclear bomb blow people up, they die, right?
Yes.
Oh, got it. So a woman go abort child die, right?
Again, I'm not.
Can you
we're
answer
not
my
talking
question first and then give me whatever your qualifier is? Woman kill child die, right?
Woman kill child die, but I don't believe that abortion is murder.
Because
I
we
don't
have a
believe that-
distinction in ideology. So from my view, you are advocating for the murder of millions and mass
Yep.
genocide from my ideological perspective. But as long that's okay, because as long as you say it's not, though, then I should just shut up so that you can go around and have your rose-colored glasses and pretend
That's what
all
you
is
want.
dandy. Because
Just shut
otherwise,
up.
I'll be increasing the cortisol too much in people.
I need to watch more of that debate. It's pretty good. But Tim Pool. A lot of people talking about Tim Pool. What? Oh, we'll watch that one. For sure, we'll watch that one. That was 4 hours ago. This one's 5 hours ago. Let's see what this one's about.
This is not to say, of course, all women. But this story is merciless. And boy, does it paint a negative
He's very
picture of
well
women.
spoken. His logic.
I think about the kind of content that women consume.
He's got a pretty well trained path of logic.
And
when he deals
it's, of
with
course,
things.
a bell curve. Many women prefer the salacious, the naughty, the disloyal. And many women prefer the love, the romantic comedy. I'm fortunate enough that my wife likes these rom-coms where everyone loves each other and they stay together forever.
Yeah.
But the other half, they go the other direction.
Yeah.
Stories like this, the heartbreaking and
Shades of
inspiring
Grey
true
and-
story behind dying for sex. Have you heard about the new show? It's a true story.
Crazy.
A podcast created by a woman, and I believe it was it 2 women? Well, one woman, terminal cancer. She was dying. And so she decided to leave her husband of 15 years so she could have sex with 188 men. It breaks my heart reading this
Disgusting.
story.
Mhm.
And it's horrifying that this is the kind of content many women
All right.
actually enjoy watching. You think about true crime, murders, women love it. These dramas of infidelity and sex adventures, they call it. Women love it. Now, I'm not a home math channel. We all know you home math. I don't think all women are inherently evil, but I
No,
believe there are many that are. And this
Yeah.
story, from the perspective of a man,
Definitely
is
are.
horrifying. I think that men and women are very different. Obviously, in many ways, they're very much the same.
Mhm.
And I think there are a lot more guys than the tropes give credit to that just want a loving, stable relationship. They just want a good mom to help them raise a family, and they want to go fight grizzly bears to protect them. But there are many men who are naughty.
What? Have you? Good. Sheesh. It's disgusting already from what I've heard about it. Have you heard of it before? Oh. Oh, well, this was published in April. So, yeah, it's probably been around for a while. Great. On Disney Plus? No. Disgusting. No. That's horrible. Like, to break that man's heart after being married to him and then have him, like, have to know that you're going to die soon on top of it all. And you don't want to be around him. You want to go do your own thing and, like, be promiscuous. Yeah. Yeah. So that tells me if he would have won the lottery, she would have left him to take some of the lottery money. Like, she wasn't with him because she loved him. She was with him because it was convenient. Which is a lot of women nowadays. Yeah. That's not marriage. That's just a contract between a man and a woman. Marriage is a lot different than whatever people think it is nowadays. Might as well just sign a contract. If we break up, you get half of my stuff. Yeah.
Dirty, lewd, lascivious, all of those things. But I think your average man just wants a loving relationship.
Mm-hmm.
I think for women, it's actually split. I believe maybe 50-50 is a stupid thing to say, but there are many shows that are very popular that are about people getting married. There's one, what's that movie where it's like the guy has the dating app and Love Guaranteed, I think it's called. I don't watch these movies. My wife does. And it's like he's a dating app where it's like you're guaranteed to find love in 30 days, but he doesn't. So then he sues, and then his lawyer falls in love with him, and then it's really funny. At the end of the movie, the company defending themselves in the lawsuit is like, we'd like to call the lawyer to the stand. And then they're like, wait a minute. And then they're like, is it true that you're in love? And then the judge goes, answer the question. And I'm like, oh my God. And then she's like, yes. And then they're like, thus, we have guaranteed love. And then they hug, and it wasn't the dating app that did it. I'm like, okay, those are the things that are fun and funny. And there are many of those movies. Many women who like those movies.
A lot of those.
But there are a lot of women that like death and the great adventure. That's what they call it in this Elle story from April. An adventure she went on. After she's dying, her husband of 15 years, she leaves to go have sex with 188 guys. My God.
Disgusting.
I could not imagine. There's another story I want to add. This was on Reddit earlier. They say, now that's a nose job. Take a look at this video. She got big old schnoz.
Mm-hmm.
And then she's like, POV, getting a nose job was the best thing you've ever done. My 11,000 nose job helped me leave my husband.
Yep.
Jeez, man.
Making everything.
This kind of stuff.
Women
This is also from
lose
April.
weight like crazy.
I just
and
got to say.
then think they're hot
Men
stuff
are from
and lose
Mars,
their
women are from
current
Venus. They're very
husbands
different
and
creatures.
find somebody else.
And if you are lucky to have
There
a
are tons
good
of
wife
people
and good
that-
woman
a couple
who believes in
people that
honor and
happened to.
loyalty, more power to you.
Oh,
Well, we certainly understand that there are guys out there that are players and scumbags too. For all the ladies out there that find a good man, more power to you. But this exists. I saw an ad for this show, and
on Disney.
I was just thinking to myself, no way this is real. Here's the story from Elle. Fans of Molly Cochran's podcast will recognize the story told in FX and Hulu's latest series, Dying for Sex, which stars Michelle Williams as the host and Jenny Slate as her best friend, Nikki Boyer. Yeah, two women. The drama, which premiered on April 4th, tells the story of Cochran, I don't know if that's her name, who received a stage 4 cancer diagnosis and decided to leave her husband of 15 years to embark on a journey of self-discovery. Supported by her best friend, Boyer, who also executively produced the series.
Journey of being
Cochran
a
set out a
whore.
quest to learn more about herself and her truest sexual desires. And yes, it's based entirely on the very true and heartbreaking story of Cochran's life. Let's dive in. You're married for 15 years.
Bad.
You get diagnosed with cancer. The only thing I could ever want in that scenario is to be with my family and to have my wife hold my hand as I go through this. And if it's terminal, to be by my family's side and spend as much time as possible with them. This is a horror story. The scary thing is, it's presented as a positive story for women because women resonate with what I can only call demonic, nightmarish, horrifying. If anything happened to my wife and she was diagnosed with terminal cancer or was suffering some terminal injury, I'd be losing my mind. I'd probably fall apart. This woman is evil. And I don't say that lightly because I understand she's dying.
You're right.
And she probably was scared. And the cancer was affecting
all I can
her.
think about herself.
But I believe to be with someone for 15 years, to have that person and both of you go through this, I know it's not the man who's dying, but you are together in an eternal bond, and you look at him and say, I'm leaving you. I'll die alone. My God.
Yeah.
By 2015, Cochran had already gone chemotherapy, a bilateral mastectomy, radiation therapy, a breast reconstruction, when she was re-diagnosed with stage 4 breast cancer. Knowing this meant her diagnosis was terminal, she embarked upon the adventure of a lifetime. She left her husband in an endeavor to explore her sexuality in her final years, which he documented in the podcast also called Dying for Sex. The idea for the podcast, which documented and dissected nearly 200 of Cocken's escapades, nearly 200, came in 2018. When she and Boyer met for lunch following 2 dates Cocken had already been on that morning. Eventually, released by Wonder in 2020, a year after Cocken's death, the 6-episode podcast quickly became a hit and has since been downloaded 5 million times. Well, to be honest, 5 million is interestingly low. But I guess, the thing is, all the different genres, I guess, it's different. But 5 million is actually not a lot. It is. I'm not trying to downplay the story. Obviously, they turned it into a TV show, and it was big among a lot of people. I'm saying this because I don't want to make it seem like literally every woman loves the idea of going on sexcapades and leaving their husbands. But enough do. The podcast synopsis reads, as they peel back the layers, we learn that Molly isn't just grappling with breast cancer. She's also dealing with some trauma from her past. Along the journey, the friends explore bigger themes that affect us all, like healing, forgiveness, and what we do with the time we have left. Sexually, we have difficulties before cancer came along, Cocken said of her marriage in one episode. Right before I got diagnosed, I was kind of looking to recharge our sex life, but the cancer showed up. What is this? Is this a book? Screw Cancer, Becoming Whole. Cocken's memoir, Screw Cancer, Becoming Whole, was also published in 2020, 1 year after Cocken eventually died at the age of 45. One notable fan of Cocken's came in the form of New Girl creator Elizabeth Merriweather, who alongside Boyer adapted it for the television series. I am just so disgusted by this. Then there's this story. Many of you have already seen it, and it's funny that I saw this ad for Dying for Sex. They made a TV show. It's been out this year. And then I saw this on the front page of Reddit today. Front page is posted 6 hours ago. Now, that's a nose job. POV, getting a nose job was the best thing you've ever done for your confidence. You know why this story is really sad? She was married to a man that didn't care about her nose. He didn't make fun of her. He chose to swear an eternal bond. She got a nose job, felt sexy, and left him. It's evil. Now, I get it. I don't know what's going on in either of their marriages. All that I can say is, in the grand scheme, on the surface, the narrative they give us is a nightmare scenario. It is evil. It's entirely possible, and people have tried justifying it, saying, oh, her marriage was abusive or something, but, I don't really believe it, especially when the narrative is run like this. My $11,000 nose job helped me leave my husband. She absolutely knows her worth, and knows is nose, not nose. To elevate her life, Devin Aiken went under the knife. And cutting away her biggest insecurity gave her the strength to cut out of an unhappy marriage. So she married a man. See, this is what I see in this story. She married a guy who didn't care about her nose, but she didn't want to be with him. She just couldn't do better. That's really what it was. Why was she unhappy?
Again, she's going
because she didn't want to marry the guy, but she had no options because she was ugly.
Yeah.
This man wanted to be with her still. She got a nose job. And now she can do whatever she wants, so she left him. That's just evil. Don't marry the guy if that's the case.
The grass is always greener on the other side.
I feel extremely sexy. A newly single and sliced Aiken, 30 from Philadelphia, raved to the Post. My new nose is what motivated me to choose myself and finally end my miserable marriage. She underwent an $11,000 rhinoplasty in November, chopping her standout schnoz down to size. The pricey yet pivotal procedure empowered the brunette to demand a divorce from her husband of 7 years. Eye-popping footage of her jaw-dropping transformation has sniffed in over 4.5 million TikTok views from awestruck fans. I wake up and feel so much happier. Aiken said of her nose glow-up. A newfound brilliance she also credits to her disunion. I get to live the rest of my life feeling like this. It's a post-breakup light that shines so bright in the delightfully divorced. In fact, 82% of the footloose and fancy-free experience a renewed sense of confidence and inner peace after saying peace out to their spouses. I'm sorry, after saying peace out. There you go. And as Aiken did, the happily unhitched are opting for makeovers, ensuring that their outside looks as good as they feel on the inside. Aiken, who was mercilessly teased for her overly pronounced nose, now also feels hotter thanks to her hot new honker. A guy married her with the big nose.
Yeah.
That's wild. Middle school is really tough for me, said the millennial. Neither one of her parents nor any of her 4 siblings shared her prominent profile. They were all born with standard snoots. Looking different than others, namely her peers, sent Aiken spiraling with depression. I struggled immensely because of the bullying from boys. She recalled of the juvenile jerks who called her witch, toucan, and Pinocchio, and yet a man was willing to marry her. Did he insult her and berate her? No, he dedicated his life to her. Now, I don't know what's going on in their marriage, but this story is nightmarish. The incessant shots at her snout weighed on her self-esteem, causing her to settle for an ill-fated relationship. We realized we prematurely got married, and we didn't really know each other that well, said the Pennsylvanian who tied the knot with her former groom at 23. Although he loved her original nose, Aiken said we argued a lot. We just weren't aligned. Everything, however, began lining up for the bell once she decided to reconstruct her conch with Dr. Mark Ginsburg, a Philly-based plastic surgeon, last fall. He liked her nose. They argued a lot. I don't think she should have married the guy, and I think the issue is that she was desperate.
Just desperate.
Guys didn't want to be with her because her nose. I believe the concern is just probably if they have kids, the kids are going to look like that.
Mm-hmm.
This guy was willing to marry her. It changed my life. After Aiken said of the nearly 6-hour operation, which she paid for on her own. I had a lot of time to recover after the nose job, and it made me think, I need to finally get the divorce so I can move on with my life. Now boasting a beautiful beak, she's taking life by the horns. I'm dating, exclusively dating, and having so much fun. Aiken gushed. The glamour puss has even carved out a community of social media supporters who've likened her new look to A-listers Bella Hadid and Celine Dion. She hopes others are inspired by her alluring alterations, both to her mug and to her marital status. Do what you want. This is your life. We only have one life to live, said the single siren, who's giddily optimistic for the future. Do whatever it takes to make yourself happy. Let's see what the first comment says. I think the people should leave their bodies alone as something that should be fixed for health reasons, physical and mental depression. But in this case, I think that it was a good decision for her to have her nose reshaped. I went to school with a guy who had a nose like hers before the surgery, and everyone called him Aardvark. He laughed and went along with it, but it had to have bothered him. Had to have bothered him? The second comment says, no criticism about having the cosmetic surgery, but she should have processed the divorce first. Her husband accepted her as she was. She may find it difficult to find someone to accept her other faults, which of course we all have. So in other words, I married a guy that loved me despite my looks. Once I got the surgery and felt I looked better, I also felt I could do better, and now I'm looking to upgrade my husband. I'm vain and uncaring, but I will say I left him because we grew apart. Feel sorry for me, okay? Truthfully, I'm just wanting to get with other guys, but whatever.
Over here.
This guy responds, my wife may not be a 10, but she had 20-some surgeries on her body, and once she was told she would always be in a wheelchair. Love her regardless. I don't think she will wear roller skates and divorce me the next day. I'm just happy to have a slow dance on the good days in the kitchen until her back hurts again. Look at all these replies. Wow. After her breast surgery cost me $10,000, my wife of 22 years was able to trade up to a doctor. It's just so disgusting. Probably divorced him right after he helped pay for it. Classy.
Yep.
She paid for it, it says. If by accident she becomes pregnant, her spawn will still have that trademark nose. If it's a girl somewhere in 2055, the article shall repeat. Here's the reason for these stories. How many of you actually believe
sadly,
her marriage was bad?
No, not at all.
She can't come out and say, he loved me, and I left him. She can't do that.
No.
So the only story that could emerge is,
The only way
we were
is
unhappy,
make it look
so I
bad.
left him. But
Prior
Did you see
to
the
her
story?
getting this nose job.
she got her nose job.
Then she got
And
it, she
then
got more
divorced
confident
him.
and started
What does
looking
that
around.
mean? They were in an unhappy marriage. She wanted to leave, but she wouldn't until she got some insurance. Why didn't she divorce him when her schnoz was big? Honest question.
Yeah.
That's why I don't believe her story. That's why these stories are horror stories. But women love them. And that
Yeah,
terrifies me.
I don't know why.
I'm terrified by the story
Well, I
that
do.
women love
Women are more
murderers. Look at Luigi
Emotional
Mangione,
creatures that
the guy
like
accused of shooting a dude in cold blood like a coward.
emotional
Listen,
characters,
Now, I can certainly understand that there's like some big
emotion
brutish guy who
driving
comes back from war and
things
he's like,
and scenes.
I didn't want to, but I had to. I've killed many men. And he's like
Save them.
just glistening and he's just like, they had to go. It was them
Mhm.
or me and my friends. And this is war. And you're like, man, that's brutal. That's terrifying.
Mm,
Women being like, this man is willing to kill for what he believes in. It's not an easy thing to say. I can understand women liking that. I can even understand, although it's horrifying, like a guy who like strangles another guy with his bare hands in rage, and women love him because they're just like, he'll protect me, you know?
Yeah.
What I don't get is Luigi Mangione snuck up behind the guy and put,
There's some sneaky.
allegedly, because, you know, we'll see what happens at trial. But the
Yeah.
story is he snuck up behind the guy and shot him in the
He's
back.
sneaky.
Oh, that's so cowardly. How is that
Yeah.
attractive? Well, I guess he's still willing to
No,
kill for you
you
like a little
punch him to
weaselly
death in the
dude,
street.
scurrying around hiding in the shadows. But women love him. They love him. Not every woman, of course. It's funny that I say that because the meme is that guys understand generalities and averages and women don't.
Mm-mm.
There's
Women
a funny meme
don't do
from
the
Show
number
Invincible
thing.
where he's like, the women on average are 5'6", and the woman goes, "But I'm 5'7", and then he just sips his coffee, because that's the trope
Yep.
that you'll point out. There is an average, there are generalities, there are pluralities, but women always
Mhm.
act like it's directed specifically at
So,
them.
yeah, like they should be 5
And
foot
then
6.
even now, I'm not saying literally every woman. I can see you mad in there, ladies. So I ask you this for the comments. You guys tell me why women love this stuff. Why is it that women love a story of another woman
Other
who
than them
leaves her
being
husband of
emotional.
15 years? I do not understand that mental state. And I know there are many women who don't either.
I can't put it
But
into
why is
words.
this popular among women and not men? Why aren't there men being like, leave your wife and just go bang whoever you want? No, I mean, there are stories about promiscuous
There
guys.
are, but
The famous line from Avengers where Captain America says to Tony Stark, "Without that suit, what are you?" And he goes, "Genius, billionaire, playboy, philanthropist." Playboy, right? There are a lot of guys that want to be like that, rich with concubines and harems or whatever. But I feel like most guys who get married, they're not chasing stories like this. Maybe I'm wrong.
true.
Maybe I'm completely wrong. You tell me in the comments. Let me know. Are there prominent TV shows about a man leaving his wife and going off on a sex adventure where he bangs tons of women?
No.
Honest question. Is there a story about a guy who develops, I don't know, lung cancer, so he leaves his wife of 15 years and then just goes around banging random women?
Not one's produced.
Is there a
that
story
I
of a
know
guy who's ugly and gets a bunch of surgery and then leaves his wife and goes off and bangs a bunch of random women?
No.
I mean, maybe.
It's common when girls
What's
lose
that
weight,
famous
get
story about the guy
nose
with a big
jobs
schnoz and he
boob
loves the
jobs
lady
and everything
and then
else.
he's like hiding in the bushes and he's
Tummy
like yelling at
tucks.
her? I think I know the name of it.
Botox when you're older.
Is that, let's see. What is this? Tragedy, William Shakespeare. No, is that what it is? No, I got the name wrong. I picked the wrong Shakespeare. You guys know what it is. You're already commenting before. Story of the guy with the big nose. And it's Shakespeare,
Groucho
right?
Marx?
Cyrano de Bergerac. There it is.
Oh.
The story of the guy with the big nose. You're thinking, it's not Shakespeare. It's a French play by Edmond Rostand. I got that one wrong. Cyrano de Bergerac, a brilliant poet and swordsman with a huge nose who loves who loves his cousin, but but feels too ugly to confess. So he helps handsome but witless Christian woo her by writing letters and whispering lines to him, leading to a poignant love triangle and tragic reveal. Shakespeare did have characters with prominent noses like Bardolph and Henry IV, known for his red pimply nose. I just assumed it was Shakespeare. I was wrong. He's in love with his cousin. I didn't know that. I only knew the trope of Cyrano. Cyrano de Bergerac. I'm probably pronouncing that wrong. Are they going to say, here's how you do it. Bergerac. Yeah. It's funny because the picture of Cyrano, I'll just pull it over. His nose ain't even as big as his lady's. It's just like,
No.
he's kind of got a big nose,
He's got that
Are there other photos of the guy?
protruding nose.
His nose is not even that big. In the play, I think they make his nose look really big. Yeah. Play written in 1897. Elements of the Life. The play is written in verse. Ugh. I'm no fan of any of that weird stuff. Musicals. Ugh. Lord help me. But I just wonder why this is. What don't I get? What don't I get, right? I shouted out Home Math. Have you guys seen Home Math's YouTube channel? So I'm sure there are a lot of guys who are going to be like, let me explain to you, Tim, the mentality of the woman. I think I can already recall some of these home math videos where he's explaining that guys will like go with like any range, a larger range of women, but women only want to go up. So when she's ugly, she takes what she can get. She takes what she can get. And then when she gets her nose done, she's like, let's go. We want a better guy.
Yep.
That's so terrifying. It's what horror stories are made of. And no-fault divorce. There's another clip that was on Reddit, actually. Let me pull this up, because I think it's probably still on the front page, where this lady's like, she's like, I can't pay my bills anymore, and everyone's making fun of her. And they're like, this is why women need to get divorces or whatever. Let me see if I can find it. It's probably gone, actually. She's driving in her car, and she's like, I got kids. I'm a stay-at-home mom, and now I can't. I'm getting divorced, and I have no money. How am I supposed to do this? Man, Reddit, no, it's gone already. Oh, well. It was only like an hour ago I was looking at it. Now there's like a guy talking about the weather, I guess. Yeah, a cat in front of a heater. That's nice. How is this video already gone? Yo, that's weird. Oh, well, say I love you. That's where I actually found this other one. Maybe if I go back. Oh, no, it's gone. Oh, actually, you know what? Let's mute this. I think I can find it if I scroll up just from where I was. Here it is. We got it. Here we go. Let's listen to this one. Oh, no, I just muted it. What are we doing?
Married. I'm 37. So y'all want to know the scariest thing, and it's happening to me now, is being a female, married. I'm 37. I have 2 kids. They're 5 and 7. And I've been a stay-at-home mom for the past 10 plus years. I have no income. I have no money.
Her kids are 5 and 7. She's been a stay-at-home mom for 10 years.
I use my husband's credit card, and I use my husband's money. And 2 weeks ago, he told me that he wants to move forward with divorce. Today, I literally, like, I use an American Express credit card for everything. It's got my name on it, but obviously he pays the bill.
He closed it. Better have.
He told me he's gonna cut it off, and I gotta like move all the automatic payments and stop using it. And he said, you need to start using your own card now. What card? I don't have a card. That is my card. Terrifying. I mean, I feel like a little girl who needs their mommy because I don't know how to take care of myself. I don't, like, it's just terrifying. Terrifying.
Why don't you wait for the relationship?
Divorce is stupid. It's awful.
Yeah.
And no-fault divorce should be banned. So this guy's not a good... Well, look, I'll say this. I don't know what's going on in their relationship. This is a singular relationship. But I think no-fault divorce is bad, and this is not a good scenario. Let's see. Which gender initiates divorce more? Let's ask Grok. I hate how it does this. Let me give you a selection on the AI stuff. Women initiate divorce more often than men in heterosexual marriages. 69% of divorces, men initiate 31%. The patterns remain consistent in U.S. data over recent decades, with many sources still referencing the figure around 70%. The disparity appears specific to marriages. In non-marital relationships, like cohabitation or dating, men and women end things at roughly equal rates. Yep. Researchers suggest it's because marriage as an institution often carries outdated gender expectations. Women tend to shoulder more housework, childcare, and emotional labor, even when both partners work full-time, leading to lower reported relationship satisfaction among married women compared to married men. Greater financial independence for women in recent generations also makes it easier for them to leave unhappy marriages. That doesn't really explain why the job thing doesn't explain why women leave more. I think it's a gender thing. I think a lot of people are going to agree. And I will say this too. Women shouldn't have to be working if they're, like we need to have a society where women can be stay-at-home moms and raise kids and all these things. But
yeah,
you know what, my friends?
If only they would make it easier.
This is where we're at. Among college-educated women, the rate of initiation is sometimes reported as even as high as 90%. Wow. Yikes.
Say college-educated, it's 90%.
So it all adds up, huh? And this is why women like TV shows about women leaving their husbands to go have sexcapades. Holy crap, dude. Sorry, ladies, I'm not trying to rag on you, but this is the data. Take for it what you will. I'm going to leave it there, my friends. Smash the like button, share the show with everyone you know.
Yeah, I got
We
about
got
5
more
more
shows
years
like this. I
until
guess
people
whenever we do
start
them, you can
going
follow
through
me on
their
X and Instagram at
divorces
Timcast, and we'll see you
stuff
all in
like
the next
that.
show.
Hard to people I know start going through divorces and stuff like that, or breakups. About 5 years. No more than that, though. Once you get past the 15-year mark, it's like maybe when you're at the 30-year mark.
Welcome in, everyone. I hope you guys are doing great wherever you're watching from today. We have multiple significant updates to get through with the situation in Venezuela as American fighter jets once again roared through the sky, testing Venezuelan air defenses and sending a clear message to Venezuelan dictator Nicolas Maduro that the time to go is now. And if you don't, this situation will escalate and get much, much, much worse. We have a ton of firepower.
They keep waiting. Russia's going to keep bolstering it.
Regime, and the question is now, when will it be unleashed? Will Maduro flee or will he be taken out? So we have a lot of things to get through. Ship movements, fighter jets in the air. The ghost ship has disappeared. Nobody knows where the ghost ship is. So we've got a ton of stuff to go through. Before we do, as always, please make sure to like and subscribe. Totally free, cost you guys absolutely nothing at all.
Kind of crazy how it's like in and out of like radar.
Comment with your thoughts below. I want to hear all of your thoughts. How do you think this plays out? Should we strike Maduro? Should we strike his regime in Caracas? What targets should be highest on the target list? Let me know in the comments below. Hit the bell, all notifications turned on. You won't miss a thing. And then right here, Instagram, David_Uckstead, X Duckstead. That's where you can find me on social media. My DMs are wide open. Reach out with anything you got. Now let's get into it. As viewers of the channel know, we have amassed an incredible amount of firepower off the coast of Venezuela in the Caribbean, as President Donald Trump, Secretary of War Pete Hegseth, Secretary of State Marco Rubio have made it clear time and time again that Maduro will be leaving power. The only question is, does he go voluntarily or does the United States take him out? Quite frankly, at this point in time, it looks like he is not willing to flee, and that means option 2, the United States will likely strike in some capacity, is almost certainly how this is going to advance forward. We had the cabinet meeting the other day where they made it clear the strikes on land are absolutely going to happen, and it will, according to the president, be much easier than striking the boat. So that is, the table has been set. The stage has been set. Now I'm going to throw this up on the screen for you. So right here, what you can see on your screen is a pair of F-18 fighter jets.
If we can hit a moving target with this, we can hit a standing still target on land.
On December 7th, so Sunday, December 7th, a pair of F-18 fighter jets dispatched from the USS Gerald Ford carrier, which of course is down there in the Caribbean. The backbone of our strike capabilities against Venezuela is the aircraft carrier group. And they flew up at least 2 F-18s with their transponders on off the coast of Venezuela. As you can see here on the screen, this is now becoming a repeated thing that the United States military is doing. We are regularly testing Venezuelan air defenses. Now, why are we doing this? Why do we have fighter jets rushing up to the coast of Venezuela?
I'm full right
why
now.
are we doing all these military exercises? One of the key things is these planes have technology, and I've said this before, it still rings true. They have technology that allows you to soak up all of the radar,
I could use another soda, I think.
systems, missiles. When Venezuela's air defenses go hot or ping them, they can steal that information, and they can use that information to then paint a battlefield area so that if we strike, we open up with cruise missiles, we will obliterate their air defenses before a single plane even enters their airspace. We'll make sure that any planes that are on the ground definitely don't get in the air. And that is how these strikes are going to be conducted. Similar to what you saw in Iran, F-35s, F-22s, and I think some F-18s went into Iran ahead of the B-2 stealth bombers, wiped out the air defense systems. It said suppression. It's called SEAD or SEAD, suppression of enemy air defense. So they have tools and capabilities. And now these fighter jets are flying regular patrols or whatever you want to call them right up to the Venezuelan coast. And then right here, I'm going to put this. So this was as of December 5th. The Ford carrier is right there. So again, 3 days ago. Now, there has been some question about where it is. Is it on the move? As of 3 days ago, the Ford carrier group was in St. Thomas. And that is just a part. I'm going to put this up now for you. That is just a part of what is going on. So right here, it says Southcom operation spotted on December 7th, 2025. U.S. naval assets spread far and wide across southern Caribbean. Southeast of Ponce, you have the USS Fort Lauderdale. Southwest of Ponce, the USS Lake Erie. Southwest of Ponce, the Arleigh Burke-class destroyer. North of Curacao, the USS Gettysburg. CG-64 was operating 100 miles north of the F-18 racetrack patterns yesterday. I wonder what was going through the Hornet pilots' heads if they knew the Gettysburg was that close. So we have a ton of ships that are on the move, closing in on Venezuela, closing in on the target, well within striking distance, if and when President Trump gives that order. Here we have a look at the Ticonderoga class. This is what the San Antonio. Yeah, this is the San Antonio. So 62 miles to the east, we have the U.S. Navy Ticonderoga class cruiser. So right here now, this is all delayed. So this information, as of me filming this, is likely outdated a little bit. So we are doing our part to protect operational security. And then right here, do we all remember the ghost ship? The ghost ship has buzzed up a couple times. The last time it was spotted was all the way back in November, I think like mid-November. It has completely disappeared. We do not know where the ghost ship is. It has fallen off the map. It has gone to some area that nobody can find. For those of you who don't know, this is a JSOC Black Ops mothership is what it's called. It can carry up to 160 Tier 1 operators, operate at sea for 45 days without needing to be refueled. It is a hell of a weapon, and it is essentially disguised as a commercial shipping vessel. So you would not know where this thing is, and even if you saw it, due to the lack of markings on the ship, you wouldn't even know what you were looking at. So while we know where some of the cruisers are, some of the guided missile destroyers are, there's some discussion about the location of the aircraft carrier. Is it still there over near St. Thomas? I truly do not know, could not tell you, but the ghost ship has disappeared. We have lost all sight of it. We do not know where it is. We do not know where the Black Ops teams on the ship are going or what their plan is. So on top of that, while this is heating up,
this week, hopefully.
Last week, President Trump had his cabinet meeting where he talked about how strikes on the land are going to start very soon. Let's watch what he had to say.
To do what is necessary, which is dark and difficult things in the dead of night on behalf of the American people. We support them, and we will stop the poisoning of the American people.
And Mr. Secretary, on the second strike, you said it happened more than an hour after the first strike.
I couldn't tell you the exact amount of time.
Minutes, or you had left the room.
I already stated my answer quite clearly.
So remember this, we lost last year. I think it was more than that, but people don't like saying it because they always said 100,000, 115,000, numbers we've been hearing for years. So we lost last year more than 200,000 people, dead people, ruined families beyond the 200,000. And those 200,000, that family will never be the same. But these people have killed over 200,000 people, actually killed over 200,000 people last year. And those numbers are down. Those numbers are down. They're way down. And they're down because we're doing these strikes, and we're going to start doing those strikes on land too. The land is much easier. It's much easier. And we know the routes they take. We know everything about them. We know where they live. We know where the bad ones live. And we're going to start that very soon too.
So right there, President Donald Trump saying very soon these strikes on land will commence. We are going to hit them. We know where they are. We know where the leaders are. Obviously, he's not just talking about Maduro. He's talking a lot about a ton of different narco terrorists. When it comes to Maduro, the U.S., I can promise you, knows where he is at all times. And if the decision is made to drop a bomb on his location, they will have all the air assets and intelligence needed to get that job done. And that leads me to this part. I'm going to go ahead and throw this up. So this was shared today on December 8th by Southern Command. The command for the Caribbean is Southern Com, Southcom. It says U.S. military forces are deployed to the Southcom area of responsibility in support of Operation Southern Spear, Department of War directed operations, and POTUS priorities to disrupt illicit drug trafficking and protect the homeland. So they got a guy fully kitted up, night vision, rifle. They got the helicopter there. And then on top of that, I got to mute this so I don't get in trouble with old YouTube. So this is the Marines with the 22nd Marine Expeditionary Unit conducting a free fall into Camp Santiago, Puerto Rico. U.S. military forces are deployed in the Caribbean in support of Operation Southern Spear. So let's go ahead and watch this. We'll speed it up for you. So this is free fall parachuting. Perhaps if you were going to drop behind enemy lines or drop and take an airfield. You can see them coming down, and then they're going to hit you. Here they come. So these guys, and they even blurred his face out, which is a little interesting because they don't always blur people's faces out. And then we have this as well. More invasion training. This was shared by SA Defensa. You can see photos of them practicing their beach landing, practicing how they will land in the event of an invasion. So the military training is underway. The potential strike planning is underway. They are going to have everyone ready to roll. We'll pull that off the screen now. So we've got fighter jets buzzing the coast of Venezuela, testing Venezuelan air defenses, sending a clear message to Maduro, dude, you got to go. Pack your bags and leave. And if you don't leave, we're coming in to get you. And while that's happening, they've got ships on the move, closing in on Venezuela. The Ford aircraft carrier is in the region, launching flight operations pretty much every single day at this point. The ghost ship is missing. We have no idea where it is. So it is loaded up with tier 1 operators, and it is set off to an unknown location, probably within striking distance or possibly already hitting targets. And we do not know what is going on with it. That is by design. JSOC operations generally aren't talked about in the public much. They don't really share their details about what they are doing. But that is what we know. Plus, we've got Trump saying the strikes on land will start soon. So a lot of moving parts. Those are the updates as of making this video on Monday, December 8th. But I want to know what you guys think. Let me know in the comments below. Please get active in the comments. Let me know what you think. Please make sure to like and subscribe. Totally free. Cost you guys absolutely nothing at all. Huge, huge, huge boost to the channel. Right, hit the bell, all notifications turn on, and then right here, Instagram, David_Hookstead, X, D Hookstead. That's where you can reach me. My DMs are wide open. Reach out with any tips or information you have. As always, thanks for watching. I'll see you all next time.
Yeah, I don't know when that's going to happen, if it's going to happen at all. I would like to see it happen this week, actually. Seen about this Somali woman or woman hating on Somali. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Wilson's live tonight at 9.
And here we go again. A white woman said a naughty word, got fired, started a fundraiser, and has now raised over $100,000. Now, the story is interesting because it goes a couple of different ways, depending on who you ask. Apparently, a Somali couple came into a Cinnabon for delicious but unhealthy cinnamon buns and was insulted for wearing a hijab. However, the other side of the story is that this woman was insulted by them for not wearing hijab, saying she should cover up. Well, she then started yelling at him, called him some racial slurs, got fired, and now she's raised a lot of money. She's raised $109,000. Actually, I think I have the actual give send go right here.
You did that.
103,731. Okay. Let's see. At the time, she had raised 54, but now she's raised $103,000. I'm gonna call it like I see it, my friends. Black fatigue. That's what it's being referred to as. People are tired of this. I'm oppressed. I'm a victim. These stories. There's a story I covered earlier. A guy stabbed another guy, and then when the jury found out the victim called him a slur, they acquitted the stabber, who's apparently stabbed before, will probably stab again. But they said, it was self-defense because he was called a slur. But the victim was like, I called him that because he stabbed me, not before he stabbed me. Whatever. This is black fatigue. People are sick and tired of the BLM stuff. They're sick and tired of being called white supremacist or racist. Now you get this. All right. Here we go. A Wisconsin Cinnabon employee who lost her job after a filmed confrontation with a Somali couple is now pulling in major cash online with a Give Send to Go campaign shooting past $54,000 by Sunday afternoon and continuing to climb. The fundraiser, Stand with Crystal, popped up soon after the clip spread widely on social media platforms. Donors have been piling in despite Cinnabon announcing that the Oshwebanon, is that how you say it? Oshwebanon franchise immediately terminated her over the incident. Meet Crystal, hardworking white mom doing her job at Cinnabon. 2 Somali customers decided to make her shift hell with intimidation. Instead of banning the offenders and backing their employee, Cinnabon fires Crystal to keep the nuns happy. Is that what it is? We're not letting this slide. Funds go to making sure Crystal lands on her feet after this betrayal. No white person should lose their job for refusing to be harassed by Somalians. Already, many online are saying, scam! Like they think it was a staged event because they knew it would make money after that woman in the park used a slur. The company said in a statement posted to X, the workers' conduct does not reflect our values or the welcoming experience every guest deserves. Let's see. Oh, here's the video. Guys, please share this racist Karen. My cousin is traumatized. She started disrespecting her hijab, after she asked for more caramel because she hardly put any on. The footage recorded by the couple shows the employee mocking the woman's hijab before escalating into racial slurs. At one point, she used the N-word and said she was a racist, continuing to berate the pair as they moved to exit the store. The timing comes amid renewed national debate over Somali communities following recent comments from President Donald Trump and senior administration officials. Trump has criticized Minnesota's handling of fraud cases tied to Somali-led nonprofits, noting that some defendants diverted state funds to Somalia and in a few instances, al-Shabaab, terrorists. But I'm going to let you in on the reality of this, my friends. I'm going to let you in on the true story behind the fundraising. Before we do, we got a great sponsor. It is joincrowdhealth.com, my friends. Shout out. Go to joincrowdhealth.com. Use promo code TIM. It's open enrollment. The season where health insurance companies hopes you'll blindly sign up again for overpriced premiums and confusing fine print. Don't take someone else's word for it. Trust yourself and take control of your future with Crowd Health. It's healthcare for under $100. You get access to a team of health bill negotiators, low-cost prescriptions, lab testing tools, as well as a database of low-cost, high-quality doctors vetted by Crowd Health. And what if something major happens? You pay the first $500 and the crowd steps in to help fund the rest. Feels like the options we used to have before Obamacare messed everything up. And of course, you'll join the crowd. A group of members just like you who want to help pay for each other's unexpected medical events. The system is betting you'll stay stuck in the same overpriced, overcomplicated mess. And this year it's even more complicated because most of the ACA subsidies expire, which means your prices are going sky high. So far, Crowd Health members have saved over $40 million in healthcare expenses because they refuse to overpay for healthcare. This open enrollment, take your power back. Go to joincrowdout.com. Use promo code Tim. Just know CrowdHealth is not insurance. Opt out. Take your power back. It's how we win. Joincrowdhealth.com. Well, here's the story. Stand with Crystal. We got a bunch of gifts and a bunch of comments. Anonymous giver says we should support her against the reverse racism and MSM screaming fire only for their virtue signaling. She deserves the support and recognition. In it, it says no white person should lose their job for refusing to be harassed by Somalians. Minneapolis Mayor Jacob Fry fired back at Trump's remarks, saying he's wrong. Oh, I'm sorry. This is the timing comes as Trump and senior administration officials criticize Minnesota's handling of fraud cases. Jacob Fry fired back at Trump's remarks, saying he's wrong and we want them here, while praising Somali residents for contributing to the city's economy and culture. But did you see the video of him trying to eat the Somalian food? You know what? I got to pull this
Pull it up.
Because it's proof he's a liar.
Let's see it.
And it's funny, but it's true. I don't know how far back this video is, but let me find it. There's oh, I got it right here. Everyone's loving it and laughing about it. Here you go. Okay, we don't need the fake audio. Here's him, Jacob Fry, trying to eat Somalian food. Look how long he chews it. Look how he's moving that food around. What's he doing? He's just moving it around while chewing. Now, I will say, it does seem very strange. He is chewing for an awfully long time. And imagine if you didn't like it, you'd just swallow it to get it out of your mouth because you can't spit it out, right? This guy's laughing. I wonder if they made him nasty food on purpose. But part of me, I'm like, is the food really that bad? But you see him, he's just moving it around. I'm like, okay, dude, he doesn't like it, you know? He's like, we want them here. Sure. Minnesota Governor Tim Walz also answered Trump after the president called him retarded. He called him retarded. Okay. I'm going to say it, guys, and it's not going to be popular. Crystal should be fired. I'm not saying you shouldn't donate.
She should be.
I'm not saying don't stand
you can
up.
donate as much as you want.
You know, if I owned a Cinnabon,
it wasn't the best of employees. I will say that much.
You don't act the way she acted.
Customers.
I feel for her. I mean, I don't know the full story. I don't like someone spitting racial slurs at somebody else. That's not why you should insult them. You should insult them for their character. I'm just saying, if I owned a burger joint or a pizza place or whatever, and some nasty person came in and you as an employee started fighting with them for any reason, there's varying degrees to where I'd have your back and then say you're fired. This is bad for a whole variety of reasons.
Mm-hmm.
I know a lot of people are going to disagree with me on this one, and please do. Please comment
I do
offer
agree.
up your thoughts because I want to hear them. I'm going to say this. If I open a restaurant and I need someone to serve food, and you create an environment where people are refusing to come in, then we're out of business. It's not about firing you. It's about saying like, okay, I mean, if this is how you want to act, then no one's going to shop here. I can't pay you. I have no money. Thank you and have a nice day. We're going down. We're going out of business. Well, I don't want to do that, right? There's other employees there who don't yell at customers and call them racial slurs. I'll put it like this. If she just fired back at them and said, don't talk to me like that, you can leave, I'd have her back. 100%. This idea that customers get to abuse staff or whatever, and she's just like, I'm not serving you. Get out. I'd be like, yep. And you know what? Most people agree. We see these videos where customers come in and get all angry and then demand the manager, just spitting and yelling. And we say, oh, a Karen or a Ken or whatever the word they use for men. In this instance, she went heavy with it, saying she's a racist and using racial slurs. Okay, well, listen. I'm not going to sit here and just defend mass migration or anything like that.
Yeah.
I think there's got to be limits. But I also don't think it's fair, and it really breaks my heart. I hate racists. This is my problem with the woke left. They're racists.
No, great.
It breaks my heart that there's a dude, there's a lady, and because of their race, they're going to get flack from somebody. And I'm like, man, obviously, you guys know I grew up in a mixed race family. I grew up with friends who were Asian, white, black, all across the board. Don't come at my boys and insult them because of their race. You're going to get stomped. That's like, don't play games, don't disrespect. So that's why I just can't stand it. Now, seems like these people may be dicks, you know what I mean? Anybody can be, and you insult them for it. And I think she crossed the line. So again, I know a lot of people are going to be like, Tim, I disagree, but I'm going to say it like this. If I have a business, I've said it about Timcast. People here have wild opinions. Elad super pro-Israel. And it can be controversial. He's allowed to say those things. Shane Cashman, very critical of Elon. He's allowed to have those opinions. I like both of these guys. They're good dudes. No one has to just believe what I believe. That being said, if Shane or Elad intentionally started antagonizing or escalated to a point where it was disruptive and was destroying the business, I'd just be like, listen, I can sit here and wait till I go to business and then you're fired anyway, or I can ask you to stop, or I can say I'm letting you go. For us here, I'll say it like this. I probably wouldn't have fired her. Oh, here come the left screaming. No, but I would have make a statement saying, like, this is unacceptable. We give people second chances. I'm going to ask her not to do this, not to behave this way, because we have to be accommodating, and this was a mistake. Same thing for anybody working here. If they're doing things that are disruptive to the business and they're going to put me out of house and home, I'm going to say, guy, like, this is destroying us. But I'm not going to immediately just be like, get out, But hey, we do our best, I suppose. And, good luck to her, I guess. I'm not a fan of the language she uses. I don't think slurs should be banned or anything like that. But, I got to be honest. If there's a lot of insults she could have said that weren't slurs that I'd feel equally the same about. We'll leave it there, my friends. Smash that like button, share the show. Stay tuned, more to come. Timcast IRL tonight at 8 p.m. And we'll see you all then.
Now, a new poll has revealed most Australians want the country's immigration.
Poll. Game over. We just received receipts on why Tucker Carlson flipped on Israel. Mom Donnie's career is over. Watch the longer crowd one.
That's nigger. I am racist.
So idiot for real.
I am racist, and I'll say that to the whole entire world. Don't be disrespectful.
You ruined your life, by the way.
Oh, talking about...
I work at Cinnabon.
A Trump supporter just got caught on camera being racist to a Somalian couple in a Cinnabon in Wisconsin.
Yeah, sure.
Facebook includes pictures of signs supporting Kamala Harris and abortion rights. Right here, women's choice is on the ballot. Vote Democrat, Biden, Harris. This is a video that's been going viral, obviously. Now, we want to show you what has gone viral, and then we want to show you some context that is missing. And what you have been told is this is a racist lady who unleashed a tirade onto these innocent Somalis, a Trump voter who obviously is a dyed-in-the-wool racist. Couple of things. We're just going to front load this for you. She is not. She's very clearly a Democrat activist. This is someone who could have been instigated. We don't know. We do know there's some context that's missing when you watch the full clip. And she's had to deal with a community where, 1/3 of Somalis in her area are completely unemployed. A third don't speak any English whatsoever. And $1 billion have been stolen in welfare fraud scams in the Minneapolis or Minnesota area alone. So you comment below and let me know what you think. Once upon a time, or really just 5 years ago, if you'd have heard this and the lady calls someone the N-word, you go, okay, well, that's out of line. And it's still out of line, but I think people now go, I'll allow it. I kind of understand it. I kind of get the frustration. We've seen too many examples of this where then you add a little bit of context and you understand. And then we've seen too many examples of people being killed on subways by ethnic minorities in packs, or people being beaten up, people being subject to the knockout game, where folks are kind of in defense mode. And this is what I was warning people about in the barbershop in Black and White and the Gray Issues. You're going to see more of this. As opposed to the 90s, where we grew up, where you had Family Matters and Fresh Prince, and the biggest,
gonna build a house.
Faces, the most recognizable faces on earth were Mike Tyson, Michael Jordan, Michael Jackson, so 2.5. And now we're at a point in not a post-racial, but a post-racial America. So here is the viral clip of the lady in question that's been circulating the most.
That's hard work. That's hard work, dude.
Yeah. Hard work.
You ruined your life, by the way.
Oh, talking about.
I work at Cinnabon. I'm capable of doing that myself.
You're not gonna be working here.
Suck it.
Suck what? Look how you fucking look like.
What's wrong with you?
What is wrong with you, you fucking ugly bitch? Get the fuck out of my face.
Talking about ugliness?
Did I stutter?
Yes.
Yeah, I kind of did. I do appreciate the D-Generation X going Triple H. I didn't fully expect that.
No. I looking at her, I see that coming. She's missing the cigarette, but I saw that coming from a mile away.
It's one of those things where, like you said, you're ruining your life. Like, she works at Cinnabon. Come on. Like, she does not have that much left to lose.
In a mall, okay?
Yeah.
Like, this is, there are layers to this.
And two things can be true, right? She could be out of line, and she's undoubtedly correct when she says, you ugly bitch, because we could reverse the camera. I've seen what Somalis look like. So here's the clip with a little more context where if you watch, you go, oh, this tells us there was a lead-in. We don't know what it is, but there certainly was a relevant lead-in.
Cool content. Your body makes you a better person.
Are you recording? I'm gonna record you. Yes.
Do you want me to throw water on you?
It's polite.
That's nigger. I am racist.
So idiot for
and
real.
you are a nigger.
You are an idiot. No,
I
I'm
am
not.
racist, and I'll say that to the whole entire world. Don't be disrespectful.
You ruined your life, by the way.
Oh, talking about you talking about respect? You talking about respect? You are fired from this place, motherfucker. You're not gonna be working here.
Suck it.
What's wrong with you?
What the fuck is wrong with you, you fucking ugly bitch? Get the fuck out of my
Ugly?
face.
Talking about ugliness?
Did I stutter?
You're the ugliest person I ever seen in my life.
Good.
No, we're not. No, we're not. No, we're not.
Because you know damn well you're a
That's
fucking
respect.
evil
That's
fuck.
respect. Keep squeezing that caramel, bitch. Get the fuck out of here.
Just fart on the Cinnabon?
Yeah, I don't know. None of it's good. To be clear,
None
none
of
of
it's
it's good.
Yeah.
But still, first off, where are the people outraged about the the mistreatment of women? Where you bitch, you dumb bitch. Where are the people out there, discussing slut shaming? Where you're sexualizing your body, which I don't even know how that happens, considering she's wearing 2 layers and an apron. Is it because she's not wearing a hijab? But that's how it opens up. So here's what you are seeing the clip that these people who started filming, right? They circulated, and then
they wanted you to see certain things.
Other leftists took the content from this Somali group of people and cut off the front half because they thought even that is a little too much if we're trying to paint this person as just an evil, white, roving racist. So I think there's a little bit more to this story.
Editing tricks, more and more editing tricks.
It really does. She looks like a little bit professional wrestler. So you are like, well, Cinnabon 316 says, I just whooped your ass.
She was on her last thread, and that couple came up and just snapped it.
They're falling down. So there are a couple of sides of the story, obviously, to this one. But look, if you're ever going to say, did I stutter, you got to stick to it.
You can't stutter.
You can't stutter in saying, did I stutter? Okay.
Did I? Just move on to a different phrase. You've lost the did I stutter card.
Yeah.
Like go from like did I try me?
Yeah, you do. You can't get it out. You say something different.
You know, when you're doing stand-up, you're like, I gotta go to the contingency plan. Now, the thing is, they got what they wanted because they did
Go
destroy
upstairs.
her life. She was let go from the Cinnabon. Yeah, I mean, so poor thing.
I mean, I saw it coming.
Yeah.
Will she ever recover?
They wrote this statement. We've seen the disturbing. We've seen the disturbing.
Are you gonna stay down here with me the whole night?
Is this what happens when we get close
No,
to
you're
Christmas?
not.
I'm all tired, all right?
You lying.
We've seen the disturbing video from the Cinnabon Bakery in Ashwaubenon, Wisconsin, and we do not condone this
Mom
behavior.
is trying to get you upstairs. I'm beating your bed.
Their actions do not reflect our values or the welcoming experience every guest deserves. We do wish her, she's going to stay in the food industry. Wish her the best of luck at her new job at Somali Way. So, yeah, it's...
yeah, not fresh. Okay.
Yeah, not fresh.
Way too many options. For
Nothing. It was Somali way, not fresh.
It's not doing that well, Somali way, because they tried to sell
Subway.
the Somali way diet.
Fresh,
It didn't really
it's
work.
Somali
It didn't
way,
have the
not
same
fresh.
effect as it's
Yeah.
it's slightly. They're the same.
It's like Jared. It's like Jared, except you shouldn't tell anybody at Subway to suck it.
It's like Jared's little pedophilia. There we go.
Nothing changed.
Eat Fresh 316 says, I just made your sandwich.
You know, they released that statement saying that she'd been fired, and you know, I know there might be some controversy out there about whether or not she should be fired over her words, but definitely the whole fart thing.
Pick it up.
She's adding her own brown sugar to the Cinnabon. I think
It's at least a gross violation of food.
I mean, you got to lose your food handler card at that point.
I mean, but the thing is, the Somalis, they wouldn't know. They don't know.
No,
They
why
don't
would-
have
why
any
wouldn't they
idea.
know?
That's not even what offends them. Because
Why wouldn't they know?
No, they eat dirt cookies.
Oh,
that's Haiti.
Well, that's the same thing. Come on, let's be honest. We're splitting hairs.
Eli
at this
being
point.
Eli.
IQ of 68 versus 71.
one of them had the wherewithal to add the word cookie.
Yeah.
Yeah, just to make
It's
the
just
lie.
funny to me they have to issue a statement like, if they were going to fire her, Cinnabon their statement should have just been like, I mean, do we got to do this? You guys know.
You guys like
Okay,
right?
can we just move on? It doesn't seem like it destroyed her life so much though, because there was a Give Send Go created for this lady, Wilsey, and it's currently at over $100,000. She was
Wow.
looking to raise $20,000. So she's going to be on vacation. Now there is a
Her name is Crystal Wilsey.
I heard you were hogging that baby.
Yes,
So
Wilsey.
now when she has this money, her friend's gonna go, "You want to do Crystal? We'll see."
Oh my God.
Suck it.
All you CPs.
Lame.
So the Somalis also have a GoFundMe, and that's currently at $3,700.
Fabio.
Which in Somali,
You okay?
in Somali currency is more than Jeff Bezos has.
That's true.
So
That's
it's
like
like
10 years.
Yeah.
Josh, what are you doing?
Securing my financial future, Gerald. What does it look like?
It looks like you're digging a hole, Josh.
Yeah?
That's what it looks like.
And?
Well, okay. Why are you digging a hole?
Gold, Gerald. It's the best investment you can make. Something wonky happens to the economy, Armageddon, bombs start going off, everybody fails, banks fail. I got the good stuff. I'm set.
Gold?
Shh. Yes.
Josh, why don't you just try True Gold Republic? Why don't you give those guys a call or go to lwcgold.com, see if you qualify for one of those no-fee-for-life gold IRAs, and make it simple. It's easy.
It's really that easy?
Yes, you don't have to dig for gold. Put that down. No, put it down. That down.
I kind of like it.
Put that down. Let's go.
Let True Gold Republic help you safeguard your retirement with physical gold and silver. Go to lwcgold.com or call 800-628-4653. Sign up or call today and see if you qualify for a no-fees-for-life IRA.
Come on.
A few things here. Again, going through, we already kind of front-loaded this. You can check the references, links in the description as we do every show. A couple of claims that have been made. Here's a claim now that you are seeing circulating. And this is just like when the left tries to say fascist equals right-wing, but they sort of ignore all the left-wing communist fascists because communism does require fascism.
Oh, no.
They just want you to associate, well, racism must automatically mean right-wing. Therefore, this lady who, whether you agree with her or not, said the N-word, so she must be a MAGA Trump supporter. Here's Harry Sisson between sexts.
A Trump supporter just got caught on camera being racist to a Somalian couple in a Cinnabon in Wisconsin, and the video went so viral that she ended up getting fired. This has also been discovered. Her mugshot, her full name, Crystal Therese Wilsley, and the charges against her, endangering children 3 times. She was booked in Ohio back in 2022.
I mean,
okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, if that's true, here's the problem. Her Facebook includes pictures of signs supporting Kamala Harris and abortion rights. Right here, women's choice is on the ballot. Vote Democrat, Biden, Harris. And what's interesting is this lady very likely has had some abortions or considered it, and Somalis never do. That's the problem that you end up with, white women. Do you think this lady will change her voting? I doubt it. And by the way, it was reported that those child endangerment charges were later dropped. So here's the thing. I'm not saying that she's an angel, but that does matter. What they try and do is go, MAGA, Trump, because she said the N-word, and she's a child abuser. They just tack it on, tack it on, tack it on. And this is where you talk about not free speech laws, but libel laws, slander laws. Like we're getting to the point where those things are going to have to apply online, where there are probably going to be some cases to test this, because folks just have their names completely destroyed, tarred and feathered with things that are not only unsubstantiated, but are provably untrue.
Right, and you can't go back and unring a bell with that. Like, I know you said dim activist. We're not 100% sure, but there's zero evidence that this person's a Trump supporter that has been shown. Harry just went out there and said it.
Right.
And we were talking about before, it's like, when somebody says the N-word, it's kind of like a toss-up. I don't know if it's a Democrat or a Biden.
It could go either way at this point.
It really is.
It really could go either way.
Great equalizer.
All we do know, though, is some black person somewhere is getting heart disease, apparently, from this.
Because someone said it,
Yes, because the N-word was said. The angels don't get their wings, but they just get heart disease.
Right. Do you think somewhere Ray Rice is sitting? It's like E.T., he's sitting on his couch like, I feel something. Now, we don't know. The flower petal falls. So we don't know exactly, again, what led to the confrontation. With some stories out there that we'll see started it by making fun of the lady's hijab, or that the couple attacked her for sexualizing herself for not wearing a hijab. This is one of those things where, people are raising money. It's one of those wait and see. We don't know, but I will say this. We shouldn't be in a place where you have clashes of cultures like this. I think this woman is very likely a liberal. Why? Because she's a white, seemingly a white middle-class woman, and because she has, posts in her social media that seem to support abortion, seem to support Kamala and Biden at one point in time. So I would bet, but I don't know for sure. I do know that people shouldn't be having to deal with being defrauded by an entire swath, an entire community in their state, like Minnesotans are having to deal with Somalis. But the good news is Democrats effectively bought, through the taxpayers' dollars, they bought a new voting bloc, and you can expect more of this. Not all cultures are compatible. It's just a fact.
Yeah.
If you look at parents, when they're happy with a potential spouse for their daughter or for their son, it's usually because they think they're compatible as far as values. Parents will say, well, hold on a second. You're a Christian, she's an atheist, that may not work. Or, well, hold on a second. You're Catholic, this person's Muslim, it may not work, right? Because they're actually looking out for your best interests. If you apply that to society, however, it's completely unacceptable. The standards that we apply...
Nah, not yet. I'm just listening. I can't watch.
Wisdom, so that we can make better decisions, we all do, are not. They're impermissible to apply to a society, and we expect that to go well. Let's look. What are they doing? You're looking at these Somalis, a Midwestern town, 17,000 people. Right, 17,000 people. What's going on? Well, statistically,
Been getting dizzy easy watching these YouTube videos, or at least can't focus on them for long.
And probably part of a community that is defrauding
Just listening to the sit-up-on drama.
Resources. Stephen Miller actually talked about this, and we'll get to Ilhan Omar in just a second, brother banger in chief. He talked about how 75% of Somalis in Minnesota, I'm not able to fact check this yet, but it seems to check out. 75%.
Do you have a lot of Somalis out there in Washington, Jack, or is it just mostly white guys like you?
Based on the records that we already have, and this is a significant undercount, by the way, 75% of the Somali population in Minnesota is on welfare. But that's likely a significant undercount of just
that is an undercount, I'm sure. They just leech on the system.
Population is imposing
let me
on
ask
this country.
Now I'll show you Ilhan Omar, who married her brother, attempting to deflect blame and do the whole, well, actually, we're the biggest victims of this. And I'll explain to you not only how it doesn't work, but a really easy solution.
Of the 87 people charged, all but 8 are of Somali descent.
I want to say, this also has an impact on...
Her voice is so annoying.
Because
when she talks, it's like she's asking a question.
Not really.
We also...
But she's making a statement.
From the program and the money that was stolen. And so it's been really...
The worst voice in the world.
For people to not acknowledge the fact that we're also as Minnesotans, as taxpayers.
No, they are acknowledging
really
that most of you aren't.
And angry about the fraud that has occurred. If there was a linkage in the money that they have stolen going to terrorism, then that is a failure of the FBI and our court system for not figuring that out.
It's your fault for not catching me.
Basically, charging them.
Oh, and you know what, Mission Control, could you bring up that clip where there was someone speaking, I believe, in Somali and saying that Ilhan Omar is not doing.
Yeah,
maybe
this
she's not
is crazy.
acting in the best interest of Minnesotans or the United States, but in the best interest, she is representing Somalis. That's what he said. And unless she
That's all
publicly
he cares
denounces
about.
that,
She
she
cares
should be
about is
booted.
Somalia.
We should have a process to get rid of someone if
Yep,
they are
absolutely
associated
agree.
directly with, if they are on stage with someone saying, yeah, we are acting against America's best interest, Democrat, Republican, there should be a mechanism in place to immediately
Only
remove
looking out
that
for
person without
Somalia.
announcement. Yeah, let's bring this up, and then I'll
Not
give you
for
guys a really
America.
simple solution because we're solution-based.
He's only for
Here is that.
Somalia. Representative Ilhan Omar, who has written the name of Somalia with golden pen. The interests of Ilhan Omar are not Ilhan's. Not the interest of Minnesota. Oh, he's
Nor is it
reading
the
it.
interest of the American people. The interest of Ilan is that of the Somalian people and Somalia.
And she's
Now,
standing there smiling.
I'm going by the translation. You guys can let me
Wow.
know. Anyone who speaks pirate can let me know if that is correct.
That be what she said.
Yeah.
Yes.
No.
They also mentioned
No,
that
thank
this
you.
is the former PM of Somalia.
Right.
Oh.
So if that is correct, and she's on stage there, and if the translation is correct and she doesn't denounce it, gone.
Yep. What does PM stand for? Prime Marauder?
Yeah, Prime Marauder. Prime Maritimer.
He's a pirate maker.
Not to mention our PR rep. Person of rape. They rape a lot. That's
Yeah.
one thing we're good at is raping and starving.
The penultimate
Yes.
rapist.
I be the PM, the pirate man.
That's so here's a third of Somalis don't speak English. Okay, third are unemployed. At least 3/4 we're seeing right now are on welfare. About $1 billion in welfare fraud in that state.
Mm-hmm.
A couple of solutions, like we
Too
said,
much.
official language. Anyone who comes here, and I
A
don't just mean to
lot of
become a
money
citizen.
lost.
I mean to work here on a visa.
That went over to Somalian
It's not on the
gangsters
job training. You speak English
thugs,
by the time you get here. We've talked about our immigration
and terrorists.
policy, okay? But another thing, if you come here, you are not entitled to any social safety benefits for, what should we say, a decade? A decade. How about a decade? You get nothing. Nothing. You come here, you better be paying taxes, you better check in, and you know the language when you get here. It used to be if you didn't speak English and you were trying, Americans were very forgiving. We were very gracious. Like, oh, okay, hey, I'm trying to speak English. Now it's like, if you're not fluent, gone. Gone. Do you want me to send your picture directly to ICE?
Mm-hmm.
That's where we are at this point in time. And so people are reacting very differently. People who would never react in support of this lady at Cinnabon are now going, you know what? Okay, I get it. And I bet you there are more of those people in Minnesota than you would know. And hey, take this group of people, 75% on welfare. Take them out. What's the voting block look like in Minnesota?
Oh, way different.
Because Minnesota is not considered a swing state. Do you think that the tens of thousands of Somalis there who are eternally indebted to the Democrat Party and people acting in the interest of Somalia outside of the interest of the American people, do you think that changes? Think that changes some districts? It's not a conspiracy. It is a theft of the American electorate, and it's by design. These people have no business being there. Make the case to me. Make the case why these Somalis should be in Minnesota. Make the case. Are they contributing? No. They're a net drain. Let's take away the tax fraud. They speak the language? Are they assimilating? Are they a net benefit to the culture? Do the neighborhoods they move into, is it like, I hate to say this, the gays, where they kind of spruce up the place?
Which is quite nice.
It is.
They like lawn maintenance.
Especially if the spruce is a tree.
Right. You go Hell's Kitchen, Son of Sam, change. Now, there are some nice coffee shops.
And a flower shop or two.
You just have to dodge a few dicks on the way. But the point is, it's not crime-ridden. Make the case as to why Somalis should be in the United States, let alone taking over entire cities. Please, make that case. If anyone can make it, I will listen.
Yeah, and listen, I think the solutions to this are now more extreme and difficult than they would have been 30 years ago when we were talking about 40 years ago when we were talking about this. 10 years, 5 years ago.
Right.
People right now are like, oh, well, that sounds like it's not compassionate. Listen, that was then. We were talking about it then compassionately for a reason. You said no, you said no, you said no. Now we're here. Yeah. Now we're here, and I'm sorry. I mean, you can have differences of opinion on exactly how to do it, but they're all going to be extreme and difficult now. I'm sorry, that's just where we are.
Well, that's also why I want to try and, if anything, help be a diplomat and accommodate this fracturing and infighting on the right. We have to determine where it is that we go, because let's call it 15
Yeah, the
million illegal
infighting
aliens
is horrible on the right
under the
right
Biden
now.
term. We could not survive one more term of that in this country.
No.
So the only way you say, they're all the same. No. Immigration alone. There is a stark contrast. You have one more term of a Biden-Harris type approach, a Gavin Newsom type approach, you add amnesty to that and open up those borders, you lose this country forever. Then you are guaranteeing a civil war. It's just a matter of time.
Yeah.
That is what is going to happen. And I do not believe that the two sides are equivalent on the issue of border security and immigration. You can comment below. You can say I'm a paid shill. I think
they're not.
It is a stark contrast, and it's a very important one.
Mm-hmm.
That's a closed-handed issue for me. Oh, you're still here? And you're still
Yeah,
watching this on
it
YouTube?
sure is.
You've probably noticed something is missing by now. I'm not here.
Yeah, what? No crowd on YouTube? What are we doing with our lives? Oh,
Ladies and gentlemen, President Trump just dropped an absolutely massive surprise announcement that frankly has many of the United States' biggest adversaries absolutely scrambling. You see, as I'm sure you all know, numerous other countries around the world have pretty much been hell-bent on picking our country apart for decades now. They've been illegally invading our country, they've been flooding our country with deadly narcotics, and many of them have been engaging in economically predacious behavior, to say the least. But what if I told you that many of these countries have actually been intentionally flooding the United States of America with cheap agricultural products in order to deliberately destroy the American agricultural sector? Well, not only have they been doing this, but they've also been willingly losing money in the process, deliberately undercutting American farmers, ultimately trying to run them out of business. And the reason why is because what they want is a weak, dependent America, an America that can't even take care of itself, or in this case, feed itself. Now, to many of you, I'm sure this entire situation is going to sound
apparently China's owns a lot of land in the Midwest.
American manufacturing over the last 35 years.
Let's not be having.
We shipped all of our manufacturing jobs overseas. We became entirely dependent on foreign manufacturing, and ultimately, we became totally unable to manufacture anything for ourselves. And of course, in early 2021, just 4 years ago, we all saw just how catastrophic that dynamic really is. Remember all the shortages we had of medical supplies and toilet paper, for instance? Well, what did China say when we came knocking on their door asking for assistance in the middle of the pandemic? Pretty much, they told us to go kick rocks. Sorry, America, you're on your own. And so really, when you stop and think about it, this is an absolutely massive national security threat, which is why President Trump is not only actively trying to bring back American manufacturing, but now he's also trying to prevent some of these predatory foreign countries like China, for instance, from also hollowing out our agricultural sector as well. Which is why just earlier today, President Trump announced his brand new $12 billion plan to prevent this from happening. Take a look.
I'm delighted to announce this afternoon that the United States will be taking a small portion of the hundreds of billions of dollars we receive in tariffs. We are making a lot of money from countries that took advantage of us for years. They took advantage of us like nobody's ever seen. Our deficits are way down because of tariffs. I guess because of the election, because without the election you wouldn't have tariffs. You'd be sitting here losing your shirt. But we're taking in billions. We're really taking in trillions of dollars, if you think about it, Scott, because the real number is, you know, when you think of all the money being poured into the country for new auto plants and all of the other things, AI. So what we're doing is we're taking a relatively small portion of that, and we're going to be giving and providing it to the farmers in economic assistance. And we love our farmers, and as you know, the farmers like me, because you know, based on voting trends, you could call it voting trends or anything else, but they're great people. They're the backbone of our country.
And of course, our farmers really are the backbone of our country. Which is why, as we said earlier, our agricultural sector has been specifically and deliberately targeted by numerous hostile nations. Because ultimately, what they want to do is destroy our capacity to take care of ourselves here in the United States of America, even at the most basic level, like growing food. And now, to give you guys a better idea of really exactly what's been going on, I've got another clip I want you all to take a look at. But first, I do want to say real fast that if you folks enjoy the daily news updates, please consider subscribing to the channel because it really does help a ton. But okay, check this out.
But us in the South are really struggling. I mean, this is not just a crisis. I would say it's almost a market dynamics that really are true anti-competitive nature, right? So it follows what you sent out this weekend. And we do believe that countries are dumping rice into this country today. We've never seen imports this great.
Which countries?
India, Thailand, even China into Puerto Rico. Puerto Rico used to be one of the largest markets for U.S. rice. We haven't shipped rice into Puerto Rico in years. So this has been happening for years. This didn't start during your administration, but unfortunately, we're seeing it in a much bigger way now. The tariffs are working, but we need to double down because
you want more. I mean,
well, they're cheating, right? They're they're just subsidizing and then
India. Tell me about India. Why is India allowed to do that? They have to pay tariffs. Do they have an exemption on rice?
No, sir. We're still working on their trade deal. So
yeah, but they should be dumping. I mean, I heard that from others. So you can't do that.
There's a WTO case against India
now. Give me the countries, if you could. Go ahead. India. Who else?
So India.
Mark it down. What'd you say?
Yes, sir.
India, Thailand, China into Puerto Rico, not into the continental U.S., but into Puerto Rico. Those are the main culprits.
So Puerto Rico used to do a lot of business, and now you
100%. Puerto Rico was U.S. based.
All right.
And
so
now
easy to settle.
And just like that, the problem is settled. Ladies and gentlemen, that is why we love President Trump. But as that lovely woman said, foreign adversarial nations have literally been dumping their cheap agricultural goods into our country for not just one, but really for two curious reasons. Yes, of course, they are trying to make money by dumping all of their agricultural products into the United States of America, but also I can't help but notice that all of these product dumping nations are also members of BRICS. Which is, of course, by the way, a hostile economic bloc that is ultimately aimed at undermining the US dollar and also really undermining the entire United States of America as well. And so, as of today, President Trump is now not only sticking up for American farmers, but also American national security. Take a look.
Farmers are an indispensable national asset, part of the backbone of America. I've always felt it so strongly. They're so important. Unfortunately, under sleepy Joe Biden, he's a sleepy guy, our farmers were crushed by the worst inflation in modern history and crippling restrictions on energy, water, and countless other necessities for farmers. And what they did to the farmer in terms of putting the brakes on was just absolutely unacceptable. In my first term, we had an agricultural trade surplus by a lot. We had a big surplus, meaning that we were exporting American agricultural products all over the world, making a net profit, and in many cases, a very substantial profit. He came in and ruined it. Biden turned that surplus into a gaping agricultural deficit that continues to this day, but we're knocking it down. It's starting to go very good. In fact, China, as you know, is buying a tremendous amount of soybeans, and the number, I spoke with President Xi recently, very recently, and I think he's going to do even more than he promised to do. So I think the relationship is a very good one. I think he's going to do more than he promised to do, and what he promised to do is a lot. So we're very happy with that.
And so, folks, because of President Trump's deal-making with this entire situation, now China, who is, by the way, perhaps our single most adversarial nation, is now making brand new purchase agreements. And so, ladies and gentlemen, I just have to say, it is such a breath of fresh air to finally have a president who actually understands what national security really means. And to be a little bit more specific here, national security means shutting down our southern border, bringing back American manufacturing, and also putting the American agricultural industry first.
Needs to happen. Max, watch that. Looks good.
Hey guys, welcome to the Liberal Hive Mind, a channel solely focused on exposing the abundant hypocrisy of the left. Here's your meme of the day, brought to you by 5mind.com. You know, it's really fascinating. It seems like we're almost caught in this death loop, this socialist revolution that's running on repeat over and over again. You know, I guess the question is, how many times until people learn their lesson? But nope, here we go again. You know, it's absolutely insane watching a city like New York City going in so quickly to run the exact same experiment over again. Somehow this time expecting a completely different result, a different ending. Mamdani is making some of the biggest moves yet since winning his election, and it's literally just a woke rerun, the same idiotic woke nonsense that got us here in the first place. That's what I mean by this woke death loop. Here we are with all of these new fancy socialist ideas, a new revolution for the people, as if we haven't tried this to extreme failure over and over again across the globe. Nope, we've got to do it again. New York City is off to a real rough start here, folks. Let me show you guys exactly how rough, but first, this video is brought to you guys by a sponsor, so let's play that clip. This video is brought to you by Raycon. Well, folks, part of my job is being chronically online, and of course, that means staying constantly plugged in. So whether I'm going for a walk or a bike ride or getting into some task at home, I like to stay tuned in to what's going on, listening to the news, the best podcasts, or my favorite music, of course, and that's where the Raycon Everyday Earbud Classics come in handy. I'm telling you guys, it's been years and I always keep these in my pocket. And of course, you know they're a long-time sponsor of the channel. Well, if you're looking for a holiday gift, these are it. And these are the latest upgraded model. You've got active noise cancellation that actually works, multi-point connectivity so you could pair two devices at once. Of course, they're super comfortable, they're ergonomic, the sound quality is fantastic, you've got touch controls, and all of it on a massive battery life of 32 hours with the charging case. I'm telling you, these things are awesome. They can go against any premium earbud. And the best part is, they're pretty much a fraction of the price. And it gets even better when you hear this. Here's the deal. The Everyday Earbud Classics are here with Raycon offering up to 20% off this holiday season. Simply click the link down below in the description or go to buyraycon.com/hivemind to save on Raycon audio products site-wide. Order by December 15th to guarantee delivery by Christmas because great gifts shouldn't show up late. Click the link. A huge thank you to Raycon. Now back to the video. Well, here we are. Mamdani's first order of business as apparent comrade mayor-elect, really hitting us with his top priorities list here. He now hits us with an order to stop Eric Adams' homelessness encampment sweeps.
Homeless encampments are going to be allowed under the Mamdani administration. The mayor-elect says he's going to halt a policy put in place by Mayor Eric Adams to break up those encampments. Adams instituted the policy not long after taking office when homeless people were being linked to crime. As a result, police were instructed to cite people for quality of life violations and break up the encampments.
Connecting those New Yorkers to housing, whether it's supportive housing, whether it's rental housing, whatever kind of housing it is. If you are not connecting homeless New Yorkers to the housing that they so desperately need, then you cannot deem anything you're doing to be a success.
Mamdani also says people will not be involuntarily committed except in the rarest of circumstances.
Of course, of course. Nothing says leftist utopia. We're all gonna live in a beautiful futuristic communist city like bringing back the homelessness tents. Let's bring back the tent cities. Nothing says utopia like Fentanyl Alley. Yeah, the priority here is not to clean the city. It's not to restore restore order. No, it's to re-enable homelessness on the streets. It's to hand over the sidewalks to the country's homeless drug users. Right back to the mindset of thinking that it's no problem if people are smoking crack at the same place where kids are getting picked up for school in their school bus. I mean, what a quick reversal, and how fast things moved. I mean, last election, the top issue in New York was crime and disorder. That's what all the polls were saying. We saw the homelessness, the no cash bail, the random assaults on the streets and in the subway, the Tren de Aragua gang members operating across New York City streets, cartel and gang infestation, human trafficking, drug trafficking, homelessness and despair across the city running rampant with absolutely no order or enforcement. It was an absolute woke disaster on the streets, and then boom, like a flash, apparently everybody, at least in Manhattan, just forgets. 2025 now rolls around, and here we go. Let's elect Zoran Mamdani. Let's put the homeless back on the streets. And now with the second order of business.
Last weekend, ICE attempted to raid Canal Street and detain our immigrant neighbors.
Yeah, they need to raid
As
it
mayor,
again.
I'll protect the rights of
Canal
every
Street,
single New
it's
Yorker,
horrible.
and that includes the more
From
than
what I've
3 million
seen from,
immigrants who call the
Nick
city their
Porter's.
home. But we can all stand up to ICE if you know your rights. If you encounter ICE, these are the things that every New Yorker should know. First, ICE cannot enter into private spaces like your home, school, or a private area of your workplace without a judicial warrant signed by a judge. That looks like this. If ICE does not have a judicial warrant signed by a judge, you have the right to say, I do not consent to entry, and the right to keep your door closed. Sometimes ICE will show you paperwork that looks like this and tell you that they have the right to arrest you. That is false. ICE is legally allowed to lie to you, but you have the right to remain silent. If you're being detained, you may always ask, am I free to go, repeatedly, until they answer you. You are legally allowed to film ICE, as long as you do not interfere with an arrest. It is important to remain calm during any interaction with ICE or law enforcement. Do not impede their investigation, resist arrest, or run. One last thing. New Yorkers have a constitutional right to protest, and when I'm mayor, we will protect that right. New York will always welcome immigrants, and I will fight each and every day to protect, support, and celebrate
welcome
our
legal immigrants.
Continuing this sanctuary city lunacy, and he presents his stance with so much courage, such a righteous tone as if he's doing the right thing. Meanwhile, what's he
What are you
actually doing?
doing?
He's
Hungry?
essentially supporting a policy that actively creates an underclass of people who are being trafficked, smuggled, exploited, and at the core operating all of it are the cartels and illegal labor networks, the fraudsters, the sex ring operations, the drug networks. We know exactly where these policies lead because the George Floyd BLM era pushed these policies in spades following Joe Biden's auto pen win in 2021. And it was an absolute unmitigated disaster across the nation. And after being led down this ruinous path by the incompetent nincompoop known as Joe Biden, you would think that people would have enough common sense to see all the damage that was caused and then alter their policy preferences accordingly. But no, instead, vote for the same damn thing. Round two. The problem, I guess, is also the remedy, right? Maybe a double negative will turn to a positive. No, of course not. We've seen this before. We know exactly how this ends. And so do the Democrats, by the way, which are panicking. I can pretty much guarantee you that. Just reading Stephanie Rule's body language and her interaction with Kathy Hochul in this clip.
Spent a whole lot of money, but I walk into my pharmacy and everything is on lockdown because of shoplifters. I'm not going in the subway. People don't feel safe in this town, so you may have done these things, but right now we're not feeling good. We're worried we could be San Francisco. We'll never be San Francisco.
Please don't let Mamdani turn us into San Francisco. Isn't that so funny? I thought San Francisco was a liberal utopia, a shining beacon at the top of the hill that the country should model itself after. I thought Democrat cities were the absolute best, and anything otherwise was Republican conspiracy theories and rhetoric. Yeah, obviously they know, and they're begging Kathy Hochul, please, we can't go back to this stuff. It ruined us in 2024, and well, I guess, too bad for them. It seems the beast that they created is now freaking consuming them. And that beast in this case is the New York City electorate that sent a very clear message. Let's run it back, but 2 times harder this time. This time, rather than communist undertones, it's full-blown communist overtones. No more of this crypto commie stuff. They're full-blown, baby. That's the beast the Democrats created, and now now it's staring them in the frickin' face. You know, I just have a feeling that in 2025, turning your city into a third world migrant hellscape, you know, it's just a kind of a hard sell. But I guess that's the Democrat Party's problem to deal with. And oh boy, is Mamdani off to the races. Anyways, that's what I got for you guys. Thanks for watching, and I'll see you on the next one.
Yeah. What is it? Hmm. I don't. Yeah, but probably only with you was the first time. Fuentes was on Pierce Morgan. Right. Should we? I forgot about that earlier. They did the live.
You're a New York Times reader, an NPR fan, a Daily Wire subscriber, or an avid consumer of all things Tucker Carlson. For several months now, there's been no avoiding the subject of Nick Fuentes. And let's be clear, the main reason you're hearing about him is because he's popular. A large number of people, especially young men, are interested in what he has to say. What that says about our society and our culture is the subject of ferocious debate.
I gotta go to the bathroom before we really get into this one. Be right back. Reese's. Best candy on earth. Reese's Cup. Alright, let's see what Pierce has to say about this Fuentes character. I actually enjoyed his Crowder interview. I listened to it a couple days ago. It wasn't bored. He actually interviews fairly well. His voice is just annoying to me.
Bait. For many people, it's a grave indictment of an insidious immorality. For others, he's a product of a culture which has turned on its own and left many young people feeling listless and bitter. He's either a litmus test for right-wing hypocrisy on free speech or a walking, talking manifestation of where the lines should be drawn. And a frankly preposterous amount of airtime has been spent on debating everything from his ideology to his sexuality and whether anyone should actually talk to him at all.
If I were writing a glossary entry on the Streisand effect, I wouldn't put a picture of her next to it. I would put a picture of Nick Fuentes.
They have opted to not do so when it comes to Nazis like Nick Fuentes.
Fuentes takes this guy apart brick by brick. It's a full takedown.
My concern is that people who are a bit more moderate are deeply alarmed by Nick Fuentes.
I was very happy to see that, like, Nick Fuentes really passed that test with flying colors.
That fragmentation is being caused purposefully by a splinter faction of people led by a young man named Nick Fuentes.
That's the war. Can you get the beef prices down? Not crazy things that Nick Fuentes or these other loons say on social media.
Well, it looks like all the screaming about Nick Fuentes on the internet is finally dying down a little bit.
So now we had on this guy,
you brought it back up.
guy, and never challenged him.
You should have Nick Fuentes on your show, and you could ask him questions about that.
The truth is, it doesn't make a lot of sense to spend all this time talking about Nick Fuentes, but not actually to Nick Fuentes. People who say you shouldn't give him a platform overlook the very obvious fact that he already has a platform of his own, which is often bigger than most of the people complaining. And he uses it to speak unchallenged to his many followers. It's on that basis that I've invited him to appear live and uncensored on my platform. And Nick Fuentes joins me now. Nick Fuentes, welcome to Uncensored.
Hi, great to be with you.
I don't know you. I don't think we've ever met. You can correct me if that's wrong. I know about you. I know that increasingly people are talking about you in a more mainstream environment than you may be used to. So for those who know nothing about Nick Fuentes, I want this to be an opportunity to get to the real person. I don't know who that person is, but I do want to use this opportunity to get there. I've seen you talk, as we prepared for this, in exchanges with people and on your show, saying you fear it's going to be very hostile, it's going to be an ambush, all those kind of things. I don't intend it to be overtly hostile. I don't intend to ambush you. I intend it to be an examination of what you said on the record, an examination of what you believe or what you say you believe, and an examination of what your rising popularity says about the state of the conservative movement in America. So those are my goals from this interview. What are your goals? Why are you doing it?
I thought it'd be interesting. And, you know, you've talked a lot about me on your show over the years, and this is the first time you actually extended the invitation. I think it might be the second, actually. I think we talked about doing it during A24 a few years ago, but you've talked a lot about me with the panel, and now you've extended the invitation to talk to me. And I think it'd be interesting for me to maybe clarify some positions and maybe get to know you a little better as well. So I'm looking forward to it.
There is a belief that you have two personas. There's one that you roll out now for podcasts and for shows like mine, where you come across as reasonable. And then there's your show on Rumble, where you often come across as having, you know, a very unreasonable view on things. This is what Coleman Hughes said about you.
Nick Fuentes knows exactly what he's doing. He is consciously playing this double game as part of a long-term strategy to become popular enough to take the reins of power, at which point he plans to pivot towards the extreme and unpopular policies that he advocates daily on Rumble.
So first of all, what is your response to that?
Well, first of all, I would say that Coleman Hughes is a propagandist. He works for the Free Press. which is run by Barry Weiss. So I think you have to consider the source. And Barry Weiss is a pro-Israel partisan. Free Press is just bought out by CBS for $150 million by Larry Ellison or his son David Ellison. And so I think that's coming from a particular point of view. We can't pretend like that's coming from a vacuum or from some fixed position. That's coming from a propaganda outlet that's in favor of Israel. That's first. But second, I would say he is right about the two personas. And I think that everybody understands this on some level. On my show, I make jokes and I use rhetoric and I'm hyperbolic because for a long time I had an audience that was small on these like dissident platforms. I was on D Live for many years. A lot of people don't even know what that is. And so I had a small following and we had sort of like an in-group sense of humor and memes and things like that. And you talk about it one way on a freewheeling live stream when I'm by myself and I'm ranting and we make jokes and we play devil's advocate. We play with different positions. But then when you sit down in an interview like this one and people ask me a good faith question, what do you actually believe? Well, then I clarify and I say, well, here I'm not joking. Here I'm not being hyperbolic. I'm not being rhetorical. I'll tell you precisely what I believe. As far as this idea that I'm going to get power and then turn into Hitler, that just sounds totally insane to me. I'll be honest. It just sounds insane.
Do you have aspirations for political power?
Not really. I think that if I wanted to run for office, I wouldn't say a lot of the things that I say. I don't know that a lot of people would vote for me. I tend to offend everybody, even a lot of people that like me. So no, I'm a truth teller. I like to tell the truth. I like to do my live stream.
Who is Nick Fuentes? Tell me about your upbringing. I know you grew up in the suburbs of Chicago. Tell me about your early years.
Or early how? Like my childhood or a little bit later?
Yeah, your childhood, yeah.
Well, I grew up in the suburbs of Chicago in LaGrange Park, as you say. My parents are ethnics. My father's half Mexican, half Irish. My mother's Italian. And they both came from a pretty rough upbringing themselves. They both were raised by single mothers, not because of divorce, but because both of their fathers had died. They endured a lot of dysfunction. And I think that's one of the reasons they came together and they related to each other and they wanted to create a normal upbringing for their children. They wanted to have a normal family life. And so they moved out to LaGrange Park away from the city and they raised me and my sister and really put us first. I think that's a big reason why I tend to have a lot of these family values or Christian values. My mother quit her job and stayed at home to raise us. And so I have a very close relationship with my parents, with my sister. We're a very tight family. And we grew up in a pretty idyllic town. And maybe we can sort of get into a conversation about politics from this. I loved my upbringing. My mom stayed at home. My dad was working. We're in a mostly white suburb in Chicago. I was maybe half Catholic, half Protestant. It was a baseball town. I played baseball for many years. In Chicago, we love our hot dogs. We have our baseball parade and get a hot dog. And so I love where I came from. I love the city. It's a working class city. I love the people here. They're very good, humble, down to earth, decent people. And I guess I had my political, not to jump ahead, but this is a big part of where my political awakening came from. I sort of left this bubble, if you could call it that. When I went to college in 2016, I went to Boston University. And I read a lot of things online and I realized the country does not look like LaGrange Park. It doesn't look like Western Springs or Hinsdale or Elmhurst. It looks very different. The country's undergoing a radical transformation because of immigration. And so I saw that and I said, this is not really a desirable change. I don't like the south side of Chicago or the west side or LA or certain parts of Boston as much as I like where I came from. And I guess that's what made me an American nationalist. I said, I want to preserve my home and the things that are familiar to me and the things I like about my home, what makes it America. So that's a little bit about my background. I don't know where you want to go with that, but that's kind of where I came from.
My first obvious question is, were your parents immigrants to the United States, or were their parents, or were their grandparents? In other words, at some stage, I presume there were immigrants in your family who came to the US. Is that correct?
There were. I believe my mother was 4th generation and my father was 3rd generation. So their ancestors came here on my mom's side in the 1860s, I believe, the first wave of Italian immigration. My father's ancestors, I think they came around at the turn of the century in 1900.
So your view of immigration, and we'll get to the specifics about your views on immigration, are they not affected at all by the fact that if it wasn't for immigration, you wouldn't exist as an American?
Well, I would certainly exist, but like you said, maybe not as an American. Certainly that's influenced in some measure. But I think that the kind of immigration that we had for a long time in the country, it's different than the immigration that we have now. And let's just say for openers, it's different immigrants. They're coming from a different place with a different culture, a different religion. It's not the same as it was. So first, you have a qualitative difference. My ancestors, for the most part, I have 3 European grandparents from Ireland and Italy, 1 from Mexico. They came from Europe. They came from a society where there's a common ancestry, there's a common religion, common civilization. The people that have come in since 65, since Hart-Celler, they're coming from China, India, the Northern Triangle, Mexico, Venezuela. And so first, they're just different people. Secondly, it's a quantitative difference. There's way more, and it's an unceasing, always increasing wave. For the first 3 or 4 waves of immigration, you would have a major influx of immigrants and then it would stop. And then you'd have another wave and then it would stop. This one, it just keeps going up for 35 years and it's too many. So that's really where I would draw the distinction between maybe where I originate from. I would even just simply call that immigration. What this is an invasion. It's a completely different policy.
But you mentioned,
can't even call it the same thing.
You mentioned Mexico in that list, and your father is half Mexican. So,
yeah,
I mean, by your criteria, part of the invasion would include your father, presumably, and his immediate descendants who came from Mexico.
Not really true, because when my father's ancestors came here, it was a small fraction of the total immigrants that came from Mexico. I don't believe that we should have 0 immigrants forever, or even 0 immigrants from non-white countries. But you have to draw the distinction. My father's father, he was here in the 40s and 50s. It was his parents, or I believe either his parents or grandparents, that came here even earlier. Up until 1965, 90% of the immigrants were coming from Europe. I have no problem with that. If we have 10% of them coming from Mexico or Latin America, maybe that's reasonable, but that's not what it is now. Now you've got 10 million illegals in 4 years under Joe Biden. El Salvador, and it's so many with no break for assimilation, and they're all from non-white countries. It's transforming what America is. And again, that's the distinction. That's what makes it unacceptable.
I always believe everybody is a product of their environment. Right? I've interviewed thousands of people. Maybe 3,000, 4,000, 5,000 people from all different walks of life. But the one common theme I would say is everyone's a product of their environment. And I was reading some stuff about you in the last few days. There was an episode of your podcast where you talked about your father, Bill Fuentes, and how he wouldn't take the family, including you, to certain restaurants because he believed they were associated with African Americans. We would be deciding where to go to eat, you said. What are we going to do for dinner tonight? It was a running joke. Me and my sister would say Applebee's, and my dad would say we would never eat at Applebee's. Not in a million years should you be caught dead, Fuentes said about Applebee's. Go to a different
lights off.
restaurant, a local restaurant. No Applebee's, no Red Lobster. That is commonly known as black fare. And you also shared another story about your family and restaurants. Said, before me and my sister were born, my family had a saying about Olive Garden that contains the N-word that we're not allowed to say. So my question, based on that anecdote that you say on your own podcast, is do you think you grew up in a racist environment, that your father was inherently racist, and that thought process moved to you?
Well, I would say it's a new low. I've been attacked for being a racist many times, but to attack my father, to attack my parents based on anecdotes, I would say that's sort of a new low.
Hang on, it's your anecdote.
Yeah, but he's not here to defend himself.
You are.
And my parents are.
You told the story.
And I will. And I'll
I'm not
defend
trying
them.
to
I'll
ambush
defend
you. As I
them.
said at the start, Nick, to be clear.
No, it's not an ambush.
Nick,
but
to be clear,
I think
I'm
everybody
not
understands.
ambushing you. I'm literally reading an anecdote that you revealed on your podcast. It's you that's put it in the public domain.
I know.
I'm simply asking you whether my assessment of that, which is that your father didn't want to take you to certain restaurants because of what you refer to as, they were commonly known as black fare, whether that attitude to African Americans in that instance permeated to you. It's a reasonable question.
Yeah, no, like I said, I think everybody knows what that is, but I'll address it. I'll engage with it, and I'll defend my father from the charge of racism.
Sure.
No, my parents are not racist, and they've never been racist. I'll tell you about my parents. They used to have a school in Chicago in the South Loop where they instructed people on how to shoot firearms. It was a security school, and most of the clients were black. And I believe actually one of their clients was Larry Hoover's son at one point, sort of a funny story. And so most of their clients would come in from the South side of Chicago. My grandmother, she grew up in the projects in the city. And so my family being in Chicago, being ethnics, being Italian, Irish, Mexican, and the West Side on Taylor Street, all over the city. My family for many generations have lived near and around black people. And look, my views about black people and their views about black people are shaped with experiences with black people. And what they will tell you, what my parents would say if they were here, is that for many, many years, the older generations of black people were very respectful, very humble, very decent. In fact, my grandma used to have an anecdote. She grew up in a lot of dysfunction. Her mother was mentally ill, and they would be having dinner in the projects, and there'd be so much chaos and dysfunction and disagreement and fighting. And she would look across the way out the window at a black family in the other apartment, and they'd be holding hands around the table saying grace. And this is sort of the culture that used to prevail. But now what you have in the city is that there's no accountability for the black people. And now Chicago has become a complete dump because these teenagers go out and they take over the city. They call them teen takeovers. That's the euphemism for it. They're teenagers, but they all come from the same neighborhood. They drive up there and they mug people and attack people, and they destroy cars and destroy shops. We had the Festival of Lights a couple of weeks ago. It's supposed to be a family event, and they light up the trees, and they, there's a big parade. I was in the parade one year, and you had a bunch of black people there shooting each other. 7 people shot, a 14-year-old killed in the Magnificent Mile. And I know there's a lot of black people that feel the same way about this. They say, we've lost control of the city and we're looking for accountability. We have a lot of black people that are always outraged about racism, outraged about attitudes from white people, but they're never ashamed of some of these behaviors, never ashamed of some of the things that go on. And that's why I think there's a lot of negative attitudes these days. And so, again, I think those attitudes, you say I'm a product of my environment. I am. And so are my parents and my grandparents. Unlike you, because you're not even American, in Chicago, we have to live in a big, diverse city where there's a lot of different kinds of people. And I think anybody in Chicago will tell you the same.
I live in London. It's one of the biggest and most diverse cities in the world.
But it's not the same.
Well, actually, it's a big, diverse city. The only difference is we don't have the gun violence because we don't have guns. That's a whole different story. I don't want to get into that with you. I have got into that before in America.
You got a knife problem. You got sword problems.
We have problems with
Aladdin.
We have problems with violent crime. I make no pretense of it. So the idea that somehow I'm cosseted in London because I'm not in Chicago.
I didn't say that.
Well, you kind of implied it. But I guess my point about the environment, I'm not saying you are a product of your environment. I'm saying most people are in some capacity. When I read that anecdote, which just to remind you, it's not something I have put out there. You told this story, right? And you said that
you said this. We're looping. You said this already.
But you haven't really directly, I think, responded to it, which is whether your father would not take you to certain restaurant chains because he associated them with black Americans. Is that true?
No. Well. See here, if you're in America, you would say that Olive Garden is not real Italian food. Applebee's, TGI Fridays, this stuff is a load of crap. My dad was just a food snob, but no, it's got nothing to do with that. My best friend in first grade was a black guy. We're not a racist family. So
okay, so when you told the story, I'm just curious. So when you told that anecdote, which clearly on the face of it is racist,
right? You're basically saying your father made racist decisions about where you would go as a family to eat. Are you saying, well, I'm just going to ask you a question. Are you saying that when you told that story, you didn't mean to infer that he was racist? And do you understand why when somebody like me reads that anecdote for the first time, as I did this week, I reach a different conclusion?
Well, I understand what you're doing, which is a sort of making of a murderer. How did he become racist? Well, his father didn't eat at Olive Garden because he said that's not real Italian food. Hang on, can I? What's with the interruptions? Can I explain?
I'm literally reminding you of something you said on your show, which led me to conclude a certain thing. If I'm wrong, tell me.
Yeah, it was said in jest as a humorous anecdote, and now you're trying to spin it into a narrative, which is his parents are racist. He comes from a long line of racists.
Steven Crowder's, I noticed as well. It's a joke. It's all a joke. I always say it in jest. There's always truth behind a joke. And saying that doesn't make it better, honestly.
And I think everybody knows my parents are boomers.
Mm-hmm.
And these people come, well, you're a boomer, I guess, too, in a way,
60.
right? You were born in
60.
19? Yeah, so you're a boomer also. Or maybe you're a Gen Xer. I suppose it's sort of on the cusp. But it's a humorous anecdote. These are kind of the attitudes of baby boomers in society, but you're trying to spin it into a narrative, which is you're a product of your environment. Your dad's racist because of this joke. Now you're a racist. And I don't think that's a fair characterization.
Okay. People can make their own minds up. They can go back and listen to you say it. I mean, the beauty of what I'm going to talk to you about in this interview is that almost all of it is just going to be reminding you what you have said and asking you what you meant. Your position about that story.
He's not a good person, in my opinion. Very sneaky.
Is that it was a joke, okay? I want to come to something else you said. This is where you talk about Jews, women, and blacks. Let's just take a listen.
They're always coming up with, no, it's not the Jews. No, it's not women. No, it's not blacks. It's actually really complicated. No, it fucking isn't at all. Jews are running society. Women need to shut the fuck up. Blacks need to be imprisoned for the most part. And we would live in paradise. It's that simple.
Okay. Would you like to clarify what you meant there?
That's all true. That's 100% true. Everything I said in that clip is true.
Including that blacks need to be imprisoned for the most part.
Yeah. Yes.
But all of them?
No, for the most part.
What does the most part mean? What percentage of American blacks would you like to see in prison?
Whatever the percentages of the murderers. I think it's 1 in 20 black men will commit a murder in their lifetime. So maybe let's say that, 5%.
Oh, so you're talking about black people who murder people?
Yeah. Oh, absolutely. Yeah.
But you didn't say that. You just said blacks need to be imprisoned for the most part. You didn't clarify that you were talking about black murder.
The ones that commit crimes, because there's a high percentage of criminal. I mean, what is it? 60-70% of crimes committed by people are black. And a lot of them are out on bail or out on warning, parole, whatever, that have committed crimes. No, those ones that have committed crimes should probably be jailed up for life.
Murderers.
Right. No, you're right. That's a good addition to that. That's a great point.
Do you think it's funny, or?
I do. I think it's hilarious. I think it's totally true.
Do you think a black American would find it funny? You think that blacks should be imprisoned for the most part?
Blacks are my biggest fans. I get high fives all the time. They say, Nick Fuentes, I love your show. They agree with me. And you want to know why? Here's the difference. Black people are the most victimized by other black people. You think black people want to live in the hood and the ghetto and get shot all the time? That's what happens in the south side of Chicago. You should come here. I'll take you there. We could go to Garfield Park.
My son went to Chicago University for a year, actually, several years ago.
Yeah, that's a bubble. That's a bubble. You think you're in Chicago and Hyde Park? You don't know Chicago. Go a little bit west, see what it's like over there. And I'll tell you, black people agree with me because they're tired of it too. And maybe not most of them, but a lot of them agree with what I say about that because they know how it is. That's why the first thing they do when they make a little bit of money is they go and leave to another neighborhood.
Okay, so what was just remind me again, the percentage of black men who commit murder in America. What was the percentage you gave me?
It's 1 in 20.
Bring light to this. This is going to be an ambush. Then you can tell Pierce is trying to set it up for a racial ambush. He has been, but I already kind of think Fuentes is semi-racist, semi-anti-Semitic. Like, he says things in jest, as he says, but you know he's serious about 80% of it. The stuff he weaves in between what he's not serious about, he is serious about. And that's why you need to be careful of him.
20, 1 in 20.
It's 1 in 100.
No, it's 1 in 20.
No. Less than 1 in 100 black US men commit murder. That's the most up-to-date crime statistics in America.
That's not true. I've seen other statistics. They say 1 in 20 will eventually commit a murder.
So your rate means that you're saying that 5 times as many black men commit murder as the official crime statistics say.
Yeah, there's a report, I believe, on X by Data Hazard. I'll have to go and double check that for you. But yes, there's some pretty shocking evidence that says that it's far more alarming than you would think.
Okay, but you would accept that the official crime statistics are 1 in 100, or you wouldn't accept that statistic?
I don't know. I don't have it in front of me, but I've seen other evidence. Like I said, Data Hazard on X, I believe, produced a report about a year ago. It said 1 in 20. But, I mean, whether it's 1 in 20 or 1 in 100, that's a lot of people, Piers. I mean,
sure,
this is
a lot of white
problem.
people commit murder too. Well, they do, don't they?
Okay, but it's about proportionality. I mean, white people are 65% of the population. Blacks are 13%. And I think anybody would tell you that more black people proportionally commit violent crime than white people. And people vote with their feet. People would rather pay a much higher property tax.
Most mass
shootings. What's with the interruptions?
I'm sorry.
Thank you. I appreciate that. You know, you look at in Chicago, in New York, these neighborhoods are so stratified. People would rather pay a high tax rate. They'd rather pay a much higher property value to live in a less diverse, less black neighborhood because they don't want to live around the violence. And I think that when you look at even on the public transit, the subway, the blue line, you know, people don't want to go there because they know who occupies and menaces the public transit. It is these people like Daniel Penny had to deal with. It's people like Irina Zarutska had to deal with. And that's just the uncomfortable reality.
You've also said you don't want to live near black people. Let's take a listen to this clip.
I'm a new generation of white person. I'm not living around blacks. Sorry. You know, I want white kids, and I don't want my white kids bringing home black people to marry. It's racial for me. And call me racist. Oh, very Christian of you. I don't give a fuck.
I mean, it couldn't be clearer, really, unless you want to say that's another of your jokes. But you're basically saying, yeah, I'm a racist, aren't you?
Yeah, I'm fine with that.
You're fine with saying you're a racist?
Totally. I think everybody's racist. I think everybody, if we're being honest, is racist. I think everybody, the only people that aren't racist or pretend not to be are white people to their detriment. Everybody else is racist.
But earlier in the interview, you really got aggrieved at the idea that your father was a racist. You wanted to make emphatically sure.
My father's...
He's not.
Because my father doesn't share my same views on that.
So he's the exception to the everyone's a racist.
Well, everybody's a little bit racist. You're right. So maybe everybody... The difference is you're attacking my father. You know, he could get fired from his job.
I'm not attacking your father.
You are.
No, I'm not. I don't know your father. And to be clear, I have no knowledge about him at all
Well, then let's leave him out of it. Let's leave him out of it if you don't know him.
Hang on, Nick. You put that story into the public domain on your show. I'm simply reminding you of what you told everybody, millions of people, about your father. If you now want to retract it, fine. If you want to say it was a joke, which is what your position was earlier, fine. But I'm allowed to put to you things you've said publicly. That's not unfair. That's not me targeting your father. You put that story about him out there.
You know what you're doing. You know what you're doing.
I'm asking you about a pretty shocking anecdote, which to me looked like you were saying your father made decisions about where you as a family would eat based on skin color of people who worked at these places. If you say, or use them, if you say that is not what you meant, that's fine. You can respond any way you like. But the idea I can't ask you about it without you saying I'm attacking your father is ridiculous.
Well, you are, and you know what you're doing. And there's a political culture in America where if you have the wrong views, you get fired from your job. And my father has a job. And if you go on here and say, you charge him with racism or something, and I'm put in a position where I don't look like I'm sticking to my guns if I don't say my father's a racist, you're putting him in jeopardy, and he's not here to defend himself or explain his views. And it's very low, and I think you know exactly what you're doing, and people can see what you're doing. I'll defend my views, and I think that, you know, so let's leave him out of it. Let's just not talk about my father, because my father isn't here. I'm here.
Okay, well,
I'll
then do you
defend
accept
my
that you
views,
shouldn't
and I'll
talk?
defend
Okay,
the anecdote.
listen, that's fine. But then do you accept you shouldn't talk about
Father like that? I don't like that Pierce did that. But I mean, he did put it out on the internet. He didn't want the question to be raised of your upbringing and certain things. You shouldn't have put it on the internet.
about your father on your show, and you shouldn't tell.
Absolutely not. Absolutely
so
not.
It's fine for you to put a story out there which would make most people who listened to that story or watched it at the time on your show conclude that he was racist. It's fine for you to do that, but if I then ask you about it, I'm the one who's being unfair and I've crossed a line. Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, you're
That's
being
fine.
malicious.
Okay, that's fine. That's fine. Listen, people are watching this live. They can draw their own conclusions about whether what I just
And they
did.
will.
Yeah, and I'm sure afterwards, by the way, you'll say, he ambushed me.
I was while watching this reporter the BD, then I got arrested. Catholic, but then for being celibate. Yeah, I had to kind of stump Pierce. Nick not being offended by being called a racist really stumped Pierce. Just because I'm black and I've changed the batteries of my smoked alarm just to watch this.
Me with your own own words.
Whoa.
With your own words.
That's a little presumptuous. I'm not going to say it's an ambush, but I think that's a low blow. And I think you know what you're doing, and that's fine. You're a tabloid journalist. I expected that. I don't think it's an ambush because I knew it would be like this. And people will see what you're doing, and I think they'll say it's low. But as far as you want to talk about racism,
I do.
Let's talk about racism.
Okay,
Let's leave my dad out of it.
Look, you've admitted you're a racist, correct?
Yes, 100%.
Okay.
Own it.
Okay, that's fine. You're perfectly entitled in a free democratic society to stare down the barrel of his camera and tell me you're a racist. People can judge you accordingly. Many people who have assumed that you're a racist will now have heard it from your own lips. That's fine.
There you go.
That's the point. The point of this interview is to go over the things you've said, which have led people to reach conclusions about you, and to ascertain whether those conclusions are fair and reasonable or not. That's it.
Thank
so I want
you.
to play you another clip. This is what you talk about why white people are justified in being racist. Let's take a listen to this.
First, white people are every single bit justified in being racist. Every single bit justified, to the extent that that means going out of your way to avoid black people when you see them.
You stand by
Absolutely.
that?
Absolutely. Absolutely.
statistically speaking,
So
you're
white people should go out of their way to
more
avoid black
likely
people when
to
they
get
see them.
assaulted or harmed
Absolutely.
by
They would be wise.
Why?
a person. But yeah, racism.
Because it's a
something to
lose-lose
be-
proposition. If you're Irina Zarutska and you don't walk the other way, you get stabbed to death and you die. If you're somebody else and you walk on the subway,
that's the case,
and you stand near a black person or something, maybe it's fine. It's a lose-lose proposition. So no, I think that white people have been beaten into submission, that we're afraid to tell the truth about it. And the truth is that when you go into these major cities like New York or Chicago, I believe she was in North Carolina, there is a menace, which is young, black, adolescent men. They're extremely violent. And we have been told that we have to pretend like they are every other person. We have to be colorblind to that. And we're supposed to go and be in the midst of all this danger. And I think that at this point, it's gotten out of control. You look at the BLM movement, they said that the reason that black people, are violent, or the reason there's crime, is because of police brutality, redlining, or all these other things. They said we need to get rid of the police. We need to defund them. And a lot of cities did. A lot of cities like Chicago, for example, the police changed the rules of engagement. They don't chase them. It's not a felony if you steal a certain amount of merchandise. They won't chase them on foot. And now the city's totally up for grabs. And now, whether you're in the Gold Coast or whether you're on the Mag Mile or you're in the worst neighborhoods in the city, you might get shot, you might get mugged, someone might run up on you. And I tell my followers, it is better to be perceived as racist or racist and walk the other way and maybe keep your life than to say, I'm a good anti-racist. I don't mind that this person's making me uncomfortable. Maybe he's looking a little froggy. I'm going to sit down because I'm a good person and get stabbed, mugged, whatever. And by the way, this is a strategy. They call it the friendly stranger. There's a crew of them. They do this in Chicago. They stand outside bars, black people. They approach strangers. It's a robbery crew. And they pretend to be a friendly stranger, and then they mug them. And stupid white people say, oh, hi, yeah, nice to meet you. You know, they grin, they laugh, they put up with the nonsense, and then they get mugged, or worse. Sometimes they get executed. And so as a white person,
how do you feel about mass shootings at school?
I think they're bad.
Who do you think commits the vast majority of the mass shootings?
I'm sure it's white people.
Right. So how do you feel about that?
I think that white people do more antisocial violence. I think black people participate in more gang violence. I think that's the difference.
What's the difference to the victims?
There's no difference to the victim, but it's a different kind of crime, and it's a different proportion also. Do you know what percentage of white people are school shooters?
I know that the vast majority of mass shootings in schools in America this century were perpetrated by young white men. And
yeah, but the mass shootings in the city streets by gangs every day, like it's disproportionate. Like, you have so much gang violence and so much mass shootings from African American young men or gang members or whatever, that like it seriously outnumbers, it crazily outnumbers the mass shootings that happen in schools or like by these antisocial crazy trans people or nutsed out white men or whatever. Like, it's a disproportionate.
And what proportion
I'm curious.
What proportion?
I'm curious whether your advice would be to people who have kids in these schools.
Is my mic working? What proportion?
Should they avoid white people at school? Should people with the kids at school avoid young white men at school?
No.
Okay.
Do you know what per capita means? Do you know proportionality? There are more black people proportionally that engage in violent crime or are involved in gangs, especially in these major cities, than there are white people that are school shooters compared to the entire white population. And everybody understands that.
Two-thirds of mass shootings at school perpetrated by white people.
But what proportion of white men commit school shootings? That's the question.
I've just told you. It's 60-65% of school shootings by white people.
You're telling me what proportion of school shootings are committed by white people. I'm saying what proportion of white people have committed school shootings. Are you playing dumb, or are you just not that
what
smart?
difference does
What's
that
the
make
difference?
to the children lying dead on the ground?
See, now you want to jump on the victims. The difference is you're asking, would you fear white people or black people? And that's the difference. The difference
I'm
is
not. What I'm saying
of
to you is, by your logic, if we now have agreed that the vast majority of mass shootings in schools are committed by white people and predominantly young white men, then presumably your advice would be to avoid young white men because they perpetrate these massacres. But it won't be because they're white, right?
So are you playing dumb, or are you actually dumb?
Maybe
it's
I'm
about
dumb.
proportionality.
Maybe I'm dumb.
You are because you're, well, I don't think you are dumb. I think you're smart, actually, but you're deliberately avoiding per capita. And everybody knows that's the difference. What proportion of white men are school shooters? It's probably 0.00001%. What proportion of black men have committed violent crimes? It's probably like 5%. I don't know what it is off the top of my head, but it's very high. And I would add to that, even as it concerns schools, why do you think parents pay a super high property tax to live in a school district where there's white people? Because they know that if they go to the black school, it's going to be the Bloods and the Crips. It's going to be gangs. It's going to be, you talk about school shootings. Nobody talks about all the school shootings that are committed by gangbangers in and around the school and all the other violence that's associated with that. I mean, these schools in the south side of Chicago, it's just not livable.
I have an answer for you, Nick. So the proportion of the population.
This was going to be a little bit of a nasty interview, huh? I'm not trying to side with Fuentes at all. He's definitely racist, smug, and evil. But Pierce, that was a loaded question.
Who carry out mass shootings is actually the same for black and white.
For white people, the proportion of
the proportion
again,
of the
are
population.
you hearing it? No.
See,
What's
I think the trouble with your
proportion?
statistics is a lot of them don't bear much scrutiny. We have a bunch of fact checkers checking all this in real time because you do have a tendency to just come out with a lot of old baloney. And when you say, well, it's true. And when you're confronted with reality, you don't like it.
What's the figure? What proportion of white people have committed school shootings? With white people as the denominator and white people that have committed school shootings as the numerator, what's that percentage?
For both black and whites, the proportion of the population who carry out mass shootings generally is about the same.
No. Tell me the number, and then
the only focus of your attention is the black shootings, the black crime. You don't want to live around black people. You want to avoid black people. You don't want interracial marriages or relationships that may produce black people. And yet, when I point out to you that there are many parts of crime in America where actually there's a majority of white people that perpetrate them, you don't care. You don't have any interest in that. It doesn't exercise your mind. Maybe because you don't.
No one's buying
you don't
this.
have
This
kids.
argument lost.
So this is a highly Googled question right now. Capita. White. $84. Thank you. Yeah. Shootings, 5% are white. 95% male. Workplace, schools. Rifle, shotguns. Handguns are the big ones, yeah. There's a cluster in Vegas. Yeah, but they don't have a per capita, I don't think. No, it's out of all the white people, how, like, what's the ratio basically of white people that have committed school shootings? Like, yeah, and maybe it's 2 times a year. So that's like 1 in 1 million or 2 in 1 million or something like that. Do they have the per capita? Mostly mentally ill people on top of it all. 6% occurred in schools. Copycat. Weird. Racial demographics at K-12 schools with gunfire incidents. 67% majority minority schools. Majority white is 30%. Every day, 125 people in the United States are killed with guns. Twice as many are shot, wounded, and countless others are impacted by acts of gun violence. No. Oh, yeah, are killed with guns, yeah. The murder rate has gone down because it's easier to get a hold of 911. Everybody has a cell phone now. So first responders are able to act quicker and save lives. So even though cell phones sometimes can be a detriment to society, they do one good thing, and that's keep people alive at times.
No one is buying this. Everybody understands per capita, and people can even see what you race ahead and say, well, we're comparing the proportion of white and black school shooters. I said, no, compare the proportion of school shooters that are white versus violent criminals that are black, because that was the basis of the monologue, is that you're very likely, if you encounter black people or a young black man in the city, that you're going to be the victim of a violent crime, of a robbery, a mugging, a car theft, a carjacking, or a murder. That's the difference. And it's about proportionality. And everybody sees past that because we all live in reality. You want to talk about product of your environment. People that live in New York, Chicago, LA, we live in reality. We live in this environment and we see what it's like.
I guess we could just do per capita violent crime by race. Doesn't put crutch.
Like, and the threat, the danger in terms of probability is not, it's not even comparable. And I would add, I would say this to your point. If you're in a high school and truly, if you see a white person who looks like a little autistic, he's got the SSRI stare and he reaches for a backpack, people joke and say, run. Similarly, if you see a jalopy pulling up with a bunch of black people in it and they got their pants around the ankles, you're going to run also. And I'm saying the same thing. The difference is the latter happens much more often. It's much more common. You know, in Chicago, there's like 10,000 carjackings and car thefts every day. It's in the thousands. It happens all the time. How many mass shootings committed by autistic SSRI white people? I don't even know. I mean, it's probably in the single digits in the last decade in this city. That's the difference, and everybody knows that. But you're really just trying to carry water for liberal ideology. It's an ideological position.
I'm really not. I can absolutely say, yes, there is way too much black on black crime, for example, involving guns in Chicago.
And black on white also.
Yes, but there is way too much gun violence in Chicago, right? I mean, it's indisputable. I've got no problem saying that. The difference is I don't then lead myself into a thought process where I have to avoid all black people in case they shoot me. And you've already conceded that you are a racist. So when people hear you then say, I don't want to be living anywhere near black people, they already have heard you say, I'm a racist, so they assume you're doing that because of people's skin color. I don't think you would probably dispute that, right?
Well, you're separating two different things. The monologue, when I said I don't want to live around black people, that was after Irina Zarutska got shot. And it's true. I mean, they are a largely in this city, in Chicago, the South Side, the West Side, huge criminal population, and I don't want to live anywhere near it. And I do. I want to live in a white neighborhood. I think that that's extremely desirable, and I think even
Nick,
black people do.
Nick, you're perfectly entitled to that view. But when you have obviously prefaced all this by saying, I am a racist, unashamedly, then people will assume that all your thought processes about all of these issues are driven by an aversion to people based on their skin color, which is the purest personification of racism.
Well, it's not an aversion. I would say it's the opposite. I like my own people. My own people are familiar to me, and I think that's true across the board. I think that people seek out other people that are like themselves, and every other group does this.
Mass shootings is actually the same. Hispanic, of course.
Yep. Vocal about things that are not talking points, really. I mean, yeah, there's statistics. Like thugs. There's nothing wrong with avoiding people that look thuggish or criminal. But it's not only black people that look that way. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Or black stay-at-home moms. Black stay-at-home moms. Mm-hmm. Yeah, they're just people you don't want to be around. I don't want to be in the ghetto because it's not taken care of. there's less respect for anything. Yep. He's saying it in a racist way. Mm-hmm. Yep. Mm-hmm. He's doing it on purpose. He's a rage bait podcaster. That's how he gets his viewers. By rage baiting them.
It's a race. It's called Hispanic.
Mm-hmm.
It's a mix between two races. It's a mix between indigenous Americans
It's not white,
and
though,
Europeans.
is it? It's not white.
Well, you're apparently you're more of a racial purist than me. You got like
Not
a
really.
one-drop
You just
rule
keep
thing
saying you
going.
only want to live
Kind
in a
of.
white neighborhood, but you're literally from a mixed race background yourself. You've literally
and I
got
live in
Mexican blood.
I know, and I live in a non-white neighborhood too. I'm trying to get out of here though, but I'm trying to get out. But here's the thing.
Do you have any
As I was
non-white? Do you have any non-white friends? Genuine question.
Most of my friends are non-white. Most of my friends are not, and non-white people love my show because they respect the honesty.
How many of your friends are black?
Many of them, like at least a dozen.
Wow.
Ye being one who you know, Sneeko being another who you also know.
Yeah. And so how do they feel when you say you just want to be away from any black people, walk away from them?
Well, you know what Ye told me? I'll tell you verbatim what he said. That it doesn't come from a place of, and you use the word aversion. That's the
That was a known edit. Holy cow, they cut it. Yeah. I'll tell you verbatim what he said. They didn't even try to make it less obvious. That can't go on YouTube.
the first thing I'll actually dispute.
Okay.
It's not an aversion on the basis of skin color, because that would seem to suggest it's like a stubborn, irrational bigotry. I don't consider myself a bigot. I consider myself a racial realist. I'm realistic about how the races are, and I speak provocatively about it. And I speak provocatively about our tribalistic instincts and tendencies as human beings. And I'm not a liberal ideologue that says that over time and with enough education, we're all going to see this great brotherhood where we're colorblind and everybody's the same. You know, I don't think that's ever going away. I think that race is real. It's not just skin deep. It matters to us and it matters to each other. And black people know that, and Hispanics know that, and Asians know that. And people like me that have partial Mexican ancestry, we know that too. And I think on that basis, we can have mutual respect and understanding, not aversion based on skin color.
The reason I use the word aversion is you literally said that you should walk the other way if you see black people. That is an aversion to black people based on their skin color.
No, that's called economy of information. That's economy of information. That's safety. And I said in the same monologue, if you watch it, it's like, I feel sorry. The problem is you clip the 10 seconds. I don't know if you watched the whole show, but in that monologue, I said, most black people are not violent or criminals. I said, and it's unfortunate that we're going to offend them when we turn and walk the other way. I said, but the problem is we don't know. We can't tell. And someone like Irina Zarutska, she sat down in front of a black man with her headphones in and wasn't paying attention because she was being a good liberal and said, I'm not uncomfortable by this. I'm progressive. Then she got stabbed in the neck. And I said, it's unfortunate that you would have to sit behind the black man to be safe. And if he's not violent or schizophrenic, he might be offended by that. I said, but I would rather offend him than die.
How many deranged white men have committed atrocious acts of murder in the last 10 years in America?
Proportionally, far fewer.
But how many?
Fewer.
How many? Do you know how many?
You have a research team. You pull it up.
I mean, you're very big
on.
You're obviously extremely exercised by that one story, which was horrific for the record. Absolutely horrific. and should never have happened. The person who perpetrated that evil act had a string of previous offenses and should have been picked up more, and it should have been amplified more. I completely concur with all of that. But I just suspect you have no idea how many white people have committed similar crimes, do you?
No, because I know it's far fewer from experience. Because it's like you said. Well, and hang on. And I would add to that, you know, Irina Zarutska wasn't the first one. That was also after Austin Metcalf was killed in Texas.
Sure.
After
But
Carmelo
how many
Anthony
times has it
stabbed
been
him in the neck.
perpetrated by white people?
Well, hang on. Let me finish my point.
But you're
And then not
implying that
only
white
did-
people don't do this. And my point to you, Nick Fuentes, is of course,
Oh, I never said white people don't do
Of course,
it.
deranged white people commit heinous acts. But you don't either know.
No disagreement.
You neither know nor care, or maybe both. Maybe you do know but don't care. You only seem to be focused on black people who commit crimes. And again, if you hadn't prefaced the whole debate about racism by openly conceding you are a racist, I could read other connotations into what you've been saying. But once you've said, I'm a racist, and then you only talk about black crime, I think people can watch this and they can say, yeah, he's a racist. And everything that he says about crime is driven through the prism of being a racist who judges people according to their skin color.
Well, it's funny because it's quite on the contrary. And I said this in a similar monologue. You know, the problem is not that I wake up and I walk down the street and I see someone that doesn't look like me and it makes me angry. The problem is there's a pattern of behavior, which we've all seen. Blacks in America have become narcissistic, and they become narcissistic because they've been told they're victims of racism, they're victims of slavery. They've been told, really, there's no accountability. If they're rude, if they're inconsiderate, if they're criminal, they are told that they have no agency for their actions. They're being told, if you act in this way, it's because the white man made you that way. It's because the system's rigged against you. And so we have been telling black people this for a generation, and now there's no rules. Now they go, and what we hate to see as decent people, not even as white people, but decent people, even black people too, what we hate to see is rudeness, obnoxiousness, inconsideration, criminality, violence. And that's that pattern of behavior that we see all over social media, on
So
the
just to
body
be clear,
cam footage,
you
on cops.
don't like black people who play the victim and are rude. Is that your position?
I don't like that pattern of behavior.
And who are narcissists?
I see where this is going.
Yeah,
Are you
ahead
going
of
to
me.
turn this around on me?
You're ahead of me, aren't you? Because when I said,
Very clever.
what black friends have you got? You said,
I am kind of black, aren't I?
No, not that. You said,
Oh, yeah,
I'm not
also.
saying you. I'm just saying your choice of black friend is Ye, who is arguably the #1 black victimhood narcissist in America. Do you understand the problem? So he's your friend. He's one of the very few black people you want to be associated with, but he's the epitome of what you just said you abhor about narcissistic black people.
I disagree. I disagree with you, and I'll tell you why. Because Ye, if you've ever met him in real life,
I have, yeah.
Okay, well then you know he's nothing but polite, considerate.
Actually, he was very rude to me the last 2 times I interviewed him. He's a supreme narcissist, and he's also.
You keep interrupting me. You're very rude. Are you black?
I
Because you're being very
apologize.
rude by
I
interrupting me right
apologize
now.
to you.
I'm giving you a hard time, but I
okay,
I
you're
do
not
want to
giving me a
finish
hard
my
time.
point. I do want to finish my point about Ye. He is a guy who, when I was with him, wanted to make sure that everybody was heard. Everybody felt included. He's actually a very soft-spoken guy, very polite. And by the way, not violent. When you look at all the rappers that are in the music game, many of them, especially from Chicago, drill rap, they're talking about killing people, shooting people.
You keep him around me. Are you black? I shouldn't be laughing at that. You don't care how he looks in society. And unfortunately, there are going to be more people like him. Yeah. Very, very anti-Semitic. Yes, it's getting very okay to. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Well, they gangbang.
Yep. He's celibate. You forgot to grab me a soda. Yeah, I asked you while you're getting ice cream. That's okay. I have tea. I said no brush.
He notably, if you know about him, he got his start because he was a nerd. He wore a backpack and a polo, and he wasn't a gangbanger. He rapped about his feelings and girls and his dreams and his ambitions. So, no, and by the way, he would tell me all the time, he doesn't even feel black. They make him feel not black because he doesn't do those things, because he's soft-spoken, because he's artistic, because he's a bit of a nerd or likes fashion. So I would disagree. He's actually not like that at all.
Okay.
Well, we're talking
he's also a Hitler-loving anti-Semite. And we're going to take a little commercial break here, and we're going to come back and talk about anti-Semitism and your views about Jewish people, and indeed what Yair said about the same subject matter. Angel Studios are back with a new must-see documentary. Filmmaker arms race with China and claims about history's biggest public health cover-up. It's not a right-wing film or a left-wing film. It's a film about transparency, which is something we should all care about. First pulls over documents and interrogates scientists, intelligence professionals, and whistleblowers. It's being described as Oppenheimer meets Outbreak. And if you've ever wondered what really happens behind closed doors, you'll want to see it. Angel Studios is /peers. Become a member, stream Thank You Dr. Fauci, and be part of the conversation demanding truth and accountability. Okay, back with Nick Fuentes. Let's just turn to anti-Semitism. In your interview with Stephen Crowder last week, you answered emphatically that you don't hate all Jews. Is that correct? That's your position?
Yes.
Okay. So I want to play you this clip.
Well, I don't hate any Jews. Let me just amend that. I don't hate any Jews.
Okay. Okay. Let's play this clip.
The reason I've had it is because my opposition to world Jewry and Israel is rooted in absolute, uncontestable fact. We have the truth on our side. That's why we're winning. Because we are telling the truth about the historical antagonism between Jews and Europeans, between Jews and Christians, the theological, historical, racial, cultural, and political antagonisms between organized Jewry and the Christians, organized Jewry and Europeans. And the reason that we are winning that argument is because it's real. It's true. I can prove it. I can show you. I can name the names. I can show you the paper trail, the money. That is why we're winning. That is why all of this is raising the consciousness.
When you say you have this opposition to world Jewry, I mean, it's one thing to criticize, for example, the Israeli government over what it's been doing in Gaza. I've done that myself. When you talk about world Jewry, I presume you're talking about the 15 million Jews in the world, and you are opposed to them. How does that square with your position that you don't hate any Jews?
Well, do you take issue with my use of the term world Jewry?
Well, what do you mean by that?
Or do you take issue with it? Do you have a problem with that?
Clarify what you mean by it.
Well, it's funny you bring that up. The gaslighting's crazy because I use that expression on my show all the time. I say organized Jewry, world Jewry. And do you know that for like 30 years, the World Jewish Congress has an annual keynote called the State of World Jewry? Barry Weiss has given it. You can look it up. It's on YouTube. She gives the State of World Jewry address.
But Nick, what do you mean by it?
I mean, you have to talk about, there's a concept of Jewish peoplehood. It's the sense that they are part of a common nationality, a common tribe, a common people. And so where they reside in Israel, the United States, or Europe, or elsewhere.
We're going to skip past this because we already know he's kind of screwed up on his Israeli views. Nick Fuentes feels sorry for or Candace Owens.
You're a paid up hire of the government. Is that true?
No.
100. You've never worked for the government in any capacity.
I've never talked to federal law enforcement. And actually, I've testified to that fact under oath when I was subpoenaed by the Congress. People leave that part out, but I got subpoenaed, I think, in January 2022, I think it was. And I was deposed by the subcommittee, the House Select Subcommittee, on January 6th. And they asked me, did you speak with any federal law enforcement? And under oath, I said, no, I've never had contact with them. I've never turned over devices. So no, absolutely not.
There's been footage that's come out again this week. This is you at the January the 6th riots. Let's take a look.
It appears we are taking the Capitol back. Keep marching and don't relent, never relent. Break down the barriers and disregard the police. This Capitol belongs to us. The police are evacuating the Capitol. Politicians throws wrath, scurry out of the people's house.
So you're heard there shouting down your loud hailer, break down the barriers and disregard the police. The Capitol belongs to us now. What did you mean by that?
I think it's pretty self-explanatory. The Capitol belongs to the people.
Disregard the police. So you don't support law and order?
No, I support law and order. But on that day, the police were brutal. The police killed somebody, Ashley Babbitt. And, they were throwing people off of the rafters. They killed multiple people. So
when disregarding the police is the first step to anarchy, isn't it?
Well, I think the first step to anarchy is when the government rigs the election, which is what happened. That is when the government loses its legitimacy, and its enforcers, consequently, do also.
Well,
that's exactly what happened in 2020.
There is no evidence the government rigged the election. You know that. You're a bright guy.
Well, let's talk about it. You want to talk about the election of 2020?
Yeah. I think Trump lost it fair and square. I think he fought the wrong argument about the stolen election. I've said to him, to his face,
I agree.
The argument he should have said is that the deliberate suppression of things like the Hunter Biden laptop scandal from the media, by social media, by big tech, was actually a deliberate attempt to subvert the result of the election. And that's a much better argument because it's undeniable. When the New York Post that had that exclusive were basically shadow banned off all social media.
Investigating the fraud more, and we definitely know a lot more. I mean, 600,000 fraudulent votes this year so far. And when you're looking at like these small time elections, a lot of fraudulent people voting. You only need like a couple hundred, like 100 or so votes to sway some of these elections. So that's an issue in these off-year elections when it's not presidential or like large elections.
Media for the 2 weeks before the election, that was an absolute disgrace. And if I was Donald Trump, I would focus on that as being my main argument that election was slanted against him. When he goes off into saying that there was widespread rigging and voter systems were wrong, and we've litigated all this now through various court cases. Various Republican judges have ruled there was no rigging of that kind. In fact, the American election system is accepted by most people around the world as being one of the best in the world, one of the most reliable. So I just think he fought the wrong argument. If he said the deliberate suppression of damaging stories to the Bidens, which could have swung the election, was outrageous and unacceptable, I'm 100% behind him. But by building this spurious argument that it was all rigged through voting systems and so on, he lost me.
Well, I agree about the voting systems, but when they went into the machines, I think that was ridiculous. However, what has to be accounted for is that in 2016, 35% of the votes were cast by mail. By 2020, it was 7.
I wanted to hear about Candace and how he feels sorry for
To him when you were sitting opposite him.
Well, when I was sitting opposite him at the dinner and in the interview, he was nothing but nice. He was very nice to me and very cordial, and he didn't call me an anti-Semite, and he didn't even press me on it at all. And I thought he would, and I almost wanted him to. He was nothing but nice, and we had a great time. We had a really great dinner, really great interview, and I felt really good about it. And the next week on my show, I said, he really surprised me. He's great. And then every interview he's done since, all he does is call me an anti-Semite. He goes, well, I hate his anti-Semitism, and, I wonder why people like him. And so I just think that's two-faced. So after that experience, it kind of turned me off. I didn't like that, but he's going to do what he's going to do. He's still a nice guy, but I think he's two-faced.
What about Candace Owens? You had a sit down with her. She called you out on a few of your more incendiary comments. You've been attacking her quite virulently recently. What's going on there?
Well, it's me and her. We're so complicated. We're on and off. It's very passionate on both sides. I think there's this intense desire to be friends, but a frustration where we disagree with each other. There's a rivalry. But I thought we were going to have a friendly conversation, and then she kind of did the same thing. We're going to go on a show during the war with Iran. We're literally in the middle of a war. And she texted me the day before the United States bombed Fordo. And she said, would you like to come on my show? I said, absolutely. I said, is this going to be about Iran? She goes, I don't do setups. I said, yeah, let's do it. I come on the show, and then she's like got this weird hostile demeanor. She's doing the clip thing. Then she puts it behind a paywall. It was ridiculous. So that really was not nice. And then I think this whole Charlie Kirk thing, I think she's gone insane. I think she's absolutely lost her mind.
Agree with him on that.
So I feel sorry for her husband.
What did you feel when Charlie Kirk was assassinated? Where were you when you heard about it?
I was at my house, and a friend of mine who was actually at the event texted me and said, Charlie got shot. I said, who? He said, Charlie Kirk. I said, oh my gosh, that's terrible. And honestly, it was devastating. I didn't like Charlie Kirk at all, and we had an intense rivalry, and he hated me. But honest to God, I was devastated. I was emotionally affected by it. I didn't even do a show that night because I was beside myself. So it was rough. I mean, it was hard to watch.
When you say you were beside yourself, I mean, you hated him.
I don't hate anybody. I didn't hate him, but I really didn't like him. I intensely disliked him, and I didn't agree with him.
He called you vermin, didn't he?
He did. Yeah, he hated me also.
But you were still beside yourself when you heard what happened to him.
I was. I thought it was disgusting what was done to him, and it was tragic, and it was horrifying.
Do you fear an attack like that on yourself? Have you upped your own security because of this? Because your profile's got exponentially higher since what happened to Charlie Kirk.
I have increased my security, and but something similar like that happened to me. Someone came to my house with a gun about a year ago, almost exactly, trying to kill me, and he was shot and killed in my alleyway. So I've had increased security for a while. It's a bad time out there, and I do believe it was a left-wing person that killed him. I think it was a left-wing person that tried to kill me. So yeah, I take it very seriously.
Elon Musk said on his X platform that you're a Fed. You're a paid up.
All right. Last 2 minutes. Let's see. Nick Fuentes on how the interview went and how the Pope condemns him. How he will feel if the Pope condemns him.
Sort of anticipated that you would make some choices about how you wanted it to go, and I was fine with it. So I thought it was terrific.
As a Catholic, you're probably aware the Jerusalem Post has recently called on the Pope to openly condemn you. Would it matter to you if the Pope did? He's an American Pope, obviously.
It would be very disheartening, yes.
Why?
Because he's our spiritual leader. He's the head of the church. He's the vicar of Christ. So if he condemned me, that would be very disheartening. And it would depend upon what he would say exactly. But yeah, I wouldn't like that. I wouldn't like that
If
at
he
all.
condemned you because you've openly admitted to being a racist on this show?
Oh, you know, this racist, I would be disappointed if he said that, because I think that word racist, it means something different to everybody. And so I think that's just silly. I think that's just semantic.
Have you ever been in love in your life?
No, like romantically, no.
Yeah, never.
No.
Do you think that's part of the problem?
What's the problem?
Why you are the way you are.
Oh, and what's the way I am? What are you trying to say?
I've given people 2 hours of the way you are. You're unashamed about a lot of it.
I don't think I have a problem. I think I'm cheerful, boisterous. Look, unlike you, I'm willing to be a little provocative. Well, I guess you're willing to be provocative, but I'm willing to be very provocative, and I'm a free thinker. And I don't like to be tone policed. I don't like to be told about, you know, people are going to tone police and play moral cop about you can't make this joke or you can't make this statement. And I think that's just about being intellectually open. I'm a believer in openness, and I like ideas.
I completely agree. I think you should be perfectly free to express yourself exactly how you see fit. My problem is how you see fit with some of the things that you say. And we've been through a lot of them. And I think people who don't know you very well will have been shocked in parts and surprised in other parts. But in totality, they can see you for what you are. I think we've got a lot nearer to what the real Nick Fuentes is in the last 2 hours than we probably have seen from your other recent interviews. Would you agree?
No, I mean, the clip thing, we've done the clip thing. We've all seen the clip show. Everyone's seen the clips. You think you're the first one to do the ADL rap sheet. So here you said this, and then here you said that. I've been playing that game for 10 years. So this is honestly more of the same, to tell you the truth.
Nick Fuentes, I appreciate you coming on Uncensored. Thank you very much.
Thank you for having me.
He is dummy.
Well, my thanks to Nick Fuentes, and my thanks to the hundreds of thousands of you watching this special live episode of Piers Morgan Uncensored. As I said during the interview, I think it was firm but fair, but you can all make up your own minds. If you like what you do, please like and subscribe the channel so that we can keep doing it. I'm back tomorrow. Until then, whatever you're up to, keep it uncensored.
Let's check out this comment section. He's not being offended by being called racist really stumped Pierce. It sure did. Piers is 100% left and everything but this crazy trans ideology. Either. Yeah, Pierce is always obsessed with labeling his guest for sure. Car in the hood, black, yeah. Pierce playing Nick's greatest hits, and Nick sitting back like Kobe watching his own highlights. Yeah, mic working. Yeah, Pierce didn't understand the per capita at all. His only goal is to have the appearance of truth. Pierce couldn't care less about the actual truth. Very true. No, he knows. Yeah. People, I think, definitely do overestimate how intelligent Pierce is. I think he's just the face. He's become the face of the BBC. Pierce tends to be when he's already made his mind on something. Yeah, he can be mind numbing. Very mind numbing. Watch a boomer struggle to understand Ed Lord is so cold. Sensor needs a rebrand. How about Piers Morgan out of touch? Watch a boomer trying to understand basic logic and concepts like per capita is incredible. Welcome to the Piers Morgan censored show. Pierce was just bad faith. Yeah, bad faith. Being racist and proud is not. Yeah. Yeah, Pierce was doing a bunch of guys. I do agree. I get it. Laugh at the norms and all guys, but here's your morality. Where do you draw from your reasoning and thought? See, would you be in fear and avoid them, or would you be a good neighbor and welcome them? Good question. Pierce fact checks team plus ChatGPT plus prepared talking points versus Nick's brain. After the COVID fiasco, him saying he has a fact check team made everything he said on void. You're looking for is null and void. Yeah. It's more than all of Pierce's team preparations. Unbelievable. Nick Fuentes is the future. I don't think we want him to be the future, honestly. Stop Gardner Velociraptors to watch this. Oh gosh. Morgan left the studio and immediately crossed the street to avoid a black person. That got me. Comparing himself to the average person like he always does. He gets out of a limo only to step onto a private jet. Yeah. No, he went to this high dollar restaurant afterwards, probably. Spent $300 on wine and food. Yeah. The Streamer Awards leak. What?
This is actually crazy. Streamer Awards behind the scenes leak. What? Talks about what Ty Lil wanted to do to Fan.
I see them down there and I hear the guy take the mic about if you're going to tell a joke, at least make it funny. And then we went to an intermission. I go down to the bathroom. As I walk in the bathroom, I hear somebody come in and go, yo, fuck that bitch. Well, I'll fucking knock her fucking teeth out. How's she going to suck with no teeth? Man, fuck that.
What the
context?
What?
Hi, Sinat. You broke the record for the most expensive haircut and the least educational university. And also, congrats on your new documentary with 50 Cent. That was you, right?
If you all gonna be on the mic, now turn this mic, now turn this shit on. Turn this shit on. If you all gonna be on the mic making jokes, at least let it be funny. If you all gonna be on the mic making jokes, at least let it be funny.
Here. Do you want to do a joke?
No. And I was like, oh my God. And then he started saying some shit about, I don't want to repeat it, about some things that are assault.
I wonder.
Wise that he's going to do. This dude's in the bathroom talking about he's going to straight up beat the shit out of her and do some horrible things to her. And I was coming out of the bathroom and I was like, yo, man, are you okay? Like, you good? And he looked at me like this. And his friend goes, man, he's just from New York. And then they both left.
Just from New York.
He's just from New York. Oh, okay.
I thought it was a bit, but then in the bathroom, this dude's straight up talking about how he wants to beat her up, like break her teeth in, and like, and then like, you know, obviously saying some shit, talking about beating the shit, like actually physically beating her, and then moved on to like actual SA with her. And I'm like, dude, this is.
I would have never guessed. What? No way.
I gotta look out for her. You know what I mean? Like, some people take shit too far.
The thing is that once somebody reveals themselves to be a person like this, eventually they will be violent towards somebody or aggressive to somebody. The dude wasn't going to do shit because he couldn't, not because he didn't want to. Cutie crying at the end about building bridges between communities. Yeah, this is really bad. I'm going to be real. Like, this is crazy.
Guys, I'm not joking. The organizer of the Streamer Awards, Cutie Cinderella, just said this in the dude's chat.
Cutie Cinderella! I have bad news for the haters. Talia will have a seat every year. Clock that T.
She said this literally 30 minutes before the leak. It's over.
Whoosh. But it's 57 minutes. Yeah, his Trump's approval rating was in the gutter for a little bit. Zelensky hugs UK Prime Minister Starmer as Ukraine peace plans. Talks continue. Relief package for farmers as Arkansas leaders welcome aid. Rebecca Slaughter sued. Oh yeah. Correction. U.S. versus Russia and Poland.
Gentlemen, do you want to see what my payouts would be? I have it open. Here are a few of them right here. So I could play PUBG for 1 hour and make $3,000. I could play Ark Knights Infield for 1 hour and make $3,000. I could play Where Winds Meet. You know, that video game. So actually, you know what they should do? Who's the company that makes this game? So I've got 345 hours in the game. Let's go ahead and just 345 times 3,000. It looks like they owe me about $1 million. I didn't do the math. I'm just saying that's the way it is. Gentlemen, do you want to see what my payouts would be? I have it open. Here are a few of them right here. So I could play PUBG for 1.
What site is that? I think that's just Twitch. Twitch monetization. It's a $3,000 max payout. And it doesn't start till the 10th. I'd play it. Let's see. What do we want to go to next? What do we do? Lindsay Sterling, League of Legends, Wild Rift. Oh, that's a few years ago.
Welcome back, my friends. Last week I made a video for you, American volunteers fighting for the Ukrainian International Legion or 3rd Assault Brigade or Azov, newly created international company or battalion. Well, you guys liked that video a lot and I have more footage, so today we're gonna watch more American fighters or volunteers fighting for the Ukrainian International Legion or Army, whichever unit they have chosen. By the way, the most newly created Ukrainian international unit comes from Azov. They created an international battalion and Kyiv Independent made immediately.
Azov Brigade had a bad name at the beginning of this whole Ukraine-Russia war, known as one of their racist Nazified units, but it's really rebranded a lot. It technically wasn't that to begin with, I guess. I don't know.
A report about it, and it's perfect because there's two different American Marines there, one of which was outside of the military for 10 years when the war started and rejoined not the American military, but the Ukrainian one. He brought his own whole
some of these guys were
experience,
with
and now he's teaching that to
Foreign
the
Legion,
Azov
French
fighters.
Foreign Legion.
Let's watch it. This guy, his name is Uno, and I love him. He's
Uno.
so cool. Uno could be an Estonian
He's
name,
pretty
but
awesome.
I'm guessing they
He wears
use
an
it
eye
in
patch
America.
sometimes too.
Also,
misfire. So I fire.
infantry officer.
Detonate. Maybe me. Headphones. Будь ласка. Суньте справа, що ти вистрілиш.
23-year-old Uno fits the classic image of a US Marine. But since early 2022, he has been fighting for another country's flag.
So he's 23. Honestly, looks older, behaves
Yeah, he does
older.
look
You know,
older.
war ages you. Training ages you. I like this man a lot. And I think he's gonna give you a lot of reasons to like him also when he speaks.
After years of service with the International Legion across the front line, Uno was looking for a new challenge. And when Ukraine's legendary Azov Brigade announced the formation of an international battalion, the timing couldn't have been better.
Dumb ways to die. If I die, I was very scared. It wasn't instant. I was in a lot of pain. And this isn't what I love doing. I have a lot of regrets.
First of all, I love the humor in any situation. I love dark humor, any kind of humor. If I get into a bad situation in life, make fun about it. I love humor. Massive plus points here. You cannot survive any war if you don't have humor. He's like a pure breed American for me. Look at that, shoots an RPG, thumbs up. I mean, nothing, no words. This is just very American experience right here. And they bring that to Ukraine. I love that.
I think I always wanted to be a soldier. My dad was in the army, and my grandfather had fought in World War II, Korea, and Vietnam. And so, like, it was just kind of built into me. It was in my blood, per se. Everybody in my family kind of knew what was coming as I got older. And then
very much a Rambo vibe with the heads. How do you call this, bandana or whatever it is, with the Ukrainian flag. Also, grandfather fought World War II, Korea, Vietnam. What the hell? And then the father was in the army, I'm guessing for decades. I don't know, but looking at the temperament and the way he holds himself, comes from a military lineage. And that's a very common thing in America. Not so much in Europe though. But in America, I hear there are these generational military families. Grandfather, father, sometimes mother even, or sometimes both parents in the army, and the daughter or son, they also enlist Marines or Army or Navy or Air Force. It's different in Europe. Us Europeans, sometimes it's difficult to understand. What do you mean, a military lineage? What do you mean? But that's in America, it's different.
I called my sisters when I got out of the Marines, and I was like, hey, I want to talk to you guys about something. They're like, you're going to Ukraine. And I was like, lucky guess. I think everybody just kind of expects this of me. Like, nobody's really even afraid for me back home. Like, everybody just kind of knows.
Look at this man. Would you say he's 23? I wouldn't.
I'm off doing me. Specifically for Azov, I wouldn't fight anywhere else. Their emphasis on the preservation of life for their soldiers is so huge. Like, if one of us is wounded, which has happened, you know, one guy's wounded, like, the entire brigade's artillery kicks in. The entire brigade's EW kicks on and starts knocking out every drone. I've got random Ukrainian infantrymen sprinting from random tree lines and trenches, like, help, like, grab the casualty, and they're like, us, and they start carrying him because we're tired. You know, like, that kind of support and brotherhood I don't think can be found in any foreign, like, these guys don't know us.
That's what they say about the Azov brigade, and now it's made into a bigger unit. They have that brotherhood, they have that unity. They also have that in 3rd Brigade, and their heritage is connected also, and the 3rd Brigade, by the way. But yeah, you don't really find that in most units, but definitely in Azov.
You know, this is our first mission or whatever, you know, like, we're a first mission in this AO. And they're willing to die and expose themselves to enemy fire and drones for us just because we wear the Azov cloth, just because we have the title backed in our name. And I don't know that you can find that anywhere else in the army here. I think some people are meant for this life, like predestined for it, preordained. And
we can find some more Andrew Wilson debates. I was really enjoying that one we were watching earlier. Avoid the whatever podcast if we can. Necessarily want to clip spurring liberal loses its mind Epstein debate.
When Andrew Wilson sits down, neither of these two guys know what hit them.
Why are you calling him a fascist then, Luke?
if you're not prepared to defend it.
Luke Beasley has no idea what fascism actually means.
You call him that, Luke. Why do you call him that unless you can defend it?
He is called in the media a fascist over and over and over again for 10 years.
And he calls him that.
And the vast majority of people who throw this word around do not know what it actually means.
Anti-democratic, whatever label you use. I just don't care about
getting that bogged down. Can you defend that he's a fascist or not, Luke?
I absolutely have had that discussion a bunch of times.
That's not what I asked you. Can you repeat my question?
He's going to try and avoid it and say, look, let's not get bogged down in definitions.
We can debate that particular label. I've noticed when I've watched past debates among MAGA folks, the benefit, or at least what they seem to thrive off of, is getting real into the weeds on a particular semantic debate. That's less relevant to me than going through the specifics of why I might call him that.
In order to analyze whether what he did falls under fascism, we have to know what fascism means.
So when you go, Trump's a fascist, yeah, it's very important that you clarify exactly what that means, why it means that, what the historic standard is that you're providing against
that. But I'm saying that debate is an interesting one. I've had it a bunch of times.
Okay, if you've debated it a number of times, surely you understand what the word means.
You can't defend what he does, so then you try to distract from that with just really abstract label discussions.
Andrew points out definitions are important, especially if you are going to weaponize the term.
Hang on, Luke. Semantics are super important to a debate for a reason. It's so that we have clarity in what we're actually talking about.
He's going to do what most people do and claim, well, fascism is just rejecting democracy.
Yeah, one of the key tenets is rejecting democratic principles and the democratic process.
According to who?
According to every single fascism scholar ever and the definition.
This is what stupid people sound like when they don't have a response. Well, just every scholar ever, every definition ever has said this.
I'm asking, according to who?
Yeah, sure, read it.
Yeah, go ahead.
So they pull up a Wikipedia article.
Far right, authoritative. No. Pull up Giovanni Gentile.
Andrew Wilson is not pointing this out to defend fascism. He's pointing this out to expose that Luke Beasley has no idea what he's talking about. He's actually going to the source, Giovanni Gentile, which actually disproves exactly what Luke is saying here.
The fascist state, on the other hand, is a popular state, and, in that sense, a democratic state par excellence.
And this guy does a really good breakdown, if you want to check it out, tracing it all the way back to the ancient Greeks, the evolution of the philosophy.
Its philosophy, actual idealism, developed by Giovanni Gentile, said that man is a spiritual, communal being who shapes reality in his mind.
There are other things to disagree with in this original definition, and most people do not know this.
Gentile? I thought it was Gentile. When did we cite him? I'm sorry. Is reading a Wikipedia article proof of your position?
The word fascism itself means trade unionism, syndicalism, and fascism is defined as the totalitarian, cooperative, and ethical state. The final collectivist synthesis of nationalism, syndicalism, and actualism.
I'm opposed to collectivism myself. That's where I diverge with it. The fasci, this bundle of sticks that cannot be broken together.
According to Marx, the individual as such is not real. Only the social individual is real.
What the Nazis did was different than the original philosophy of fascism.
When you say Trump's a fascist, I think that's hyperbole.
Would you?
Because I don't think you actually think he's a fascist. I think that you just think fascism means authoritarianism. You don't even know what the fuck it is. You don't care about it.
People throw around this definition of fascism when really they're talking about Nazism.
I think you're actually using hyperbole when you're talking about fascism in general. So when Trump uses it, when Trump uses hyperbole, when Trump is speaking this way, Trump bad. When you're speaking this way, that's fine.
And he's trying to point out the hypocrisy because they are engaging in the same thing. They are using hyperbole when they throw around the term fascism. Hyperbole would be tweeting something about Jimmy Kimmel and how you think he has no talent. You should fire him. He sucks. Versus, I'm going to use the office of the president to force Jimmy Kimmel off of the airwaves, which we can logically prove he did not do. How? Because Jimmy Kimmel is still on the airwaves.
Is it good or bad to threaten the media based on my principles, which value democracy?
What do you mean threaten the media? So Trump has repeatedly called for investigations into reporters, into media outlets. He believes that the business licenses of ABC and CBS, MSNBC, he says, should be pulled. I mean, you don't see these sorts of threats from the Democratic Party.
Really? We don't? What about Facebook with Mark Zuckerberg? He came out and confirmed all this. What about censorship around COVID? And Andrew's going to point all of these things out. When it comes to crypto, there's a lot of potential, but do your research. I've seen the best results from just dollar cost averaging, not trying to make big moves. Rather than trying to time your buys, do a recurring buy at a low amount that's affordable. Don't over leverage, be responsible, do your own research, because I still think there's a lot of potential, and that's where crypto.com comes in. Trump Media just signed a massive $6.4 billion deal with Yorkville Acquisition Corp and crypto.com, which is a crypto platform trusted by millions of users worldwide. They're teaming up to acquire up to $6.4 billion in CRO to establish America's first CRO treasury. Trump Media Group CRO strategy. Once complete, this new company will be the largest publicly traded CRO holder out there. Head to crypto.com today and be a part of this move. That's crypto.com. We still have a lot of potential upside, I think, in my opinion, but do your own research. Don't over leverage yourself. Like in all things, you need to be responsible, though.
Has Trump actually done that?
Are threats not bad?
First of all, hyperbole isn't a threat. That's one.
The Trump administration reached out to Twitter to ask them to remove a tweet by Chrissy Teigen, John Legend's wife, because she called him a pussy-ass bitch.
And I don't even know if this is true, but let's just assume that it is true. Okay, fine. Yes, that's kind of a silly thing to do, but is that the government forcing them?
Yeah, sure. So let's say someone in the Trump administration or even Trump himself is like, hey, can you take this tweet down? I don't like it. It hurts my feelings, right? Fine. You can condemn it. You can say, it's an abuse of power or something like this. Seems like a kind of vague abuse of power. But there's a distinction when Facebook is being contacted by the Biden administration to tell them to censor all anti-COVID vaccination information, period.
What Andrew's describing actually has ramifications. The stakes are higher. It's actually controlling a narrative.
Again, though, when you're talking about narrative building from the Justice Department, contacting Facebook itself, trying to construct a narrative, how much more fascistic can you get, authoritarianism can you get, then there's a counter narrative out here about COVID. There's a counter narrative here about some of the therapeutics. And by the way, Zuckerberg has since said some of the things that they were saying on the counter side were true. And they were asking us to take these things down. And we complied.
This guy has no option but to concede this. He says, okay, yeah, if that's true, I would agree with you, but we don't have any evidence of that. Andrew points out, well, what about Mark Zuckerberg confirming it?
This is now narrative building. This is, I want you, this ginormous media outlet, to build the narrative that my administration wants. And I'm going to use the coercive power of my office to do it. There's a distinction, I think, between that and I don't like this tweet, take it down.
So, again, if that's exactly what happened, I'd probably be inclined to agree, but there's no evidence of that. That number one, it was
just Zuckerberg saying it.
Suddenly now, there is a difference between hyperbole and action.
It depends very much on the nature of the engagement between the government and Facebook. Again, if they threaten Facebook, if you don't take this down, there will be consequences or something like that, besides just requests or even strong requests.
Now, there's a difference between strong requests and actual action from the government. He's actually exposing his own hypocrisy.
Yeah.
As opposed to the President of the United States, the most powerful man in the world, pressuring a social media company because a celebrity insulted him.
Yeah,
that is indefensibly stupid.
Okay.
So it's indefensible if he pressures a celebrity. Okay, by that logic, would it be indefensible if a president suppressed a counter narrative to COVID? Which one has higher stakes?
Does he command a cult of personality? These are factual questions.
Does he threaten? Does that? So this is not. I'm not going to make a whataboutism. I'm going to say, okay, let's start from that presumption that would make Trump a fascist. That would also make Obama or Biden or Kamala much the same.
Which we can discuss, which is false.
And throughout this entire exchange, Andrew has just knocked down every example they have tried to provide to justify the use of this term, fascism.
You can't sit on your shows and say, this guy's a fascist, he's an authoritarian, he's a dictator, he's a threat to democracy, and then give us nothing.
Neither of these guys know any of this. They cannot begin to even describe Destiny has met his match with Andrew Wilson here, and he knows it.
Hello, Destiny.
He looks far more unsettled than he usually does.
Can you define fascism?
I would say the two big points for fascism would be ultranationalism and authoritarianism.
That was his mistake right there, because that's not an adequate definition. It's far more complicated than that. So now Andrew Wilson has 2 points of attack.
Okay, what is authoritarianism?
I would say that authoritarianism is trying to centralize as much power in like a structural sense into one part of the government.
So all Andrew needs to do now is point out that centralized power does exist and will exist.
So then how is it that every part of the government which accrues more and more power to itself every single year aren't a bunch of fascists?
Because the government gaining power doesn't necessarily make it fascist. You could say there might be governmental overreach,
I'm
but
still not even sure what is fascist here, Destiny.
The problem here is that within the framework of the Founding Fathers, fascism cannot exist. They designed it specifically to prevent dictators.
What is fascism? So Giovanni Gentili, we have definitions of what fascism is.
So Giovanni Gentile was the leading thought leader, founder of fascism in Italy.
We have third partyists who are out there right now who are fascist. They claim Trump is a populist. Can you tell me why they're wrong and why you're right that he's a fascist?
Well, I would have to know their exact reasons for why they reject Trump being a fascist.
I would describe the definition as the authoritarian pursuit of national purity through force.
These are your claims,
I'm not
right?
claiming anything that those people said. I've given you my definition for fascist. I gave the 2 parts. I can explain them more if you
so
want.
let's start with ultra-authoritarian.
Why I said ultranationalist and authoritarian.
So now Andrew has another point of attack with ultranationalism.
What is ultranationalism?
So I think ultranationalism is when you engage in a hardcore protectionist ideology that usually involves shutting yourself out from the rest of the world. That could be in forms of international affairs like military conflicts, and it could be in the forms of ultra-protectionist in terms of trade and shutting down things like immigration in order to protect your own native peoples.
None of these things alone are enough to meet this definition, and all of these things together are not enough to meet this definition.
Okay, so let's dive into this real quick. If you have a president who doesn't want to get involved in foreign affairs as far as wars go, and has some type of policies which benefit the United States over all of the nations, is he a fascist?
No.
Well, I'm still confused as to what makes Trump a fascist.
That's because I had 2 parts of that, and you missed the authoritarian one.
Yeah,
What you described there before was just like protection.
Well, when you said authoritarian, what is he doing, which is accumulating all power to himself?
So he's trying to centralize power in the executive branch of the government, and specifically in the presidential part of the government, of the executive branch.
How?
Every president has tried to maximize their reach and political influence with what is available to them.
How Donald Trump thinks that he should be able to unilaterally make decisions up and down all of the different departments and offices that exist in the executive branch.
Presidents use executive orders all the time.
That's not what an executive order is.
Presidents unilaterally make decisions all the time.
No, they don't?
Yes, they do.
No,
they do. They use executive orders all the time.
An executive order doesn't mean that you are taking power away from the departments and offices that have been created.
Right, so where's the fascism here?
He could be abusing the office of the presidency, but that doesn't fall within the threshold of fascism.
Would you like me to give you specific
Yes,
examples?
give me the specific example.
Sure. So when Donald Trump didn't like the answer that he was getting from his attorney general because he was trying to direct the Department of Justice to do investigations or to fabricate claims, that would be an example of trying to centralize power just to the president, because he's undermining his own department that's been created for him, that's supposed to have some level of independence, that's tasked with doing investigations.
Destiny has already lost this entire exchange. He doesn't realize it yet because his definition falls flat. I have this new sponsor that I'm genuinely really excited about, Bearskin Tactical. Smart people are locking in their winter gear right now while it's on sale. Bearskin is running a 60% off deal right now, but only if you get your hoodie early, which is the hoodie I'm wearing right now. This hoodie is built like a tank. 340 GSM microfleece, 10 pockets with a clean, rugged fit that looks awesome. It zips right into the heavy storm rain jacket to become 100% waterproof when you need it. So when it turns cold, wet, and windy, you're not scrambling last minute. You'll get free US shipping, fast delivery, and you've locked in your winter gear already. It's a win-win. Do yourself a favor, text the word Warren to 36912 to lock in your 60% off. Again, text Warren to 36912. You'll get a link sent straight to your phone so you can check it out later if you're busy right now. Don't wait till you're freezing to realize your hoodie sucks. Get a bearskin now while it's 60% off. Text Warren to 36912. So Andrew's just now tearing apart really the 2 pieces of his definition.
Let me ask you a question. Is the President of the United States the Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces of the United States?
I believe so.
You believe so?
Unless something's changed.
Do they have
yeah.
do they have control of the entire military apparatus, essentially, as the Commander-in-Chief?
As the Commander-in-Chief, yes.
The President cannot declare war. Only the Congress can. Hitler could, and he also had his opponents assassinated.
Yeah. Is that fascist?
No.
So they have unilateral, basically almost unilateral control by your own metrics of the most mighty military on planet Earth. That's not accumulating enough power, centralized control to one person. It's the fact that he tried to slay some fucking electors. Really?
He looks far less confident than he usually does. And he's going to resort to the artificial game of trying to maintain the frame through false confidence, as though he can talk fast enough and long enough, it will create the perception of an argument.
So the president being the commander-in-chief is specifically laid out in the Constitution. That's an authority granted to him. I don't know what's fascist about
Well,
that
because
from
you
the
said it's
inception of the
ultra power. It's this idea of
I
having,
didn't say
of
anything
having
about
central
the
power.
military.
If you have the
about,
central
I
power,
didn't ever bring that up for
well,
him. But
if you have the central power of the most mighty military on planet Earth and the codes to the largest nuclear armament on planet Earth, you already have all of the central power, bro.
Andrew's point here is that this is not just about centralized power, which negates part of Destiny's argument. And it's a large part. It's half his argument.
Really?
Yeah.
How do the nuclear codes help you direct your Department of Justice?
Okay, I'm sorry. Is he the commander-in-chief of the United States Armed Forces?
Are you just arguing that he's the commander? I already agree with you. I don't know why you keep arguing.
What I'm arguing to you is
I'm asking you, how does the commander-in-chief use the military?
You don't get to ask.
Now I can talk to. You notice when Destiny talks, he does this weird jaw thing. Take over pronunciations, jaw to the one side. Too much cocaine or something. Huh. More cups. Okay, let's continue this argument that Destiny is trying to fail. He does that weird jaw thing, which I don't know why. But
It's your claim.
Well,
I'm
can ask whatever you want.
about your claim,
So
and your claim is
how does that make
he's a
him control the
fascist.
DOJ? How does the military help him control the DOJ?
Back up.
And Andrew's point is, what could be more powerful than having control over the world's most powerful military force?
That is the most powerful position I can think of for you to be in, period. How could
That's
you
a powerful
accumulate-
position.
What
That's a
more,
powerful-
What more accumulation of power would you want for a fascist dictator?
Gotcha. Okay, so
Destiny's saying, well, it's not really about that power. It's power around the slate of electors, January 6th, and his other arguments.
that's powerful in that you controlled the military. That's it. That's just control of the military. For the FBI coming to your house to arrest you, for the DOJ filing charges
said the
against
military
you,
to
for
do
the
it.
EPA, no, the president doesn't do that.
He
I don't know if
could.
the
And to be fair, Destiny does have a bit of a point here, because I don't think the president could have SEAL Team 6 go execute one of his opponents. But Hitler could.
No, I don't believe that he can. I don't believe you can. I don't think that you can deploy the military to arbitrarily arrest U.S. citizens.
That's the end of round one. Round two, Andrew brings up misinformation.
Is it misinformation when you say that a firefighter who got murdered at a rally, when you laugh at that and you say that that's totally fine, are you spreading misinformation?
I don't know if
Are
I said
you-
that's totally fine. I think I said
Yeah.
I don't really have any sympathy for
No,
people who
you
got
no,
shot
you
at
didn't. You
rallies.
laughed about it. You thought it was funny. You didn't give a shit. You were under fire on Twitter for it for weeks until you finally backed
Okay,
away.
you can go
after
find, I
you
haven't
were
backed
shot.
away from any of those statements.
Yeah.
You can go find the
You
people
haven't
you want.
backed away from any of them?
No, not at all.
You don't care that the guy died, right?
People died. Rallies
Yeah,
happen.
yeah. You don't.
This is a dangerous idea when we act like, well, shit happens. One side is going too far, therefore, what do you expect?
When this side is involved
But you
in
care
some
about
of the most
misinfo?
violent, divisive.
Don't you think that if you make claims like Donald Trump is un-American, Donald Trump doesn't like the Constitution, and then you have an assassin come, he tries to kill Donald J. Trump at a rally, another American dies. Aren't you spreading misinformation by saying to people, this is okay? Isn't that
I don't think
un-American?
I've ever said this is
Isn't
okay.
it
I've said
un-American?
over and over again that there shouldn't be any political violence in the United
that's
States.
great.
It's not good.
Oswald Mosley, he claimed because the other side engaged in violence, he had no choice, and he really didn't like violence. That's very similar to the argument that Destiny's making. Who was Oswald Mosley? He was the leader of the fascist party in the UK. At the same time, Hitler came into power.
Donald Trump and your side are the ones that have engaged in divisive rhetoric for years. This idea that saying Donald Trump is un-American when Donald Trump himself says that he would be a day one dictator
Divisive
and
rhetoric
he would
is
suspend
fine.
the Constitution. I'm sorry,
Don't-
if the divisive
There's a
rhetoric
difference
speaks
between
quoting
divisive
Donald
rhetoric
Trump
and
against
assassinating the
that's
guy.
Donald Trump's problem. Maybe he
Your
should
rhetoric has led to assassination attempts, and one of the guys who died there, you don't even give a shit, and I've said this multiple times. And at the same time, you're like, oh, I love America. What kind of bullshit is this, Destiny?
Unbelievable.
Yeah, it's
when you guys start
unbelievable.
taking accountability for some of the crazy things that you say, come and talk to me, okay? Come and talk to me.
There are things I respect about Destiny, seeing him work with high school students at Jubilee, which I'm hoping to get that footage so I can show it. But if I'm looking at this objectively, he does get outplayed here by Andrew Wilson. If we ever do lose the framework of the Founding Fathers to fascism, one of the major contributing factors will be the overuse and casually throwing this term around. It will be the boy who cried wolf, and then when the wolves show up, no one even knows what a real wolf looks like.
Find more debates. I've been enjoying his debating practice. What? Brendan Fraser and Dwayne Johnson. Going to bed? Love you. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I did move it closer. Well, it's because I talk quieter at night. Because everybody's sleeping. Love you. Get some sleep. I think most of these will be on his YouTube channel, right? I know he's live right now. What is this? Let's see him analyze Warren.
Can you give me an example of one MAGA Republican that has been consistent about doing something about all the gun violence in this country? Anything? Have they proposed?
Me.
Okay, but
I can only
you're a
speak for
lawmaker.
myself.
I appreciate you doing that, but can you name me a lawmaker that is on the right that don't have their AR-15 pins or brag about their A+ rating from the NRA, that they actually want to work with Democrats and say, hey, we need to do something about all the gun violence in this country?
But maybe they disagree with the Democrats' approach. Maybe the Democrats disagree so strongly with them.
Barack Obama, after the Sandy Hook, tried to do anything and everything he could to pass anything into law.
So what do you think we should do for gun violence?
I'm glad you asked, and then I'll ask you the same question. I can name about 5 or 6 different things, and I'm glad you asked that question, by the way, because I think there's too many people out there that don't ask that question. I think first of all, the age should be 18 to 21. I'm very uncomfortable with an 18-year-old walking into a gun store buying thousands of rounds of ammunition. Number 2, I think there should be a mandatory 2-hour class. Now, I understand if you drive a car, it's a privilege. It's not a right. I get that. But when you get into a vehicle, we want people to drive safely, right? That's why you have an instructor. They check your health. They check your eyesight. Give me a 2-hour class on the basics: how to hold a gun, how to store a gun, how to shoot a gun. That's it. I think you should have to re-register your gun, just like you have to re-register a car. I also am a firm believer in red flag laws. Now, they're very inconsistent. I'm not saying if you don't like your neighbor, you should be allowed to call the police and say, hey, he threatened me, and then they take that person's away. No, that's not fair. It should be a case-by-case basis. In some states, a husband could leave his wife a message, God forbid, saying, I'm going to kill you tonight. That husband would probably be arrested for a threat, but then the next day, in some states, not all, that person would have the right to buy a gun until he sees his day in court. You know, I think red flags need to be stronger. And then there is the weapons of war, as I would call them. And without getting into the weeds on which weapons are weapons of war or not, I know.
Of course, the problem here with this argument is obvious. Can anybody see the issue with his argument here? The main issue that you can just point out right away on Ben Shapiro here.
He's trusting the government too much.
You don't even need to make the constitutional argument. What Brian Shapiro said here was that you could, that he wants to see these things strengthened because you could, within some perception, make a threat to like your wife, and then the next day you get out and you still have access to your. The problem is what about accusations? So you could just make an accusation that there was a threat with zero proof, and in Brian's world, that would bar you from having access to your firearms. Well, obviously, that would be a very big problem to bar people access from things they have rights to perceptually under the Constitution, if it is the case that they can simply make an accusation without any proof whatsoever. That's the problem. Yeah, false allegations, exactly.
There's an assault weapons ban put forth in the early 80s that was fizzled out by Republicans. Violence went way down. You could look at the statistics.
Yeah, and then Clinton got one passed, and then Columbine happened during it.
In the early 80s. Now, I'm not saying, Warren, give me all those things. All I'm simply saying is, give me 1 or 2 of those things. It won't end all the violence in this country.
Can I ask you a question on that?
Sure.
What is an assault weapon?
Again, going into the weeds of what an assault weapon is. Here's the way.
That's not going into the weeds. That's asking for specifics.
Way I would define it. Many of these that are used, like the that were used in Las Vegas, the that were used in Columbine, the that were used in the Buffalo, the that was used.
Columbine happened during an
Different.
assault weapons ban.
Yeah, they're all different guns.
If I remember correctly, somebody fact check me on that, but I think that that's accurate. It happened during an assault weapons ban. And they were using pretty low tech, unsophisticated weapons, some other things.
Used in the Texas El Paso. There are certain weapons that are built for one reason and one reason only: not to defend yourself, to as many bullets as possible in a short
They're
period.
all tools. They're all tools to defend and kill. Their main purpose is to kill.
Of time to kill as many people. Now, again, we can get into the weeds on what exactly those weapons are, but back when our forefathers were putting the Constitution together.
That's really important, that distinction.
So if you don't think there should be an assault weapons ban, let's just assume that that's your take. Give me some solutions that you and let's forget about the assault weapons ban
Well,
for a
first,
moment.
we'd have to figure out what an assault weapon is.
I understand your point. Let's just say, okay, let's forget about the assault weapons ban for a moment, that we disagree on that. What are some things that you think we should do? Because I named you like
Andrew, I've watched a lot of your debates. I work in healthcare and have been asking, epistemologicalizing questions to my colleagues' worldviews. 2 of them will be coming to Divine Liturgy this month. All this to say, thank you, sir. No problem. They had semi-automatic Tech 9 and with pipe bombs. Well, the Tech 9 is considered
5 or 6 things that you think would make this country,
and it was semi-automatic, if I remember correctly.
Be safer when it comes to.
Sure, but it's still difficult. I'll do my best to answer that, given that we don't know what an assault weapon is, though. But so we'll just say in general then. So because we can't define what an assault weapon is, I don't think banning assault weapons is a reasonable one. We'll take that off the table. I agree with you about the class. So in Massachusetts, I recently just went through this whole process. You have to, for me to get a hunting rifle, any kind of rifle, I have to get an LTC, license to carry, which takes 6 months on average in Massachusetts. That's to even get a hunting rifle. You have to go to a class. You have to go to the police department, fill out the application. You have to get 3 references. Depending on the town, this can change. They might require a letter.
That's.
And my question is, what do you mean by the reference? Who's a good reference for me to be able to get a gun? And what if you don't like my references? Can you revoke my ability to? I thought this was a constitutional right. There's some very strange things being done in this area, though. The problem with this model is that when you say to even get a hunting rifle, you have to go.
Warren is not being pedantic. I'm actually tired of the low IQ people thinking that because you ask people to tell you what it is that they're referencing so that you don't get a proprietary definition of a thing, or so that you can kind of walk through the logic of it with them, that's being pedantic. He asked this what an assault weapons was,
and he refused to answer.
And he couldn't answer. That's not being a pedant. That's being specific.
Yeah.
Through this, it's the most frustrating thing I have ever done bureaucratically, like any process. It's the
Okay, Warren, I hear your frustrations. But what I want to know is, what solutions do you have that you think might work?
Okay. There are parts of this that should be implemented across states, because I've done the same thing in North Carolina where you go in, you can buy a gun that day. I disagree with that. So I'm trying to lay this out for a reason. I like the classroom portion. I agree with you on that. So we get rid of the 6-month bureaucratic nightmare, though. And we get rid of saying to get a hunting rifle, you have to go through this nightmare, because what does that do? Now, every single person who does complete this process now has the legal ability to carry a concealed firearm. What if you just want to hunt? What does that do? You're going to have more people able you might not want to have that go through that process, now carrying concealed if they want to, rather than distinction it out. So North Carolina, because every state does this, it's so infuriating. North Carolina, I can go and buy the gun, but yes, I agree with you. You should have to take the class. It takes a day.
So I disagree here. I would say that I would move towards what I would call a federal right to carry law. I do a federal right to carry law and say, hey, well, I mean, if this is possible, if you have a federal permit right? That you can carry in all 50 states, period.
Yep.
And I'd make the permit process very easy. Denial would have to be based around significant proofs,
crimes and whatnot.
That's how I would do it.
Yeah.
I think that you should have a right
I
to
don't
carry
like
in any
that.
state you want anyway.
I don't like that you
I
can
think
only
that
carry in specific
the idea of
states.
constitutional carry
people-
is stupid.
Yeah.
Every place should be a constitutional
Mm.
carry. Every place should be. The Second Amendment is pretty specific about it. And so are our founders. A well-regulated militia being necessary to the security of a free state, the right of the people to keep and bear arms shall not be infringed. Right? I think all states should have some kind of constitutional carry. All of them should. People freaking out in the chat, look, you can be mad about the take all you want. But the problem is that you have states right now, you could be driving through one state and just moving your across state lines to your new home. And suddenly what happens to you? You could be arrested and things like that just for transporting them through a state.
Yep.
Where they're banned.
If
That
you don't
shouldn't be
have it
allowed.
properly stored,
That shouldn't be allowed, period.
meaning ammo and guns separated, and
Ridiculous. Everybody should have a right to carry in every state that they're in, period. Always. It's a right.
We're very frustrated that it takes. How about the people that are trying to get legalized, citizenship in this country that have to wait like 15 years?
Oh, it's probably infuriating.
Okay, I'm glad we agree on that. Go ahead.
Bureaucracy is a nightmare. It's awful. It's one of the reasons I want limited government and not more of it.
Which
One of the
party is
reasons
trying?
I did vote for Trump.
Which party is trying to make it more difficult?
A bad windstorm outside, guys. Sorry about that. Just click refresh. You should be all right.
Difficult for people to
Well,
be natural.
traditionally, conservatives tend to believe in less government, and Democrats tend to believe in more government.
Democrats have been always trying to make it easier for people to get their citizenship in this country. You know that. Republicans are
Yeah,
making it
through more
more difficult
bureaucracy.
for people to become naturalized citizens.
I
So
get your point.
Okay,
I
go
get
ahead.
your point there. But so back
Yeah.
on the
Yeah.
oh, as far as police, so being in a school, having gone through the school training and what they do with that, I think we should have, and we had an armed officer in the school most of the time. I think we should
Yes.
have one in every school. That seems to be like the most immediate response we can provide,
don't have
given
a
that we
problem.
cannot define
Don't
what an
have-
assault weapon is.
Warren, I don't disagree with you on that, but it certainly didn't help in Uvalde when you had about 25 people with and they were cowards. But I don't have a problem with what you're saying about having armed.
That's a great example, though, man. Because, like, yeah, you're gonna, in the same way you use that example of the corrupt police department being evidence of systemic racism, you're going to have incompetent departments, but that's not. Most people would not respond.
I think there's a difference when you have about 20 officers with that are acting as cowards while children are getting than someone who behaves or acts a certain way just for the basis on someone's skin, which is what I'm appealing to. I don't
think differences. I
think are there a group of people in this country, a small percentage of police officers that are cowards?
Dude,
Absolutely.
he talks
There's
way
also
too
a group
fast.
of people in this country that treat others differently because of the color of their skin. If you want to call systemic
The most important
cowards,
thing from this little conversation right here is it's been the assault weapon portion of it. Honestly, you really got to figure that out, and it's got to be.
I have my
So
opinions.
what is it?
I have my opinions of it, but what I didn't hear, I guess this is what's frustrating.
Okay.
What I didn't hear is any real solutions that you have. You said you
don't have any
complained about
solutions
it
either.
took you 6 months to hunt. I didn't hear in your
Taking a course.
explanation any real issue things that you think would help other than making sure that every school has an armed security guard. What about all the mass when it comes to concerts? When it comes to
My response was very similar. It's not the same to yours, but in the same way you tried to answer it, I did. You were talking about the waiting period of the training that's required.
Donald Trump's a fascist. So turn your in to the fascist government.
Yeah, exactly.
Stupid. Donald Trump's a fascist. Now turn your into the fascists.
Exactly the stupid argument.
That always worked out well.
I laid out my formula for it, given what I've experienced with it, and then the best solution specifically for schools is an armed guard. But the most important part of this entire conversation is that you all are calling for an assault weapons ban, and you can't tell me what an assault weapon is.
No, I think there are certain AR-15 assault weapons, and there are certain other types of weapons that can at a higher volume than certain other weapons. For example, like your everyday normal pistol that some police officers use.
Hey, hang on a second. How You understand how this works, right? So if my pistol fires the exact same as my AR-15.
There are certain weapons, as you know, higher capacity magazine weapons that shoot at
Yeah,
a higher.
he's doing all these stupid Democrat talking points that make no sense. Higher capacity magazines.
Rapid force
18 to a 30 round magazine. Like, geesh.
A higher rapid force.
Yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen.
Some smart dude there.
Rapid force.
Weapons that are used.
What does that mean, rapid force?
Okay, well, there are certain weapons that are designed to shoot more bullets at a faster rate than certain other weapons out there.
No. Can we just clarify? This is really important. We need to clarify this. I think you're talking about automatic weapons, which are not legal. They're already banned.
Oh no.
No, it's not the case.
You just have to have a special permitting for it. Yeah.
That's all.
You need special permitting
And
for
the
it.
other thing is that
They're very hard to get.
semi-automatic is just made up nonsense. It's self-loading is the correct. All of these are automatic. Your semi-automatic automatically works. It's an automatic, just usually referenced as being self-loading. Semi-automatic is like a layman's term for the thing, but it's an automatic still.
Loads itself.
This is a.
You're not putting
this
around it
talking
each
point's a
time.
bad one. I think ultimately, I think that what Warren is saying here in the spirit of it is correct. He's saying, look, the idea here is that you're talking about semi-automatic rifles. You're not talking about what he would consider a fully automatic rifle, right?
You're thinking like it goes. So let me get it on camera. Semi-auto, which is what we're talking about. All these, they're going to fire as fast as I can do this. That's the limitation on all of these firearms we're talking about. Do you understand that?
I do understand that.
It's not like this can allow me to do this faster.
I do understand. There are certain
that's your distinction. You're saying that's what's going to determine this, and I'm saying that doesn't exist.
I always like it when liberals bring up semi-automatic, and then they say, you got to eliminate where every pull of the trigger, it fires a bullet. And I'm like, you mean like a revolver? No, not a revolver. I'm like, I'm pretty sure double action revolvers work just like that. Every time you pull the trigger, it goes bang.
Yep. See if any of this long forms.
You laugh like a dude,
Well,
man.
I can point out for you very quickly.
To disprove the fact.
I can point out very quickly. Men clearly don't have privilege. They're the only ones eligible for the draft. Women are not eligible for the draft.
Oh yeah, you know why? You want to know why that is, Andrew?
I want to know. Yeah.
Yeah, that's because men decided that women shouldn't fight alongside them because apparently they're hysterical and have periods and so like.
Well, no. I don't. Well, hang on. That's
Wait.
okay.
Which Andrew is this? Is this Pickle Andrew?
Hey,
That's Olive Andrew.
Andrew, can I throw some examples out there?
It's nobody cares.
It's Pickle Jarvie.
He's got some live debates where he's doing TikTok invasions. Okay, his lives are where he does. So he doesn't keep all of his lives up. Only shorts of them, I guess. One's from a year ago. Excuse me. Destiny in this panel. See how he deals with the gaslighter.
So, Jesus, Lord have mercy.
Yeah, Lord should have
again,
mercy, just not on me, on you.
So hold on. So again, right? So Rico.
Uh-huh.
Clearly, we're getting two different sources here. We have two different sources here, and what you are putting in must be something completely
Well, let's
different.
find out if that's true. What do you think the goal of intersectionality is?
There is no goal of intersectionality.
Oh, there's no goal.
It's
Okay.
just
Why don't you Google,
recognizing.
then Google this, goal of intersectionality, and tell me what it says.
Why do you have to look up? You have to look up goal of intersectionality in order for it to say equity for you.
It's going to say equity.
Do you know
yeah.
how? In order for it to say equity for you, to fit your definition.
No,
of it.
it's just that's what intersectionality is for. It's for the purposes of equity. Otherwise, there would be no reason for the analysis in the first place.
Okay, so here, let's see here. Goal of intersectionality: to understand how how different aspects of a person's identity, like race, gender, and class, combine to create equal experiences of discrimination and privilege. You keep adding equity into that.
It is.
And
It's
not
about
saying
equity.
equals
Bro,
equal.
it's about equity. What do you think it's about? What do you think you're using the analysis
Oh
for?
my God.
You're using the analysis to make judgments about unequal or unequitable situations between different groups.
Hold on. So let me get this right.
Yeah.
So let me get this right.
Yeah.
Do you have a problem with equity?
Yes.
Why do you have a problem with equity?
Because equity is fundamentally Marxist in its analysis.
I need a drink. I'll be right back. Lord have mercy.
Go get a drink. You're going to need one for this breakdown.
Whoa. Okay.
Get a big drink.
We're going to be here a while.
We sure are.
We going to be here a while. We are going to be here a while.
We're going to be here a while.
Have mercy. Okay. Alrighty.
Okay.
Equity is Marxism now. Okay. Anywho's.
Well, it's a Marxist analysis, yes. Well, you have to understand, so that you understand, everything is set in the prism of worldviews for analysis. Marxism is a worldview analysis, which is saying that the proletariat is being oppressed by the bourgeoisie, and that the entire purpose of Marxism is to utilize a specific analysis in order to prevent the proletariat from being oppressed by the bourgeoisie. That's the point of the analysis. The point of the analysis of intersectionality is they're the oppressive overlords, like the rich or the people in charge. That's what the Marxists consider the bourgeoisie.
Okay.
Yeah. So anyway, That's an analysis, the Marxist theory analysis. Now, that's a simplified version, but that's essentially what it is. Intersectionality is an analysis worldview which is trying to figure out what are the social distinctions between the equitable treatments of different people in society, and how do those break down by class, gender, race, sex, all of that. And how do we adjust so that we have equity between them? That's the whole point of the analysis. Otherwise, it's useless.
So you don't want to adjust for it to have equity between them?
Well, when we're talking about equity specifically, I think that it picks for favorites. Like
picks favorites?
Yes. Yep. So if it's the case that you run an analysis, for instance, and you feel that there's not enough equity between, I don't know, let's say weaker men and stronger men, there's not enough equity, then what would happen under the idea of intersectionality is that you would pass laws or try to make social changes and adjust social changes so that these weaker men now could stand up on a higher box so that they're at an equal level with the stronger men, using some type of like legislative process. In fact, the entire theory is usually broken down by saying the difference between equality and equity is that you're looking over a fence, and what equity does, it puts a box down so that you can see over the fence just like the tall guy next to you. That's the whole point of the breakdown, is to say there needs to be an adjustment made socially so that these people have additional opportunities that they don't believe are afforded to them based on the fact that, you know, there's sex or race or, you know, whatever distinction there is.
And you have a problem with that?
Yes, of course I have a problem with that. I believe in merit-based systems. I believe in merit-based systems, yes. I think that the best person should get the job based on their best merits.
But that's not the analogy you gave. You gave the strong guy at the fence and the weak guy getting a one-up.
Yeah, so I think the strong guy at the fence, right, I don't think that he should have to be making adjustments for the weak guy to look over the fence because the weak guy can't look over the fence.
Nobody said.
Yes, they do.
Nobody is forcing the strong guy to make adjustments.
Yes,
for the
they
weak
are.
Guy to be on
Yes,
the fence.
they are.
No, they aren't.
Yes, they are. That's the whole problem. And I'll give you an example of this.
That's not.
Do you want an example?
Whoa.
An example would be take police departments, for instance, which lower standards for women, and the military, which lowers standards for women. Meaning women have lower standards when it comes to training regiments than the men do for the same exact job.
Were you in the military?
That is equity.
Were you in the military?
Briefly, yes.
So for the brief time you were in the military or the police force, you're telling me that they intentionally lowered standards for women?
Yes.
What standards was that?
Oh, well, you can look them up right now. The PT training standards for women is different. Them graduating from various MOS schools, which those are completely different. They have different standards there. Same thing for the police department. They have different standards there as well.
And you said briefly. How brief are we talking here?
I don't know, about a year. We were talking about like 20 years ago. I think about a year.
You served in the military for just a year.
Yeah.
Talking about standards are being lowered for women.
Yeah, that's true.
So why did you leave?
I got a medical discharge.
You were medically discharged. So you were the weak one at that point.
What would that have to do with anything?
I mean, you just sat here. And
so you're saying that I couldn't meet the standards. So yeah, that's how that works. Yeah.
Right, and so the women are clearly.
So nobody lowered the standard. Did anybody lower the standards for me? No. You see how that works?
You were discharged, so clearly you couldn't serve anymore, though.
And they weren't going to lower the standards for me, right?
After a year.
And they weren't going to lower the standards for me?
Yeah, what happened to you?
All right, were they going to lower the standards for me or not?
Depending on what?
No, they're not going to lower the standards for me, dude. Who cares what happened to me? It's irrelevant.
I mean,
it doesn't matter at all. It literally doesn't matter at all. The standards were not lowered to accommodate me, sir.
You quite literally just sat here and complained about the weak and the strong, or the weak getting a heads up and the strong had to make accommodations and shit. And then
who made accommodations for me? Yeah, who made accommodations for me?
After you served 1 year.
Yeah.
After you served 1 year.
Yeah.
You were considered weak. So wouldn't you agree with that?
Yes.
So you agree that you are too weak to serve anymore? And
Yeah,
the
I
women
agree
that
that
are
I
still
didn't
stronger
that I
than-
did not meet the medical standard necessary to serve in the United States military. Yes, of course.
Right. So then what the you care if women are still in the military?
I'm not saying anything about women being in the military. I'm saying the standards are lowered for women to be in the military.
But what does it matter if you're still not serving anymore?
Because
Why
it's
do
not
you
Because
care?
they still serve me. What do you mean?
And they still serving you. Like what the like,
Bro,
dude?
do you think?
You
do you
got no,
think?
you
do
ain't
you,
got shit to worry about
do you
anymore.
Do you think that
Dude is an
lowering the
absolute
standards
gaslighter.
for police officers, for instance, that lowering the standards for them, for female police officers to have the same beat job as male police officers, is doing society better favors or worse favors?
Beat jobs.
Yeah.
Honestly, I don't know the process of the police academy or basic training.
Why don't you just look up the standards or different? Why don't you just look up the standard difference between women and men when it comes to physical fitness in the police department? You can see that it's lower for women, even though they're supposed to do the same job of apprehending suspects. That's why they get disarmed so frequently and beat down by suspects so frequently, because the standards are lowered for them, and that's why the analysis is a weak analysis and why I don't believe in equity.
Yeah.
But that has nothing to do with intersectionality. You
Yes,
do
it
realize
does.
that.
Yes, it
The whole
does.
reason they
It
began
doesn't.
lowered. How
It
did what
doesn't.
analysis did they use to determine that they needed to lower the standards for women, sir?
Gender.
Don't fucking know.
Intersectionality. They used intersectionality.
That's not how that works.
It is how
That's
that
not
works.
how that
It's
works.
exactly
No,
how it
it's
works.
not.
Yes, it is.
It's not.
It is.
It's not.
Okay, how
It's
does it not work
dude.
that way?
It's not, dude.
Then what standard did they
literally
use?
I literally just explained to you. It's simply just identifying the overlapping identities of an individual or an entire group.
For
That's
what
all
purpose?
it is.
For what purpose?
What do you mean?
Equality.
It literally says to recognize the difference of discrimination and
Yeah.
privilege.
Okay. Now it's
That's
been
it.
recognized.
That's
what?
not
Now that it's recognized, is there something you want to do about it, or are you just trying to recognize stuff, bro?
What do you mean? What if there's something you want to do about it?
Yeah, is
That's
there
literally
something you
all
want to do about it?
intersectionality does.
Is do something about that, right? You're
Wait,
identifying.
time out.
You're
Is
using this
time out.
analysis.
Is this going into DEI? Wait, is this going
Did I
into
say?
DEI?
Did I say a word about DEI?
Or no, because you're the one
No.
sitting here talking about equity.
I didn't say a word about DEI. Don't pivot. You're right here.
I'm not
So
pivoting.
here's the
You brought up
question.
equity.
Yeah,
Hold on.
I
You
brought up
brought up
equity,
equity.
and what was the example I gave?
But again,
What was the example
you
I gave?
The example you gave quite literally would have to do with DEI.
No, well,
would it not?
the example.
Diversity, equity, and inclusion.
No, the example.
Your whole. Hold on.
The
your
exa-
whole spitball.
Yeah, the
hold on,
example
your
that I
whole
gave
spitball
here is about
Dude,
whether
stop,
or
hold on.
not you
Rico,
want to
Rico,
lower the
Rico,
standards. Yeah, go ahead.
Rico,
Mhm.
your whole spitball here was that the strongest man has to accommodate for the weak one to have a higher chance, and the women they're lowering the standards for women
That's
are being
correct.
lowered,
Yes.
and it's staying the same for men. That sounds like you trying to bring up DEI.
Well, but I didn't bring up DEI. I brought up a problem.
You didn't have to, but
with
that's
the
what it sounds like.
analysis.
If I'm
brought
trying to
up,
understand here.
I brought up the problem with the analysis of intersectionality and why it is I don't believe in equity. And the reason I don't
It's
believe
literally
in
just
the
an
reason.
analysis. That's
Well,
literally all
here's
it
the
is.
thing. What is the analysis being used for?
What do you mean? What the analysis is being used for?
Driving to
That's all
school.
it's being like. That's
What's your
literally-
hat?
And
What's your
equal
hat
effects.
on your head being used for?
My hat on my head.
Yes. What's it being used for?
To show my school? I'm confused.
Okay, so it has some use. Otherwise, you wouldn't have the hat, I assume.
To show off my school. I like to
Great.
show off.
So there's some use for it. So what is the use of intersectionality? What are we using it for, sir?
Dude,
What's its
if you
purpose?
think-
What's its purpose?
So again, right? Again, the whole point of this, of you saying that this is essentially equity, you're complaining about something that doesn't even apply to you anymore, right? You're
Can you?
literally-
This has
literally
nothing to do with
serve.
anything.
You literally.
So what? So what? Who cares if I served one day? That has no bearing on the argument. None. Zero. Zilch. Can you tell me, sir?
Oh shit.
Can you tell me about
Did
the
my phone just
analysis?
die?
No, you're fine. I can hear you fine.
Oh, my phone just died.
No, his phone didn't die. How are you going to say my phone just died and we can clearly see your phone didn't die? That's got rocked, bro.
People. All right, let's see this one. They picked wrong versus Canada.
For the past 2.5 months, there is a topic that has flooded our Freedom inbox. It has been nonstop on social media, but which we have almost totally avoided on this show. You probably already know what I'm talking about, which shows just how ubiquitous it has been.
Pause it real quick, Mystery.
Ever since Charlie's...
What is the date of this?
1 day ago.
1 day ago, yesterday. Okay, go ahead.
Candace Owens has leveled a flood of allegations against people at Turning Point USA, people at Turning Point Action, and people who work for this show. She's made them against some of Charlie's closest friends and against some of his most dedicated employees.
So I'm going to give a quick criticism of this guy, right? He's doing what's called, well, what I refer to as inflection cadence speaking. So these are not people generally who are great orators, but rather people who listen to great orators. And you'll see them try to capture the same tone with the high pitch at the end. That actually annoys the audience. It's actually very annoying to listen to.
Like Ilhan Omar's.
Yeah, it's always very
annoying to listen to. Hey, get a soda and another tea jug. I'll be right back. Man, Bones coming for the win.
very annoying to listen to. You can't unhear it once you notice it. And it annoys the shit out of me because they're trying to put emphasis where emphasis doesn't go. People don't actually talk like this. So why do you read your stories like this? Why do you read your news like this? Why do you actually move towards the apparatus of people utilizing the upspeak tone at the end? It doesn't actually give you any more credibility. It actually makes you sound like a shill. That's always been my take. Almost anytime I hear somebody who's talking with the upspeak, and then they're going to emphasize the point at the end, and then we're going to take the more upspeak. Usually that is, from my perspective, very shillish behavior. It's very media programmed behavior, media trained behavior, and I don't think it lands very well anymore. So I know that that's a very mild, or I guess perhaps not mild, petty criticism. I get that that's a petty criticism, but I am going to levy it because it just annoys the out of me.
Yeah, I annoyed knowing with that.
So that Michael McCoy, Charlie's chief of staff, knew Charlie would be, was happy that he died, and stayed silent because he was told he would be the next Charlie. She has suggested Michael is not his real name. It is.
Am I wrong, or is that just unbearable for
It's
anybody
unbearable.
else? It's
What,
so
listening to this guy talk?
Oh my god, no, just the upspeak at the end of
Yeah.
every single period, and that's what Charlie said. And when we're talking about it, we're gonna make sure that we focus, and then it
emphasize on
just
the end.
annoys the out of me.
If you take a public speaking class, they'll tell you to use cadence, which is to slowly speak the words in a way that people can not only grasp what you're saying, but attach the appropriate emotion to it.
Yeah, exactly.
And none of it involves upspeak like this at the end of every
Did you
sentence.
see?
I have seen his birth certificate myself. She has called it suspicious that Mikey's wife, who works at Turning Point, helped plan the campus tour event where Charlie was, which she didn't, by the way. She doesn't work on campus events. Candace has suggested the Utah Valley University event was unusual and its details suggested a, quote, inside job. She has claimed that foreign aircraft have followed Erica Kirk around the country and that Turning Point has lied about this happening. She has accused us of lying about Charlie wanting Erica to take over for him if he died. She has suggested Charlie's security team intentionally denied him first aid after the shooting to ensure that he died. She has raised suspicions about the head of our technical team because he took an SD card out of a camera. She has spread absurd claims that Tyler Boyer, who we just had on the show, sexually male interns. She has suggested that TPUSA faith-affiliated pastors, like theologian Frank Turek, who we'll have on in a moment, and Pastor Rob McCoy, are part of a military, quote, infiltration of Turning Point, either because they are veterans or because they have family members who are. Even if not everyone has been named specifically, though, Candace has effectively tarred everyone here with complicity in Charlie's death by repeatedly saying he was, quote, betrayed by, quote, everyone. She has said Charlie's, quote, had to be approved by Charlie's friends, and then suggested those friends might have her too for, quote, knowing the truth. She has made claims of financial impropriety and fraud at Turning Point, adding up into the millions of dollars, which, again, is not true. Charlie made sure the organization was audited by a third party every year. He personally reviewed and he signed off on every expense report, and literally every single bill paid by the organization down to a single United States dollar. We have never missed a 990 deadline. Candace has made other stranger allegations involving French paratroopers in maroon shirts, Egyptian Air Force planes flying out of Provo, Utah, and potential.
She's not lying. Then where's the proof?
Yeah, exactly.
Where's the proof? Where is it?
He forgot it in his other pants.
Where's your proof? Where's your evidence? Where's your
usually
evidence?
the accusing party is the one who has to bring forth evidence.
Give us the evidence.
Yep, let's see
This
it.
guy's going through a litany
Andrew, you're
here.
focusing on the wrong things.
He's giving a litany of counterclaims here and saying that these things are all untrue, and demanding evidence of their truthfulness from Candace herself. Where's the evidence? Where is it?
Dog have it. Sorry.
Yeah, which one was Josie again? These bras all blend together after a while. She was the chick who said we're not in an ideological war, and then 4 days later, Charlie Kirk got assassinated. That was that chick. Did you ever hear Rattlesnake Incognito Australian radio station? All he had to do was spell one word hysterical. Search YouTube. Okay, well, I don't. What the hell does that have to do
What
with
does
anything?
that mean?
What the does that have to do with anything?
Thanks, what
Andrew.
Andrew
Now I
means
can
is
barely
thanks for
listen to
coming
this
out.
guy.
We
Yeah. Look, the thing is I'm going to argue with the chat sometimes. Doesn't mean I have anything personal against you. Doesn't mean I'm even upset with you. But I am going to argue with you if you say that I think is stupid. That's just the way I am. Anyway, go ahead.
All right, here we go.
Potential underground assassins traveling through unseen tunnels. At one point in early November, she started wildly throwing suspicion on members of Utah Valley's soccer team for wearing hoodies. I could go on. There is always something new coming up, and none of it ever pans out.
See, this is my issue right here. Hang on. This is perfect. Thank you for this. Where has TPUSA posted the evidence of the counterclaims? They don't need to.
Yeah.
Do you understand how claims work? You, the claimant, are the one who bears the burden of evidence. The proof is on the person who makes the claim. You do not need to defend yourself from allegations which often are impossible to disprove.
No, Andrew, it's your job to prove the negatives.
Yeah, exactly. You often cannot even prove these things. So the proof has to be positive against you. It's very difficult for you to prove your way out of a negative claim. I didn't do that. So if I say something like, I didn't eat the cheesecake in the fridge, right? I didn't do that. Well, the thing is, like, how do I prove to you I didn't do that? I didn't come to your house last night and eat the cheesecake in your fridge. How do I prove that I didn't do that? Just be like, what? I was somewhere else, something like this. If you think I ate the cheesecake in your fridge, you need to provide the proof or evidence that I did that, or at least something which is compelling. They don't have to create defenses for things which don't have evidences for them. Can you please say that Eastern Orthodox inquirers and catechumens shouldn't debate and teach, especially if they don't have permission? I'm having issues with fellow EO friends and their apology. Thank you. I'm not going to say anything. It's not my place. That would be the place of clergy to correct them on those things, not the place of a layman, Andrew Wilson. So my understanding is that that is the case. That was the case with me. But I'm not sure exactly how everybody's relationship is with their spiritual father. I have no clue.
I get what he's saying. There's some people that are like new converts or they're interested and they just go hard and like VCs and Discord, and they have a tendency to like chase people away. So I can get where he's coming from, but it's still not, again, agree, it's not your place to say it. But.
That's not my place. It's not my place to tell converts what to do or not to do.
Yeah, true.
That is not my place in the circle of church hierarchy. I'm not a Christian apologist, though I could have a...
Uh-oh. Oh, shit.
Not my role. So...
Okay, you're back. You froze up for a second.
Oh, I was just saying it's not my role or goal to have a ministry. So it's not my place to be pointing that out. It would be the place of clergy to point that out to these various people, and they will. They'll correct them.
Yeah.
The burden is on the one asserting a proposition. Correct. The one with the positive claim has the burden of evidence here that they need to present. And in this case, these claims, many of them are extraordinary.
Candy apple Owen.
They're extraordinary claims. Extraordinary here meaning exactly what the word says. Extraordinary. These are outside of ordinary claims that one would make. There's tunnels full of assassins, various things like this. I think that she does need to answer to those claims. And I don't think that TPUSA has any burden in which they have to do that. So,
correct.
Hang on a second. I'm not saying they prove anything. I'm saying they were there and Candace wasn't lying about it. Why were they there is indeed the question. Who's they? Why was who there? Military airplanes where if I'm not mistaken, Crowder did an expose on this showing that she was incorrect about where these planes were and why they were there. So you can check that segment out on his show. Anyway, continue, Mystery.
Misread the time, miss.
From the start, there has been nothing there. The attacks and allegations from Candace are either lies or they are innuendos thrown around with a total, reckless disregard for the truth, so that Candace can manipulate and string along an audience of people who don't realize they are being played. Instead of being able to grieve properly after one of the most heinous in American history, many of us had to witness, my friends have had to endure harassment from people who have gotten whipped up by what Candace is saying. In fact, I would say we have suffered more harassment from these people than we have from Antifa supporters who overtly celebrate Charlie's...
So there's a good point that's being made here that this guy is bringing up that I tend to agree with. Okay, fair enough. Let us assume for a moment that Candace Owen indeed is a very close confidant and friend of Charlie Kirk on the back end and has been for years. Let's just assume that that's the case, that that's not being aggrandized whatsoever, and that they were very, very close. Let's just be the most charitable we can possibly be. So what? These people who he was working with, who are also his confidants and extraordinarily close friends, also have as much say on many of these issues as she does. Why would we defer to her for belief over them? Why do we assume that they care less than she does? right? This is a very good point, and it's a very compelling one that he brings up. If you're a person in the higher echelons of TPUSA working under Kirk, the last thing that you would want is for Kirk's demise. That's where your bread is buttered.
Yep. He made the
especially
money.
since, whether in dispute, there's already been evidence presented to support the mainstream hypothesis. So counterclaims need to do the same. Totally agree with this. Very, very well said. Very well said, chatter. All right, continue, Mr. Enigmatic.
And just like a lot of those Antifa members, many of these people take this delight in how gross and unpleasant they can be. What our friends have had to endure is not funny, and it's not insignificant. It is evil. I have seen it. For months, we have received hundreds, thousands, I suspect, emails and calls asking us to respond. People have wanted us to invite Candace on the show. But for a long time, our approach was to say nothing. We did that for several reasons.
Hang on, pause it for a second.
First,
I can tell you don't watch her content. I've watched quite a bit of her content. And I've especially followed her content in regards to how she tweets about it. And then I'll follow it through with the various things that she'll say. While I agree that she gives herself many outs on these things, she makes several inferences, which are, they're literally designed to be inferences of accusation without actually following through with an accusation. That's my whole problem, right? So Kenny, just help me out here. Where's her evidence for her claims? Where is it?
None. She has none.
Can you just tell me that, man? Can you just tell me where her evidence is of her claims that there's a cover-up for TPUSA at the highest echelons and that, they all betrayed him? Where's the evidence?
First, we thought that her prevarications were so absurd that nobody would believe them. We shouldn't have to answer questions about secret tunnels or Egyptian Air Force planes. That sort of thing is just, it's beneath contempt to respond to. The second reason we've said so little, though, is because there's a good rule of thumb, which Charlie followed. Do not feed the trolls. Focus on the mission. Reviving America, uplifting young people, making heaven crowded. Don't give air to people who want to tear you down and sow discord.
This was a major mistake on behalf of TPUSA. None of these people are Charlie Kirk. Again, they don't have the gravitas to ignore these high-level, prolific streamers and commentators who were on par with Kirk as far as social status went. They don't have that gravitas there anymore, right? Just ignoring these things does not make them go away ultimately. In this case, it was perceived as a sign of weakness that they just kind of took this, and now they have to confront it. Now they have to confront it. Now, in some ways, this was very smart to do, though I don't think it was their intention to be overly smart. In some ways, it was smart to do because now so many claims have been made that there's lots of justifications that need to come with them. I agree she hasn't delivered the smoking gun, but when information is provided to and by her, isn't it at least worth raising it? This is where I wrestle. Do you have any questions about this? Doesn't seem a little odd at all. Tim, listen, bro. Listen to what I'm saying to you. Do you notice how every single argument you have is just one of incredulity? I'm not telling you that you have to disbelieve anything that this woman says. You don't. All I'm asking, no, begging, in fact, that you do is just temper everything which is said with the evidence which is actually provided, and then try to give that evidence contextualization to go with it. So try to think about it in terms of context with evidence. That's all I'm asking you to do, man. Go ahead.
Lastly, we didn't respond because Charlie always viewed Candace as a friend, and we were holding out hope that she would return that friendship and stop what she was doing. But a week from now, it's going to be 3 months since Charlie's. Candace has not changed her behavior. She has continued to spread falsehoods about Charlie's friends, and she continues to concoct new ones about new people. She's using these falsehoods to enrich herself while dividing the conservative movement at an absolutely critical time for this country. And far too often, we here have heard from ordinary people, people who loved Charlie and who Charlie loved so much in return. These people have expressed the worry that we are staying silent out of cowardice or as some sort of tacit admission that some of the attacks are true. Neither is the case. Our
They're all
silence
stupid.
has never been, and it will never be, equal to complacency or approval. Still, we decided
Pause it.
Charlie would.
So let me do a bit of a monologue here. This is no offense to TPUSA, though I'm sure many TPUSA supporters are going to be offended by this, but this guy is a really weak spokesman.
Yeah. I can agree.
Him speaking to this, it's very weak. Right? He doesn't have the...
I think they wanted to make it that way,
the
though,
right way to
so
say it.
Candace would be
He doesn't
more
have the
willing.
commanding presence
Yeah,
in which
I don't
to
think they wanted
deliver
it that
this
way.
counter message in a way that people will really focus on every word that he's saying. He doesn't have kind of the, I don't know what you call it, the it factor. He doesn't have it. He's the worst possible person to be delivering the countermeasure here. No offense to whoever this guy is. Again, I don't know him from Adam. Okay. I don't know this guy at all. But this guy is not a person who's going to command attention.
No.
Who's going to drive people to listen to him. He's not particularly articulate, and this response is somewhat weak. Not weak because what's being said isn't true. Weak because the person who's delivering it is not good at delivering it. Tell me I'm wrong. One's in the chat if I'm right. Two's in the chat if I'm wrong.
Definitely right.
Yeah, I don't think it's even a matter of a lack of charisma. I'm not saying that this guy is necessarily not charismatic. Perhaps in his own right, he is. But he needs to be able to kind of effectively hit
Have
this
that
out of
stand
the
your
park
ground.
using some sort of semblance of gravitas that makes people
Mm.
really focus on what it is that he's saying. And there are ways that you can do that within media management with the right speaker. This guy is not the right speaker for this. He's just simply not the right speaker to be delivering this back. He's boring as well, kind of. But the other problem is like he needed to make a bit of a spectacle. Make a bit of a spectacle. You know, follow Stone's rules here a little bit. Make a spectacle. Mock her a little bit. They have every right to mock her a bit. Make a bit of a mockery out of it. Laugh at her. Call it absurd, ridiculous, right? Really kind of lay into her a bit. Make the audience laugh. Make them kind of feel the angst that's coming off of you the correct way. That this is just a feverish annoyance, not a attack which you're taking seriously. And unfortunately, the way that he's delivering this, as this is written, as though it's all ridiculous, because this guy is delivering it in all due seriousness, it makes the ridiculous nature of what has been written down when he says it not be received as though it's ridiculous. That's a big problem with oration. You have to be very at understanding what it is you're trying to deliver and the message you're trying to deliver at the right times you need to deliver it. This was written, if you listen to the words of what's written, it's designed to be mocking, conspiratorial, and make the opposition sound stupid. Yep. But it's delivered in all due seriousness as though this is a serious issue which needs to be taken seriously and people need to have serious discussions about it. It creates in the mind's eye of the viewer a conflict, an emotional conflict. Well, if this is so ridiculous, why are you taking it so serious? It's like the tone and the delivery don't match with the very ideas that you're trying to convey.
Agree. He is very good at identifying these things. Let's see what else do we have from him.
and I hope you get deported to Gaza. And I mean that, sir. You are a racist idiot.
Why are you raising your voice?
Yeah, okay. I'm raising my voice because you're a moron. That's why.
I'm tuning in here. I just don't understand why you're making race an issue, accusing Trump of being a racist. He's not. I mean, how is it racist by him cracking down on these major cities? I don't understand.
Sure, I'll answer you. I'll answer you, my friend. So first of all, these cities that he has talked about, they all happen to have black mayors. So let me ask you a question then.
So what?
Why is it that he'd go into D.C. and Chicago when per capita the crime rates are lower than they are in many other cities across the country that have white Republican mayors and white Republican governors? Why is that, sir?
He is.
So it appears that Shapiro's argument here is that Trump is a racist because he's trying to send in and bolster law enforcement inside of areas which have black mayors. And so he's only doing this because they have black mayors, not because there's crime issues.
Well, quite frankly, the culture of the inner cities that ran Chicago, D.C.
The culture?
The culture.
What do you mean by that?
Yeah, the black culture.
Oh, okay.
The black culture.
The black culture. Okay, so let me ask you a question. Was it black culture on January 6th in D.C.? Was that black culture, sir?
So first debate strategy employed here is he's not going to talk about the topic at hand, but he's going to shift to the next topic. What the f does January 6th have to do with what they're discussing right this second? Nothing. Has nothing to do with it at all. The black culture have anything to do with J6? What does that have to do with what you're discussing, dude?
What'd you call that?
Patriotism.
No. Patriotism. Okay, so it's black culture when it's crime, but if you beat police officers on January 6th, that's patriotism. Is that what you're saying, sir? Is that what you're saying? Because you sound like okay. Well, then you're an idiot.
This is a very typical tactic that you find leftists doing all the time. And unfortunately, this caller probably can't do anything about it because he's on the mute side of things. But what he's doing here is he's just reframing. Is that what you're saying, huh? Is that what you're saying? So that's what you mean, right? Very, very typical, very low tier for a debater to do, by the way.
Then you're an idiot. Okay, keep him on. Don't hang up on him. Ashley Babbitt was an idiot. She went in on January 6th, broke the law. She deserved it. And for you.
He deserved it. No one deserves it.
I was not expecting that. This guy wants to debate on ethics? He wants to debate on ethics?
Thank you.
Well.
You to call people who beat police officers patriots makes you probably a white supremacist. So my question for you.
She beat a police officer?
You, sir, is what time is your Klan rally tonight?
There we go. So he's going to use the
overly emotional
homophobic
racist
this
man.
and that and blah 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 blah.
Yep.
I'm not part of the
imbecile.
KKK.
Let me ask you. Yeah, you are the KKK. Let me ask you another question. You imbecile racist turd.
So
name calling.
It seems that Shapiro's entire goal here, as irritating as it is to virtue signal to leftists. He doesn't seem like he's actually trying to make cogent points for his worldview, but rather that he's really trying to kind of signal out to the leftists who could be a potential audience base for him that I'm on your side and I'm calling these
on
people
Andrew
the names
Wilson,
that you want
but
to
he's
call,
just a great debater. You can't pass him up.
If Shapiro is of, and that is
not a fan of Brian Shapiro though at all.
Keep it TOS friendly.
Let me ask you another question.
Low life.
Since you think beating police officers on January 6th makes you a patriot, what would you say about Black Lives Matter protesters that beat police officers? What would you say about them? Are they patriots too?
They're riding over a criminal.
They're savages.
Okay, so you're a savage if you're black and you beat a cop, but if you're a white person and you beat a cop on January 6th, you're a patriot. Is that your take, sir?
No, it's not.
No, yes, it is. That's exactly what you said.
No, you're trying to force
if you
words
beat
into
a
it.
cop on January 6th, you're a patriot. And I just asked you, what if you beat a cop during...
I was on Piers Morgan with him. That's true. I had equipment that was overheating because I didn't have AC in the garage. He also went on a rant about how I was making all that up. Where's the receipts? So I'll bring the receipts to the debate and show this idiot that he's stupid. He was trying to clout for him and say, "Oh, Andrew ran away." Blah 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 blah. This is all
Black Lives Matter protest, and you called them savages. I caught you because you're a racist. Why don't you at least own it and admit that you're a racist, you white supremacist? Go ahead. Go ahead.
Not everybody beat a cop.
I didn't ask you about everybody, you stupid idiot. Answer my question. I'm going to ask it one more time. You white supremacist doofus moron, you. I didn't say everybody, you jackass. Answer my question. If you beat a cop on January 6th, we know people were charged and convicted, and we've all saw the video. If you beat a cop on January 6th, does that make you a patriot? Because that's what you said.
I mean, you can be a patriot and a criminal at the same time.
What would you call somebody who beats a police officer?
Criminal.
Not a very good guy.
Okay, so I'm going to ask you now for a fourth time and answer the question, you white supremacist idiot. If you beat a cop on January 6th, what does that make you?
A criminal.
It makes you a criminal.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Why was that so hard for you to admit? So here's my question for you, sir. When I asked you that question and you immediately called them a patriot, but yet when I ask you the same question about a Black Lives Matter protest, you call them animals. Why is that, sir?
Because they burned down buildings or looting.
And what did they do on January 6th? What did they do on January 6th?
Burned down anything.
I don't actually recall any buildings getting burned down on January 6th.
Yeah, for sure.
I mean, I'll fact check myself here, but I'm pretty confident that. Let's see.
Nothing was burned down on January 6th. They burnt down towns during the BLM riots.
No fires that I can see.
Yeah.
I don't recall anybody saying anything about fires on J6th. One was burned. Yeah, I don't. Which one?
By the way, I don't condone that behavior. They're criminals as well. Yes, they did. They destruction of property. Are you kidding me? Defecating on Nancy Pelosi's desk, breaking windows. What the hell are you talking? She deserves it. She deserves it.
Yeah.
So you think it's okay if you disagree with a politician? You're totally okay with any everyday citizen walking in there and taking a crap on somebody's desk. Sir, you are not a serious person. You are Donald Trump's base. You are a white supremacist turd is what you are. And I hope you get deported to Gaza. And I mean that, sir. You are a racist idiot.
Why are you raising your voice?
Yeah, okay. I'm raising my voice because you're a moron. That's why. And you're wasting my airtime. You are your typical Donald Trump supporter. We caught you. Proof that you are a racist. Apparently, if you beat a cop at a Black Lives Matter protest, you're an animal and a criminal. But yet, when I ask you that question about January 6th and people who beat cops, you're a patriot. That makes you a white supremacist, racist piece of garbage. That's what you are. But James is next on PTL. Hello, James. James, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Yeah. Hey, James, what's going on?
How are you doing today?
Good.
I was just seeing your social media over the weekend, and you posted a picture of the shooter was wearing a Trump shirt. Is this the case?
No, I don't believe that was. I believe that was a photoshopped image.
So you lied. So he lied.
Mm-hmm.
He didn't fact check it, and he lied.
And I've said that publicly. And no, that's.
So you lied.
Mm-hmm.
Refused to vet any of the sources and just flat out lied.
That's not an image. That was a real image. That was an image that was put up, I believe, by CBS, where he was wearing a different shirt. That's my understanding of it. But no, my understanding is that was a photoshopped image. Unfortunately, we see photoshopped images on social media all the time. I'm not someone who photoshops images. I didn't do that.
But you just retweeted
You
it.
just retweeted it.
But what we do know is that he comes from a Trump-supporting conservative family. We know that. So does that answer your question?
That
Well, I
does
was just wondering
no.
because you left it up for multiple days after many people told you to Photoshop, and you still left it up.
Mm-hmm. So what do you want? Do you want to?
So-
you want to? You want? Did
well,
that bother you a
I
lot,
just-
sir? That bothers you as a Trump supporter?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's bothersome when you lie your ass off.
Mm-hmm.
Why can't he
When
get
you're
in his
lying.
frame either? Get in your frame, dude. Come on. This guy,
He's
like
not that
keeping
good
his
looking to
head
like
over like he's
be
in,
like heads only.
What was that guy? Chris Hansen. He's peeping his head in like he's Chris Hansen. Have a seat right over there. Poking his head in. Come on, man. Get in the frame.
Well, you just need to be helping.
Does it bother you? Does it bother you as a Trump supporter? Tell me. Why does that bother you, sir? Does it
I'm
bother
Irish,
you? No, tell me.
but he
Tell me.
definitely looks like
Okay,
Leprechaun.
Brian.
Are you going?
Lion Brian. Oh, man. I like that.
Got her smiling.
So this guy has an overtly aggressive debate style,
Mm-hmm.
right? Where it seems that the entirety of his approach is to do the shotgun approach. Does that bother you? Is
Yell and throw everything
it's
at it,
it's
yeah.
100 questions. That's going to be a very unfortunate tactic for him. This dude is such a piece of garbage.
Lion
Yeah.
Brian.
Boy, we have some real lunatics. We have some real lunatics. on the
Lion
show.
Brian.
Okay, so you can call me anything you like, even though I answered the question honestly. But let me ask you a question, sir. Does that bother you a lot this weekend? It bothers you so much that you couldn't wait to use your little Trump fingers to call into the show and call me. By the way, do you even know what a liar is? You see, if I went on the air. Okay, hold on. No. That was rhetorical.
Yeah, a picture
Let
of
me
you
explain
next
to
to
you.
it.
Somebody who with intent tells things which are not true.
Yep.
That would be a liar. So it seems that if this guy has gone ahead and said, hey, I've been corrected on this multiple times, but then doubles down on it anyway, that would appear to me to be a lie, yes.
Something. When somebody pod down Tucker Carlson and his feminine laugh for a moment, please. Hey, jackass, let me explain to you the difference between pod him. If you can pod him down all the way, that'd be great because I don't want to hear Tucker Carlson for a second. You see, this is what a lie would be. If
Think
I went
that
on the
lip
air
in.
right now, knowing that it was a photoshopped image, and I said, no, that's not a photoshopped image, that
Yeah,
would
but you're
be
making
a liar.
excuses
Or if
for
I
it.
knew I lost the 2020 election, but I lied to this day and said that I won in a landstorm, that would be a lie. It's not a lie to put up an image when you don't know that it was photoshopped. And
What about after you do know that it was photoshopped
and
keep
just
it up?
keep it there.
This guy's a tool. You'll dominate him in the first 3 minutes of the actual debate, and he has a beard, so he's less of a man. I just trimmed my beard today.
then when you do know that it's photoshopped, you admit it on the air. So, ha 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 ha, you don't. By the way, you sound like the Joker, sir. So was it a lie when Donald Trump said he won the 2020 election? Was that a lie, sir? Yes or no?
There's the deflection.
Answer the. No, it's not a deflection.
It
Pot
is
him
a
down
deflection.
again. Pot him down again.
Mm-hmm.
It's 100% deflection away from the topic. And the leftists are really good at this.
Yeah.
But I'm really
They
good at
always
not letting them
deflect.
do this.
If we can pot him down all the way, that'd be awesome. Thank you. So it was not a deflection. I answered your question. Z, did I not answer his question directly?
I'm pretty sure you did.
Yeah, I didn't deflect at all. In fact, I owned it and I said, yes, it was a photoshopped image and I was unaware of it.
You
So
didn't
now I'm
answer
not
the why you
deflecting.
didn't take it
We are
down.
moving on from that because I admitted to you that it was a photoshopped image, an image that I did not Photoshop. So now I'm asking you a question. Let's see if you don't deflect. Was it a lie when Donald Trump said he won the 2020 election? Yes or no?
Are you ready?
We're waiting. Everybody's waiting. Was that a lie? Yes or no?
Hold the L on your bald forehead.
All right. Thank you. Okay. Thank you very much. No, sir, doesn't want to answer the question. Another mag.
Oh yeah. Is it ethical to support Trump 5 days ago? Okay, so this must have been recent debate. I want to see the. Yeah, no, I don't think anybody's believing that one. So it looks like we got the whole. MAGA
Always go down that route, but I have a feeling it won't go down that route today. And we have a moderator who I'd like to introduce, and this is going to be a lot of fun. Going to be debating Andrew Wilson today. Today we were on Pierce Morgan.
He's really lagging.
For you, Jake.
Yeah, breaking up big time.
Last week it was way too short.
Lag going on.
We just lost Jake. All right, so today going to be moderator today.
Hold on a second.
And going to be debating Andrew Wilson for about 60 to 90 minutes or so, and then we'll do super chat, that sort of stuff. This is going to be a lot of fun. It's a little tricky because we haven't really done cross streams. I can't remember the last time I did a cross stream, but we're doing a cross stream today, so we're kind of figuring it out. Of course, they want to be on their platforms, and we want to be on our platforms. So that's kind of what we're doing now. Jake, are you there?
Yes, I am. You guys can hear me okay?
Yeah, we are live on our end, and I just wanted to introduce you as the moderator, so just people have a little bit of background on who you are, and then take it away.
All right, cool. So yeah, Jake, Rattlesnake TV on YouTube. You guys can find me there, and I'll be hosting and moderating the debate today. So the way that the debate's going to go is that we're going to do 5 minutes each of opening statements. The prompt for the debate is it ethical to support Donald Trump? You guys can really take that wherever you choose to take it, whatever topics that you guys want to go down. Brian, if you want to introduce yourself as well for the audience watching. Are you getting a lag as well, Andrew?
Did I lose Andrew there for a second?
I think we just keep getting a bit of a lag on your end there, Brian, I think.
Oh, there you go. There you go. I got you.
Yep. So if you're back, do you want to introduce yourself?
Okay. Yeah, sure. So for those of you that have not heard of me before, that are on Andrew's side of things, my name is Brian Shapiro. I've been doing political talk radio for about 8 years, been doing radio for 22 years total. I am not a liberal. I am not a Democrat. Not that there is anything wrong with that. But I am a registered independent that is extremely anti-Donald Trump. I certainly lean to the left on social issues. And I love good debates. Anything from doing Pierce Morgan a couple times a month. I've been doing his show for a while now. And Tim Pool, I do his show. And, I love interviewing all different types of people. I think like Andrew, I would rather talk with people that I disagree with than just have a love fest.
He's never getting back on Tim Pool. I gotta go to the bathroom real quick, and I won't pick this one back up. Ugh. Head. Oh. David, it's getting cold out, boys. Down to the teens tonight, and I feel it. All right.
And
Comment
talk
on
with
it as we
people
go
that I
too.
agree with and everything. Yeah, I mean, I think Donald Trump is a threat to democracy. I think he's a despicable human being, and I think he's an embarrassment to this country. And I'm sure we will get into that. But I also thank Andrew for willing to sit down and have this sort of debate. I think it's great, and I appreciate him doing that. And I think we need to do more of this stuff. I think there's too many people on both sides of the aisle, quite frankly, that are afraid to have these kinds of debates. So with there, I'll leave it to Andrew.
Yeah, my name is Andrew Wilson. I'm the host of The Crucible. I'm what you would consider a far right winger and Christian ethicist, and you would consider me a Christian populist or a Christian nationalist. I debate worldviews with people all over the world, and I'm here to stomp out Brian's guts today in this debate because I'm really good at doing that.
Okay, well, with that, gentlemen, we're going to get into the opening statements. Is it ethical to support Donald Trump? Andrew will be arguing for the affirmative. So, Andrew, do you want to go first?
I can, sure. First and foremost, since this debate is about the ethics, that's the key word, ethics of supporting the Trump presidency, and my opponent's job is to build a case that to support Trump's presidency, it is unethical. My job is to build one that it is. We both need to go into what our ethical standards are so we can build our arguments around our ethical framework. I fully expect my opponent, having reviewed his debate style many times, to revert to shotgunning talking points as though that matters to the ethical standards that he sets forward. To give my position, I'm a Christian ethicist, and I attack these views through that position. The first ethical standard I will uphold is life. While Trump may have many personal failings, and I don't dispute that he does, it's essentially trivial in regards to his governance of a nation. If it comes to the choice of 600,000 dead babies per year or Trump's personal moral failings, this debate should be over in the intro. Kamala Harris wanted to expand abortion and abortion rights. Trump put judges in place who overturned Roe versus Wade. I can't imagine from my worldview what else could be more important from the ethical side of the debate. Brian would need to make a case why I should have supported, out of the binary choice available to me, Kamala Harris, where I would be assured to have my ethical stance violated and a possibility of a loaded court where this right actually may have been enshrined. What could be more important than that to a Christian ethicist? I have no idea. Next, I don't believe Brian even has an ethical framework at all, except things he doesn't like. Brian harps on deportation a lot, for instance, and contradicts himself often due to being a hyperactive spurglord. The truth is, a people has every business, in my worldview, to determine who they want to enter their nation, the means of how they enter the nation, and also to determine the peoples they want removed from that nation if they're violating the law or violating the spirit of the law. Brian will also bring up the Epstein files and has claimed many times Trump is involved in a cover up due to the fact that he is in them. But this has never been established as a fact. And until it is, he's banking on speculation and not facts. Brian will also bring up things like Trump is a rapist, but his standard for evidence there is wild to say the least. Trump has never been convicted for any crime of raping anybody. Rather, he was found liable civilly, which isn't good evidence he committed a crime at all or did the act at all. Only that the burden of proof for civil liability is much lower, and in such a hostile and politically charged environment, we have good reason to doubt this case based on a lack of compelling evidence. There are many other talking points that Brian uses, and we can get to all of them in due course of the debate. But to start with, I would like to establish the ethical system he uses, as I have demonstrated mine, and can answer his questions about it so that then we can launch into the individual issues. Brian also has a lot to answer for himself due to his rampant dishonesty and outright lies or mischaracterization of Trump's positions or events surrounding him. This is why his audience often refers to him as Lion Brian. From a video called Brian Shapiro Fact Checks Trump, which you can find on Brian's channel, Brian says Trump says that his greatest strength is building ballrooms. The Trump quote, he then plays the video, and what he actually said is, I've built many ballrooms and many buildings, and that is my greatest strength. And then at 2:01, Brian misquotes him again after watching the video, which is the most insane part. At 3:05, Brian says that a reporter asked for Trump about extending subsidies for people to afford health care, and you can listen to Trump literally say he's not going to do that, and Brian still claims that he's going to. Trump quote from the video played, I like my plan best. I don't give money to the insurance companies. I give it to the people directly and let them buy their own health care. Reporter asks if subsidies will be extended. Trump's response is, I'd rather not extend them at all. It may be that some kind of extension is necessary to get something else done because the Unaffordable Care Act, referring to the ACA, has been a disaster. At the 5-minute mark, Brian says that Trump wants to cut off health care for 20 million Americans, which is fucking crazy too, right? He also claimed in that same video that I called a debate opponent that I was engaged in a debate with a whore, which is an outright lie. He just outright lied about that. I have no idea why either. And so what are the ethics there? I think he also needs to account for those things. In short, what's his ethical standard and how does Trump violate it? What am I doing incorrect from my ethical view by supporting Trump? This is what needs to be established. Not to mention, he also told a series of lies about what happened on Piers Morgan. He claimed that I was running away from him for a debate when I was having technical issues. And I have all of the receipts to demonstrate this for Brian today if he doesn't want to retract the statement, or he can just say, you know, I was mistaken. And we can leave it at that. The floor is yours, Brian.
So 5 minutes on the clock. Brian, also, apparently they can't hear Andrew on your stream. I don't know if Brian's frozen there or... Looks like he...
Yeah, he's frozen.
Unfortunately, my producer's trying to work on this, but the internet is going in and out, which is extremely difficult to have a debate with somebody when I can't hear everything that you're saying, Andrew. But I think we're good to go now. I did hear probably half of what you said. Let me start off with, because I think at the end there you brought up Piers Morgan. And can you guys hear me okay, by the way?
Yeah, the two criticisms I brought up was the first thing you claimed that I called a woman a whore during a debate, which I did not do. That was a complete fabrication. And then the second thing was that you had brought up that I was running from you in a debate, which I was definitely not.
Let me address that. So let me address that first. For those of you that are unaware, me and Andrew were on the Piers Morgan show last week. I guess Andrew had some technical difficulties at the time. What I did is I went on Twitter and what I thought was a funny joke. It didn't go very good for Andrew. I think he was, dodging me or something like that. And then I put a smiley face at the end. It was in good humor and I thought it was funny and I was laughing while I was tweeting it. And I didn't expect that the response to that would be somebody calling me retarded and getting so upset that you would put a paragraph in there and call me a libtard and all this other stuff. And then after you did that, I actually was laughing more because I couldn't believe how triggered you got and how upset you got over what I thought was an honest joke. And I was laughing about it. I have no idea what happened, whether you had technical issues, whatever. Okay, fine. I believe that. But I was making a joke about it. And I have a sense of humor and I thought it was funny. And I thought it was a little strange that you got that upset and responded in the way you did, calling me a word that I don't usually use on or off the air, but calling me that was a little strange. So that's addressing that issue. I don't remember the tweet where you're saying that you called a woman a whore. I don't remember that. I would think I maybe was referring to the video of 2 weeks ago when a woman, which is something, by the way, that I won't do. I'm not interested in talking about your family, and I'm sure you're not interested in talking about my family. But she had mentioned your wife, and I'm not going to get into that. And that's a video that kind of went viral and exploded. I don't remember the exact terminology that I used in describing that.
You told a caller that I called her a whore, which was just not true.
A caller that called into my show?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, in that specific video, I don't think you used that terminology. Then it's quite possible if I did say that, I don't remember saying that. But if a caller called in, I'm on the air 10 hours a week. Sometimes I would imagine I could mischaracterize things, but I do think that you were extremely triggered. I think even you would agree with that in that specific video. So you made a lot of judgments in about 5 or 6 minutes about me, about what I'm going to say. You brought up Kamala Harris, which to me has absolutely nothing to do with what we're talking about, which is Donald Trump. In this specific situation, his character, his flaws. Yeah, I am going to bring up the Epstein files, but I would ask you this question. Can you give me one logical reason why they have put Maxwell in a Club Med facility, allowed her a puppy, and have given her preferential treatment at the hands of the Donald Trump administration? Can you give me one logical explanation and reasoning behind they did that? Can you also explain to me
Hang on,
why?
1 point at a time, Brian.
Okay, why would they do that?
So we're ceding the opening statement time. Let's just get straight into back and forth.
Okay.
Why would they do that, Andrew?
Yeah, so a good logical reason for this would be that they want to get more information out of her as to what's going on between these various cases. That could be one logical reason. Another reason, which is likely a good reason, is that she's going to cut a deal for names. That's another possible reason. So there are logical reasons why this is, but what you can't do, Brian, is you can't take an absence of evidence and then based on an absence of evidence, just fill in the blanks. That's not evidence at all. That's just speculation. Hang on, Brian. Hang on, Brian. Don't spurg out. Just let me finish.
Okay.
An absence of evidence does not make a case for you. You need to actually make an affirmative case for these things. But before we even get into that, can we start with what your ethical system is so that I understand the viewpoint you're debating from?
Sure. And then maybe we can get back to that if that's okay.
That's fine with me, yeah.
So I believe the president of the United States, the leader of the free world, should set an example for everybody else. I believe if you're the president, you probably shouldn't be attacking POWs and Gold Star families and attacking women on looks. You shouldn't be calling journalists names, and you shouldn't be hurling out second-grade insults. I believe that the president is at a higher standard than you and me and every regular, everyday American.
That's not an ethical system, Brian. Okay, that's just your opinion.
I'm giving you my opinion of what ethical standards are.
Yeah,
not
do you have an ethical system, Brian?
Not taking advantage financially of your
these
position.
Are opinions, though, Brian.
No, it's not an opinion. No, it's not an opinion.
What's the ethical system, Brian?
My definition, which I am giving you, of being an ethical being. Okay, I'm sorry. What? Okay, I heard something in the background. I don't know what that was. My definition. You're asking me what my definition of what an ethical system is. What I am doing is I am giving you my definition of what I want ethically from the president of the United States. That's what
your ethics are just whatever Brian thinks is ethical?
No, my ethics, I think, are what most of the population thinks are ethical, which is don't cheat on your wife, don't be, don't be a liable sexual abuser, don't steal money from your position of power, which is exactly what Donald Trump is doing. I think these are very standard things that most Americans.
But Brian, let me show you the problem. Let me show you the logical issue here. All you're giving me, you're just reiterating for me the things Brian thinks bad. I get that. Brian doesn't like these things. You're not actually giving me an ethical system from which you're making these judgments. So for me, I'm using Christian ethics. That's informing my ethical judgments.
Okay, well,
hang on. That's how I'm able to come to these views. You have some kind of ethical system which allows you to come to these views. What is it?
Liberal ethics system? I don't know.
I would say very basic stuff that you would read actually in the Bible. Don't steal.
So the Bible is your ethical system?
Well, I'm doing it so hopefully you can understand where I'm coming from here. This is very basic stuff, and I'm shocked that
is the Bible your ethical system or isn't it?
I'm not a religious person, Andrew. You are.
What is your ethical system, Brian?
I'm telling you, it's very, very basic.
No idea what his ethical system is.
Probably read in the Bible. Don't cheat. Don't steal. These are very basic things of anybody, let alone the president of the United States.
Brian, those are things you think bad. I'm asking for what makes them bad other than Brian thinks they're bad.
Too, right?
Yeah, you've already rejected biblical ethics and Christian ethics. You already said you don't believe those things. So Brian, What does Brian use
The
to make
enforcing
value
authority behind
assessment,
that.
ethical judgments? What is your ethical system?
So I didn't say that. There are some things in the Bible that I do believe. I didn't say that I disagree with everything that's
based
in the
on
Bible.
what, though? Based on what? What is the ethical system you're using, bro? What is it?
I'm confused that here I am telling you, because this debate is not about my definition of what my ethics system is.
It's literally about ethics.
Hold on. It's about Donald Trump, why you support him, why I don't, where we disagree. We can talk about ethics. That's fine. I don't think Donald Trump has them. And you could say you disagree with me based on your religion. That's fine.
The debate's literally on ethics, Brian. It's on the ethics of supporting the president of the United States. I need to know what your ethical system is. What is your ethical system?
And I'm giving it to you.
Okay,
And I'm
what
giving
is
you
it?
a basic standard of what I expect from somebody that would have basic ethics. That's the president of the United States, which is, as you interrupted me earlier, don't cheat,
Brian thinks bad.
don't steal, don't lie. Those are the things that Donald Trump has done, and some of those things he continues to do every day. I can't
But
spell it out.
Brian, what I'm asking isn't about what you think that Trump is doing that's bad. I understand you believe Trump is doing bad things. I understand that. My question is, what are you grounding these ethics in? What's the system you ground it in? So, for instance, I'm guessing you believe murder is bad, right?
Well, yeah, the system
so
is
there has to be
just a
but you have a
law.
reason. You have a reason why you think murder is bad. What is the reason for that? What is the reasons?
Well, you're talking about breaking the law. That's very different than some of the things that I'm referring to. We could also talk about breaking the law.
Even if murder was lawful, wouldn't you still be against it?
I'm against any innocent person being hurt in any way, shape, or form. That's the way I was raised.
So there's an
The way I
ethical
was raised.
system here. What is the ethical system?
So if you want to really break it down to my ethical system, which is a little bizarre, but we can go there.
Why
It's
is that
the law-
bizarre? We're having a debate on the ethics of Donald Trump.
Right. And I want to give you specific examples of why I don't believe he's a very ethically sound person. I don't understand why you need a definition.
Because
but
you would have to compare why he's not an ethical person with
I was raised.
Hang on, with the grounding belief of what is an ethical. So, for instance, if you say, Andrew, Jesus wouldn't like Donald Trump because A, B, C, and D.
Sure.
Right. I'm deriving my ethical system from Christian ethics. So that's why you can make that criticism, right? I have no fucking idea what you're deriving your ethical system from, though. So can you please, is it just your preferences, like things that you think are bad because they're bad?
The way that I was raised, my family, the way I was taught on what's wrong and what's right, the way I was taught at a very young age to not judge people based on their skin color or sexuality, to treat people the way that you want to be treated.
Okay, so your whole ethical system is just Brian's preferences.
I don't think it's just Brian's preferences.
Well, then whose other preferences are you basing it on?
I would like to believe that most people in society, more than 50%, would agree that it's not an ethically standard good thing to do to say and do the things that Donald Trump does on a regular basis. Now,
so you believe that ethics are derived from the majority?
Not necessarily. I think everybody's different. I think everyone's raised differently. I think everybody comes from a different background, different religion.
So which ethical system are you using then, other than Brian's own ethics? If they don't come from the majority, and they're not, hang on. Let me ask the question. If they don't come from the majority, they don't come from other people, they come from you. How do you make these value judgments? What's the system that you're using to say thing bad, other than because just Brian thinks thing bad?
For argument's sake, so that we could move the conversation along, because we've now been talking about this for 15 minutes. I will make
that matters.
No, the thing that matters is Donald Trump's behavior and how you defend it, and we'll get into it. I will make it very easy for you, Andrew.
Okay.
This is me. You're talking to Brian Shapiro. Okay. I have certain standards in a certain way that I vote. I'm sure some people agree with me. Some people disagree with me. I would imagine you disagree. I vote, number one, not on policy, on the human being. Are they a decent human being? By my standards, I'll make it easier for you. I don't want to support somebody who is a bad human being. By my definition, I won't use anybody else's definition.
So your ethics come from your own, from you. You're the ultimate arbiter of what is ethical.
I'm not. That's my opinion. Okay, and what I think.
Then what is this system for ethics here? So if you say all of these things are bad because I think all of them are bad, I can accept that. You saying you're the ultimate arbiter of what is ethical, I can at least accept that. But if you're trying to make an appeal to something else, and that's what your ethics are grounded in, then I need to know that.
I'm not trying to make an appeal to something
Then
else.
you are the ultimate arbiter of what is ethical, right?
And if that makes it sufficient for you, Andrew, to continue this conversation, then I'm fine with that.
Okay, so do you agree that you're the ultimate arbiter of what's ethical?
These are my opinions on what I think are ethical. You might think cheating on a wife and having sex with a porn star 2 weeks after Melania has a baby, there's nothing wrong with that. I think that's unethical.
That's not my question, though. We can get to those things. I'm just asking you, is Brian Shapiro, when you make an ethics claim, it's based solely on Brian Shapiro's opinion. And because it's based on your opinion, that is what is ethical.
I think it's based on a lot of things, and like I said, I am not a religious person. I don't live my life.
So then your morality, the subjective morality comes from your own personal preferences, right?
Okay, but there are a lot of things that I do believe in that are wrong, that are stated as wrong in the Bible.
You believe. So you again are the ultimate arbiter of what is moral or is not moral.
A lot of my beliefs are maybe not the same as your beliefs or others. I'm not.
So what makes yours right other than you believe them?
Well, we can go into that. I think I think a lot of people would say that it's not ethical to steal. I think you.
Well, you see how you just said a lot of people. So what you did now is you're making an appeal to a majority again, which is hang on, Brian. I'm going to explain this to you. You once again are making an appeal to a majority. If you do that, you just say, well, if Donald Trump's approvals rating is above 51%, then you're being unethical. And obviously that's not what you mean here. Yeah. So you can't make appeals to other. Hang on, you can't make appeals to other people and say the majority is where you get your ethics, because it's not. So are you, Brian, the ultimate arbiter of what is ethical or not? Or can you give me a standard outside of yourself that you use for ethics?
In this specific conversation, these are my opinions, my beliefs. There is no system that I use. People can agree and disagree.
So for the purpose of the conversation, you're the ultimate arbiter of what is ethical.
I'm responsible for what I say on this debate. Okay. These are my personal opinions, and I've been very clear on that. Nobody's
okay. So then why can't I just reject everything you say by just saying, no, I'm the ultimate arbiter of everything that's ethical?
We can disagree on that, and we can have a conversation on why you feel the way you feel and why I feel the way I feel.
So you have no standard for ethics other than you?
I have a standard for ethics that I was taught at a very young age that I believe in. I would like to get to Donald Trump.
So your standard for ethics is you.
I mean, Andrew, right? If that pleases you, Andrew, we can fine. That's fine. In order to move along the conversation, because quite frankly, Andrew, I think this is stupid. I want to talk.
Of course you do. Have any basis to make criticism outside of yourself.
He is so low IQ with this. He has no moral authority to determine whether Trump has done anything right or wrong, other than has Trump broken the law, and that's even questionable at this point.
I have a lot of basis that I would like to get into with you. I would like to talk about Donald Trump. I would like to talk about his behavior, and I could give two craps what system you think I use or what I don't use. I want to know how you can support a man who attacks Gold Star families.
Because he's going to use Jesus Christ wouldn't approve of this, this, and this. Exactly like Andrew said. That's what he's going to do. And watch, we'll find it later on here that he does this.
A man who attacks POWs, a man who's in a $1 billion crypto scandal. I want to know how you wear that Christian cross around your neck and support this guy who is the ultimate sinner, who lies on a daily basis, who literally, in my personal opinion, along with Pete Hegseth, are committing murders, okay? I want to know, as a Christian man, how you can support a guy who's cheated on every single woman he's ever been with.
I want to know authority. And I want to know, Brian. Okay, hang on. That's fair.
No, hold on. I'm not done yet.
You're going to keep shotgunning? You're going to keep shotgunning?
Hold on a second. You did a 10-minute monologue. The least you could do is let me finish.
I didn't do a 10-minute monologue.
Let me finish.
Go ahead.
I want to know what your
5-minute intro.
Is, where you
this
think
dude
it's okay
decided to skip the intro and go right to
a liable
questions.
Sexual abuser, a 34-count felon, and a guy that literally hurls second-grade insults at journalists, which you defended on the Pierce
Who
Morgan
cares
show.
about the
Now, I really
insults?
don't care what your ethical standard is. I want to know you
I mean, you're
personally,
attacking her
how
right
you can
now.
continue to curl yourself into the MAGA right-wing pretzel that you do every single day and hide behind your religion. I want to know how you can do that. So why don't you answer my
I was
question?
just trying to get all this cleared up a second ago, but you
So
seem to
please answer my
refuse.
question. Please
From
answer.
what standard can you say any of this support that I do is unethical? What
I mean,
standard?
Andrew, this isn't going to be much of a debate if you're not going to answer my question. So
I
please
am answering your
my
question. You don't have any standard from which to criticize anything I support. You have no standard to do this.
Why don't you respond to my question?
I am
What is-
responding to your question. You
You
have
said
no
you
standard. You have no standard from which to make a criticism. You have no ethical standards from which
how
to
you
make a
debate.
criticism.
This is how you debate. You charge people $250. I didn't want this to go down this route because I want to have a respectful debate with you, Andrew, and I
You
do
don't.
appreciate you
There's
doing
nothing
this.
respectful
But
about
I'd
you,
like to have a
Ben.
real debate with you.
This
okay?
is a real debate.
Okay. So far,
I'm making
it's
you
not-
justify your position, Brian. That's
Okay.
what a real debate is.
I want to know, do you have a problem? It's a question I'm asking you, but you haven't answered any of my questions.
Okay, go ahead.
Do you have a problem with the leader of the free world, Donald Trump, attacking Gold Star family, saying he doesn't respect John McCain because he was captured? Let's just focus on John McCain for a moment. That one statement, which I think should have disqualified him as president to begin with.
because I don't think a lot of people
Are
respected
you okay
John
with a
McCain.
man running for president, attacking a POW, saying you don't respect him because he was captured? I tend to respect people that were captured, that weren't captured. Are you okay with that?
Well, when you say okay here, you're asking about an ethical claim. So you're asking, Andrew, do you think that this is moral or immoral when he does this? What we have not clarified is what moral or immoral is other than a Brian value judgment. So if you're just asking me, hang on. So if you're just asking me based on value judgments of preference, do you have any issues with X thing? Then I could just always say, no, you have no standard from which to criticize this. Do you understand that?
I do understand what you're doing here. I do. I'm asking you as a human being, which I'm pretty sure you are, how you are okay with, or maybe you're not, willing to admit it. Are you okay with someone in power or somebody that is running for president that would attack somebody for being a POW for 5 years, regardless of what your opinions might be on John McCain?
Yeah. So let's say I have an issue. So let's say I have an issue with almost everything Trump has ever done or said out loud. From my ethical purview, what could be more important to a Christian ethicist than the topic of abortion? From our view, from our world, hang on, from our worldview, that is the most important issue. We actually think that you're killing human beings, right?
Okay,
Hang on, Brian. Listen, I'm going to answer your question. I'm answering it. You just have to listen, and then you'll understand. It wouldn't even matter if I had an issue with almost everything Trump has ever said out loud. That wouldn't even be an issue. If it is the case that you can name anything which would trump, from my worldview, 600,000 children getting murdered yearly, because from my worldview, that's what we believe. That's my ethical system believes that. What can you name, Brian, that Trump has done which is worse than killing 600,000 children per year, and why it would be that I should support an oppositional candidate if I only have two choices, which wants to expand that? Do you have one thing that you can name that would trump that or not?
Yeah, I'll get into that, but I just want to explain to the audience, because this is very disappointing, Andrew. You charge $250 to give advice to people on how to debate.
I don't give advice.
Okay, my question had absolutely, I'm happy to talk about abortion with you. I think it's a very fair conversation to have. My question had absolutely nothing to do.
I'm granting your whole argument.
Hold on a second. Hold on a second, Andrew. Andrew, hang on. Andrew, this isn't Pierce Morgan. Hang on a second. Okay.
Go ahead.
My question had nothing to do with abortion. It was a statement that Donald Trump made. You could either say, I don't have a problem with it, or I do. Then we can talk about the abortion issue.
Ryan, I'm granting all criticisms of Trump that you say are true. I'm granting it, literally granting it for the purpose of the argument. If that's the case, though, and you're saying that it's unethical for me to support his presidency, then you would need to give me a compelling reason past 600,000 aborted fetuses a year, which are human beings. You would have to actually, hang on, Brian, stop, Brian, listen. You would actually have to give me a compelling reason that is an overage of that to then make the claim that it would be unethical for me to support his presidency over the alternative. Can you name one of those things or not?
So, first of all, your definition of killing is very different than my definition of killing. Your opinions on abortion are very different than
That's
my
why I was
opinions
trying to
on
clarify our ethical systems in the beginning. You remember that?
There are over 60% of people in this country that have been polled, Republicans and Democrats, that think that abortion should be legal across the board.
Yeah,
Now,
but you're just appealing to the majority.
That doesn't mean it should be right.
My definition of a kill is different than your definition of a kill. For example, if a 13-year-old girl is raped and her family decide that they do not want to have that baby, I do not consider that abortion to be murder. Now, in most states in this country, abortion is legal. There are some states where it is not. There are a few states where abortion, no exceptions. My definition is different than yours. We can get back to the abortion issue, but going back to my, and by the way, if you want to talk about your definition of 600,000 kills, well, I could tell you this, Andrew, 20 million people are going to lose their health care coverage, Medicaid. Many of those people rely on that health care coverage because they cannot afford health care.
Are 600,000 of them going to die, Brian?
Let me finish, Andrew.
Okay, go ahead.
I can tell you that because of Donald Trump's failures during COVID, he is partially responsible for millions of people that died. He did not take the virus seriously. He turned his COVID press conferences into campaign rallies. He talked about injecting yourself with disinfectant. A lot of people died, Andrew. And I'm not saying every single person died of COVID because of Donald Trump.
Doesn't
but
understand what a joke is, and he wanted to say what he was saying at the beginning about Andrew Wilson or Andrew running from a debate was a joke. Doesn't take the bleach comment from Trump as a joke, and doesn't understand how Andrew Wilson couldn't understand that his joke, or him saying that he ran in an X post, was a joke, and got triggered from it. And now he's triggered from Trump's joke about injecting bleach.
Did not take the virus seriously. They still don't. I almost died from the virus. And as I was in the ICU for 2 weeks and I almost died of COVID, I had to listen to people on the right talk about how this was a hoax, that it was fake, it wasn't real.
This has nothing to do with any points that are being made, Brian.
It does, because you're talking about people that are being murdered. I would imagine the unborn. Again, my definition of a kill when it comes to abortion is very different than what your definition.
Okay, what is it?
Here's the difference between you and me.
What is the definition then of murder for you?
Especially when it comes to this issue.
Okay.
I don't tell people what to do. I don't want to tell people what to do. If you, Andrew, want to have 100 kids,
Or trying to tell people what to do.
But you're welcome to have.
Like, he is so vocal on hating Trump. Like, he is patient zero, literally, of Trump derangement syndrome at this point. Seriously, this dude is nuts, Brian Shapiro. And he's right. All he does is shotgun talk.
100 kids. I'm not going to tell a woman that she cannot have an abortion. It is a fundamental difference. Now, late-term abortion.
Are you going to tell a serial killer that they can't be serial killers, Brian?
You are comparing, which is beyond asinine, with all due respect, a serial killer going out there and killing people in society to abortion. My definition
we consider it murder. My ethical system considers it murder, Brian.
Okay, well, I don't care what your ethical system says.
Yeah, right, but we're having a debate on ethics, Brian. We're having a debate on ethics.
We're having a debate on why you support Donald Trump and I don't.
What's the title of the debate?
Okay, I didn't put the title in. Your producer or moderator did. I didn't make the title of this. In fact, when I
we did actually say that the topic of the debate is it ethical to support Donald Trump? So this is why Andrew's trying to hone in on the ethical system, but he did grant it and say that, Brian, your ethical system is like a preference-based ethical system, and then he granted the things you said, so you guys can move on with the different claims.
I would like to do that, but Andrew,
you're muted, I think. Andrew
still didn't answer my very basic debating 101 question. He pivoted to abortion. I asked him, are you, a very basic question that I think anybody would answer, no matter what your answer is, when Donald Trump attacked the service of John McCain. And by the way, I'm not a Ron DeSantis fan. I'm not a J.D. Vance fan, but one thing I would never do is crap on their military service, which I respect very much. Donald Trump said he didn't respect John McCain because he was captured. This question has nothing to do with abortion. Are you okay with that? And are you comfortable supporting a man who attacks a POW because he was captured? That question has nothing to do with abortion. I don't care what your system comes from, or quite frankly, I don't care what your religion is. This is Andrew Wilson versus Brian Shapiro, my opinions versus yours. I'm not okay with anybody, let alone somebody who's running for president of the United States, crapping on somebody's military service and saying you don't respect somebody because they were captured. Oh yeah, by the way, Donald Trump dodged the military multiple times.
All right, hold on a second. I think Andrew's microphone's having trouble.
I think we're good. You guys can hear me okay.
Yep,
so,
yes.
Brian,
yes.
Do you understand what granting a position means in a debate?
I absolutely do, and I'm not going to be talked down to.
So if I'm granting... So
okay,
if I'm granting... No, Brian, shut up.
Hold on, Brian. You just did a monologue for a while.
Stop spurging, Brian.
You asked me a question,
Brian,
right?
stop spurging, Brian.
You asked me a question.
Stop spurging, Brian. Stop spurging, Brian.
Don't ask me questions.
Brian, stop spurging out.
Then
Just
don't ask me.
He's an absolute
listen to what I'm
spurg.
saying to you. You already answered the question. So the thing is like, if it is the case that I'm granting the position, what I would need from you is why it would actually be unethical if I give you this thing, which is the paramount to my ethical system. In this case, it would be abortion, 600,000 lives per year. Even if I granted the COVID thing, let's say that Trump killed 1 million people due to mishandling of COVID-19. Over the long term, there's still going to be way more aborted babies than any death toll Trump had during COVID. So if it's the case, you have to tell me again, Brian, what could possibly trump that for a Christian? What could trump that when I have a choice between Kamala Harris and Donald Trump? She's going to expand these rights for abortion, enshrine them into law, right? Thus killing way more, from my worldview, people, human beings. What would ever trump that? Why would I have voted for her instead? Why? Can you tell me that or not?
Sure. A lot of different reasons why.
Okay,
I can
why?
go into this and why I think Kamala Harris would have been a far better candidate. First of all, I don't believe we would have been headed towards a recession. I don't believe we would have had to deal with the tariffs. I
Yeah,
don't
we would
believe
have been
Kamala
in
Harris would have.
we would have been in a stock market crash. It wouldn't have been a recession. It would have been a full-blown depression.
Rolled
Would
out
she have
the
expanded abortion rights,
hold on a
Brian?
second. Andrew, it's my turn now, right?
Would she have expanded abortion rights?
Andrew, smoke a cigarette.
Can you
calm
answer the
down.
question? Would she have expanded
Andrew?
abortion rights?
Andrew, you don't get to just ask a question.
Would she have expanded abortion rights, Brian?
Okay, so Andrew, you're supposed to be the master debater. That means let me.
I just want you to answer one
Guys,
question.
if we keep on going back and forth like this, we're going to need to do a cross-examination. So maybe 20 minutes each. Do you guys want to do that? 20 minutes each of cross-examination, or do you want to just answer each other's questions?
I would like to finish answering Andrew's question before he asks me another one. He asked me about Kamala Harris, right, Andrew? You asked me why should I have voted for her over Donald Trump?
No, that's not what I asked you.
He asked you why from his perspective.
Listen very closely to what I asked you so that you understand what I'm saying to you. From my Christian worldview,
Brian, it's so
abortion
hard.
is murder. It doesn't matter what you think.
See the steam come
Brian,
off the
it
ball
matters in this case what I think. That's my worldview. That's my interpretation of the world. Okay, that's my ethical system. Yours is based on whatever Brian thinks, right? So it's just as valid for me, I guess, to say whatever Andrew thinks.
Sure, fine.
I consider each of these things. I consider each abortion a murder. I consider each abortion a murder. So if that's the case, there's 600,000 murders per year going on inside of this nation. Trump moved to overturn Roe v. Wade, thus moving the goal to cancel the idea of women being able to have abortions. Kamala Harris was going to expand this and enshrine it, meaning that over the long term, over many, many, many years, Kamala Harris, from my worldview, would have killed a drastically higher amount of people than anything you could ever pin on Trump, including COVID. If that's the case, what would be the compelling reason over that from a Christian worldview for why I should have voted for a woman who would expand that? That's my question.
So if it's going back to the abortion issue, which obviously we disagree upon, and you move the goalpost, as I said, millions of people died of COVID.
Not moving
and
the
I think in part
goalpost.
because of Donald Trump's lack of leadership during COVID. And your response to that was, well, more
And
people
those
would
are
have died
also
in the
like
future
false
from abortions,
flags.
and you used the term murder. I fundamentally disagree with you on that issue. We've established that, Andrew. I disagree. I don't think abortion is murder. You do, and I don't
Can
care.
you just steel man my position so I know you know it? What is my position here?
Okay,
What's the question I actually asked you?
You think abortion is murder, clearly. And when you say that Kamala and Donald Trump stopped the killings of unborn babies, you're trying to ask me the question, from my perspective,
yes,
why should I have voted for Kamala Harris? My view. I completely disagree with your view, and here's why.
Okay, why?
I don't believe.
Oh, you don't believe?
Well, that's what this conversation is about, Andrew. We're
Well,
not.
I do believe, Brian. So where does that get us? I do believe, and you don't believe.
Andrew, calm down for a moment. These are my opinions and your opinions.
Okay.
You can laugh and be very condescending and be a jerk and have a conversation. Okay, Andrew, which is it going to be? You can either
I'm listening, Brian. Okay. I'm listening.
Hey, here's the difference, Andrew, between me and a lot of other people you debate. I don't tolerate condescension. Okay, which is what you're doing right now. You're not better than me. Your religion isn't better than me. And quite frankly, I could care where your beliefs come from. Stop laughing, stop being a jerk, and we can have a respect.
Brian, do you understand? Do you understand?
You keep
do you even understand the ethical system?
Stop. You keep starting the sentence with, do you understand?
Do you understand it?
Hold on a second. Okay. You like to make it sound like you're smarter than everybody else, and you're extremely condescending. Andrew, I have news for you. You're not. Your religion doesn't make you better than me. Your system doesn't make you better than me. Stop the laughing. Let's have a conversation and stop being a jerk.
All right, so I'm just going to quickly interrupt, guys. I just want to quickly say, so the debate prompt is obviously, is it ethical to support Donald Trump? And so we have to sort of pin on the other person why they are unethical for supporting Donald Trump based upon whatever ethical system. So Andrew has the Christian ethical system. Brian, you've got your own ethical system as well. And then the idea here is that we have to say why it's unethical for that person to support Donald Trump.
And so here's my argument. My argument is very simple, and it has not been refuted. It's not even being engaged with. It's a very simple argument. From my ethical purview, which Brian can't dispute, right? Because his is all preference-based. Therefore, my preferences should be just as valid as his. I believe that abortion is murder. Brian believes abortion is not murder. Okay, great. We've established that. But what we're trying to do is determine whether or not the other person is doing a thing which is unethical. In this particular case, he would need to give me a more convincing argument than 600,000 babies dead per year, and why I would support a candidate who would enshrine that as a right, as over the long term, this would create an insurmountable amount of death from my worldview of innocent lives. So until he can establish whatever that is, then the alternative of me supporting the candidate who is rolling back abortion and Roe v. Wade is the most ethical position from the Christian viewpoint. And that's what I actually want him to contend with, and he just won't.
I want to respond to how ridiculous this is. So let me just explain. Andrew has made the hardline case that abortion is murder, which obviously we've established I disagree with. And because your claim of Donald Trump stopping 600,000 abortions and saving 600,000 lives, anything that Donald Trump says or does that doesn't rise to your definition of what abortion is to that level, then I'm defending my own position, and you can't beat me in this debate, is the most ridiculous. Let me tell you something. I've been doing this for like 20 years.
It's an argument from incredulity. I need an actual argument, Brian.
I have an actual argument, but
then
you're
give
just
it to me.
You're going to hide behind your fake Christian religion. This isn't going to go the way you want it to.
Fake Christian?
I think you're a fake person. Yes, I do, Andrew, and I can give you examples as to why. Okay.
I thought so. Now we want to get personal. Do we?
This is I think this is a fake debate because you want to hide behind Christianity instead of just having.
That's my ethical system, Brian. That's my ethical system.
My ethical system tells me that I don't like fake people that hide behind their religion. That's my system. I got it from my
system says that you shouldn't hide behind your preferences. What are we established here?
My preferences are I don't put on a fake Christian cross and defend a liable sexual abuser and a 34 count felon and then hide behind your abortion argument. He can't do anything as bad as killing 600,000 babies.
Can you give me an argument?
Sure. I will give you an argument. Let's start with a very basic foundation.
Okay.
From a foreign affairs issue, so hopefully we can get off this abortion debate because quite frankly, it's tiresome. I understand.
We're not debating abortion. We're debating ethics.
Yeah. Well, your definition of abortion is a kill, and it's your basis behind your entire argument. And I can't believe you don't even understand.
That's the basis of my ethics, Brian.
Okay,
You haven't given me any standard for your ethics. You have given me no standard.
I've given you plenty of standards.
No, you just say because I believe it because I believe it. That's your whole standard. Brian believes what he believes because he believes it.
So, is it unethical to cheat on your wife? Is that unethical?
From the Christian view, it is. Yes.
Okay. So maybe we can agree on that. I don't like Donald Trump's sexcapades. I think it sets a very bad example for the country when you're the leader of the free world. Is by your ethical standard.
Hang on. One point at a time. Let's start with this one. With this one.
Sure.
So we established that you and I both think cheating on your wife is unethical.
Yes.
Okay, great. So the thing is, though, is that would it make me unethical to vote for a man who cheated on his wife if he did a policy, right, which valued a higher kind of ethical authority that I have? So in this case, guy cheats on wife 3 times, but also stops 600,000 people from getting fucking aborted per year. Hang on, Brian. Hang on. Why would it then be unethical for me to support that man for president? That's what we keep getting back to because you want to engage with that argument. You want to engage with it.
We don't keep going back to that. You keep going back.
Because that's my argument, Brian. That's my argument.
Your entire argument, no matter what Donald Trump does. For example, let's just say Donald Trump molested a child on video. Would your defense be, well, he hasn't killed 600,000 babies? Now I'm asking you your standard here. If Donald Trump was seen on a camera, God forbid, if raping a child and then killing one child, would your defense be, well, I'm still supporting him because he saved 600,000 babies' lives and abortion is illegal in this many states? Would that be your defense?
And let me explain why. So from the ethical view, there can be things which I would consider trivial dalliances, meaning things which are forgivable. And then there would be things which I would consider to be or you could maybe forgive them from the Christian view, right? But it'd still at least be an immediate disqualifier from any support in the future. Because
I want to know
hang on, stop. Because the thing was so egregious and over the top in comparison to this other thing. From a strict utilitarian view, you could make the argument, of course, that yes, you would still support him 600K lives against that, but I'm not a utilitarian and I don't view ethics the same way as utilitarians do. So hang on. So what I'm going to say to you is like, is him cheating on his wife enough for me to not support him in comparison to abortion, where he has the potential to save 600,000 unborn people per year? The answer is, of course, I will do that over the opposition who would enshrine that into law. What choice would I have to make the ethical decision there, Brian? What other choice would I even have?
I'm trying to get to the bar where you put aside for a moment your take on abortion and 600,000 unborn babies. You made the case that you probably, I think this is what I got from your answer, you probably wouldn't support Donald Trump if right now he molested a child on video. Is that what I'm getting?
If you did something which was so egregious rather than
I want to know what that is. That's what I want to know. I want to know where that is, where you think it's so egregious. Andrew Wilson cannot support Donald Trump anymore. So it's molesting a child. Is that fair?
This isn't a what if.
Is that a fair assessment of your opinion?
Yeah, I think if you rape kids, that would be a deal breaker for me altogether. Yes.
Okay, fair enough. What if he was at one point the best friend of one of the biggest sex traffickers in the world? He bragged about grabbing women by the genitals. He admitted on camera to sexualizing his own daughter, saying, "Boy, I would date her." If
these are so again, these are moving into very trivial criticism. So
trivial,
trivial criticisms. You would have to demonstrate with evidence that Donald Trump ever raped anybody, which you can't do.
Say rape,
and you would have rape.
No, I said I didn't say he raped.
Well, exactly. And you can't say with any evidence that he ever molested any children at all. So the thing is that these things within the purview to test the ethical system are fine, but you would need to give me an example now of something that's so egregious that he would do that I would not forgive whatever that trivial detail was in comparison, hang on, to this other very egregious detail of 600,000 dying per year from my view. Do you understand? Yeah, well, but Brian, remember, we're just talking about our opinions because you have no ethical system other than my opinion.
But again, I just want to be very clear. It's your opinion that abortion is murder. very different.
And
from
it's
my
just your opinion that it's not, right?
Right, right.
Okay,
So
so
I
then,
wanna
so then,
be-
so then we're
so
on
every
totally
single
equal playing
time-
field here because you have no ethical system other than opinion.
Okay, so first of all, to be clear, every single time I bring up a fact or something that Donald Trump has said, or something that Donald Trump has done, or something that is extremely
It's titled in the debate, is it ethical to support Trump? And all he wants to do is just rag on Trump the whole time instead of actually forming a logical debate or a logical ethical debate. Like,
egregious, at least in my eyes. Your sort of debate on this, or your defense of it, is always going to go back to, well, he overturned Roe versus Wade. He got people on the Supreme Court to overturn Roe versus Wade.
Yeah, do you understand? Hang on, Brian. Do you understand why I'm doing that? It's because I'm giving you an ethical purview from the Christian view. From the Christian view, do you agree with me? Most Christians consider abortion murder. Most.
Yeah.
Not all, but most do.
I don't.
Majority.
I would say that most evangelical Christians do,
And Orthodox and Catholics also.
But there is a fine line difference between the way I want to live my life, and if I don't believe in
I
abortion.
understand that these aren't your. I understand these are not your preferences. I get that. I understand that these you don't share this value structure. We're not talking about your value structure. Your value structure is just your preference, things that Brian likes. My value structure is Christian ethics, so I fit in the box.
I understand that.
Hang on. So, but because of that, in my worldview, you do concede that we consider abortion murder, right?
I think you do.
Do you concede that the Catholic Church, their official position on it is that abortion's murder?
I've spoken to priests that do not consider abortion to be murder.
I didn't ask you what a priest says individually. I asked you what the official stance of the church is.
I believe the official stance of the church is that what you are referring to.
Yes,
but,
and it's the official stance of the Orthodox Church, which I'm an Orthodox. Hang on, not a Roman Catholic. I'm an Orthodox Christian, and most evangelicals share this view. So, from our ethical worldview, you're fucking these women are murdering people. That's our ethics. So, if that's the case, when you ask me, Andrew, what about this trivial dalliance? He made fun of a Gold Star family, or he did this, or hang on, he said Haitians ate cats, or whatever the fucking criticism is, right? Which one of these dalliances or trivial things that you would attack Trump on would ever trump the fact that 600,000 murders per year are going on here, and he put in the mechanisms to stop it, and they're still moving against it. He overturned Roe v. Wade, and the only other person I had an option to vote for would have attempted to enshrine it in law. That's what I'm asking you for. Can you make an argument against that?
The abortion issue with you is far more important than someone who incites an insurrection. The abortion issue for you is far more important than a man who's literally stolen $1 billion in a crypto scandal. The abortion issue for you is more important than rolling out the red carpet for evil, murderous dictators. The abortion issue.
Well, wait a second. What do you mean dictator?
You don't think Vladimir Putin is an evil dictator?
Well, okay, I didn't know you were referencing him. I thought you were referencing Trump.
I figured when I said rolling out the red carpet for an evil dictator, you would understand I was
I'll
talking
go
about
Joe Biden rolling out the red carpet for
no problem.
Kim Jong-un.
I would think that, or you think that apparently, that abortion is a more important issue to you than a man who is literally okay with Pete Hegseth and his cronies murdering people on boats. You care more about the abortion issue than apparently 20 million people that are going to lose their health care coverage. Millions of people that are going to lose their food stamps.
People
you
by
care
giving
more
fentanyl
about
to the
abortion
United
than
States.
Donald Trump inviting the prince, the
Take 'em
Saudi
out.
prince.
Yeah, I know all the talking
No,
points.
is a murderer.
So let's go through these. So let's go through these one at a time. Let's start with rolling out the red carpet for a dictator.
Sure.
From a Christian worldview, if we believe you're murdering 600,000 people per year, do you think from our view it would be more important that Trump rolled out the red carpet, even if I granted it, for Vladimir Putin, or that he put a stop to those 600,000 murders per year? Which thing would you think, from my ethical viewpoint, be more ethical to support?
I guarantee you Vladimir Putin is responsible for more than 600,000 innocent deaths. Do you not care about that? Is that not part of your...
That has nothing to do with Trump. So the thing is like, what we have to do, well, that's what you just said a million times. This is about Trump. So tell me, from my view, which thing from my view, from a Christian ethical view, would you say would be more important for a Christian? Which thing would be more important?
Which thing?
So here's
Can
why.
you just answer the question? Which thing, from my view, would be more important? Obviously and logically.
The way this is going to work, Andrew, is I'm going to answer it the way I want to answer it, not the
So
way
you're just not going to answer it.
Not the way Christian Andrew. Well, you're not answering any of my questions. You always go back to abortion, and it's impossible to have a debate.
I'm granting your arguments. I'm granting everything you're saying is being true, and still showing you the ethical implication.
What do you mean you're granting me? He did roll out a red carpet for Andrew Wilson.
But even if that's but Brian, don't you understand that even if that's the case, and I just grant that this is true, I don't even contest it. Why, from my worldview, would that be more important than the 600,000 deaths per year? Why? Can you answer
This Brian guy just wants to have not even a debate, an argument that Orange Man bad.
In this country,
Hear
children
why?
that are starving. There are millions of people in this country.
Where are these starving children?
Government assistance. It's called food stamps.
Those kids aren't starving. They're
now,
not starving.
They're getting food
You just made
stamps.
that up, Brian.
I actually didn't because
If you show me a starving child in this country right now, I will feed them right this second. Show me one.
Okay. So I could literally tell you that last night driving in North Las Vegas on the way home, I saw families and children living on the streets, not knowing where their next meal is going to be from. The fact that you aren't even aware of this.
How do you know? Did you stop and ask him, Brian? Did you stop and ask him?
Here's how I knew, Andrew.
Yeah, how did you
You
know?
don't have a place to live and you're living on the streets and you don't have a shower. And there are people that are struggling and don't know where they're going to get their next meal from.
How do you know that that was the condition of these people, Brian? How do you know that? Did you even
You're right.
ask them?
Andrew. People that were living on the streets that have been living there.
How do you even know that they were living on the street, Brian?
Right.
How do you know?
Sure, I can give you that answer, and I think it's pathetic that you would even
Give me
ask
the fucking
that
answer
question.
then. Give
Okay.
it to me. What is the answer?
We're live on the
Who
radio,
give the
so I
answer?
don't think we
Oh,
have
sorry.
to use the F
I'm
word.
sorry. I didn't know. I didn't realize you couldn't say the F word on.
Please
Okay,
don't
go ahead.
talk to me like you talked to that chick a few weeks ago. I would appreciate a little bit more respect than that.
Yeah,
First
you
of
don't
all,
get respect, Brian.
Okay, well, I'm trying to be very respectful here because
Oh,
this
you're
debate
trying,
is,
but you're failing.
Well, you won't even engage. You won't engage with the point that I'm making over and
no,
over and
I
over. You're just
totally
confused.
understand. Let me be very clear. I totally understand the point that Andrew's trying to make.
And what's the counter argument?
Okay, the counter argument is number one. First of all,
Orange
there
Man
are a
bad.
lot of people that don't agree that abortion is murder. I'm one of them. So going by your system, there he goes with that feminine
Well,
laughing.
because Brian, you said that you said all ethics are is a set of
Going by
preferences.
your ethical system, it doesn't matter what Donald Trump does, what he says, or the lives that he is responsible for if it doesn't go to the extent of 600,000 babies.
What's the
missing.
argument then? What is
That's
the argument?
not an argument that you're making. It's a
Yes,
joke.
it's an argument.
It's a joke. Now I'm going
It's
to
an
go back.
You
argument.
don't have an argument? You have no counter argument at all.
I have plenty of arguments if you'd like to listen. Now,
What's the hang on. But what's the counter argument to this? So what you're saying, hang on, Brian, what you're saying is this. You're saying, Andrew, listen, you and I have different ethical systems. Yeah, no shit. That's established, right? Both of us have different ethical systems. That's why I spent the entire beginning part of this trying to establish what your ethical system was so that we could have a conversation. It's just reduced to Brian's preferences. If that's the case, then whatever you prefer is only as valid as everything I prefer. And if that's the case, if hang on, if that's the case, it's not just preference, then what is it?
This argument is based on your religious preferences. I
Sure.
don't care. Okay, hold on. I don't care what your religion is.
Well, then how do you have an ethical debate then?
Yeah,
Here's
you
why.
can't have an
Because there are
ethical
people
debate.
out there that are extremely religious people.
This
They're
dude,
like
man,
Donald Trump's
no wonder he has no
former
hair.
pastor who has molested kids who is in jail right now.
Good,
So
that's
the
where he
reason-
belongs.
Hold on. There are people out there that preach their religion every single day. They call themselves people of God. They go to church every Sunday. And these are some of the same people
hypocrites.
that cheat on their husbands or wives, that commit horrible crime. This is why I say I don't give an F what Andrew Wilson's religion is. What I do care about is the president of the United States who attacks Gold Star families, who attacks women of color, who has no problem in allowing people from South Africa that are 100% grant them amnesty. Won't do that for anybody that looks brown. I care more about what the president is doing in this country and the fact that food stamps are off the table for millions of Americans. 20 million
They're
plus
not.
losing health
When
care
was
coverage.
this
Now, if you
debate?
want to continue to talk about your
6 days ago.
religious system, I could care less what that is. I want to know how you can continue to defend and support the man that is in charge right now,
And
Okay,
he's
I'll tell you.
saying it.
He lies every single day.
Yeah, I'll
and
tell
it's
you.
Why so many
Because
people.
any of the trivial things which you associate with Donald Trump,
it's not trivial.
Any of the trivial attacks that you give to Donald Trump, you have not successfully yet engaged with my actual argument, which is just this, and it's a very simple argument. We're debating about worldviews right now. Your worldview is that Trump bad. I get that. I understand. You think Trump bad?
Not my worldview.
Okay, well, you think Trump do bad thing. Okay, that's at least your worldview.
Not Trump do bad things. Okay.
Yeah, Trump do bad things. So hang on, bro. Calm down. Calm down. I'm almost done. It's Trump do bad thing. It's like, okay, I can grant that you believe Trump do bad things. But the thing is here is that because we're having a debate on our epistemology, which is our how we interpret knowledge itself and what our actual ethical systems are and how we interpret what's unethical and what isn't unethical. My simple based argument to you is I can grant all of these trivial things which you apply to Donald Trump. And even if I do, from my ethical worldview, which is just as valid as yours by your own admission, I should still support him because that would be the most ethical thing to do if 600,000 babies per year are dying. That's what I would love to have a counter
You're a
argument
one-position
to.
voter. You're a one-position voter then. Why don't you just admit it? The abortion issue.
I'm not a one-position voter, but I would say that that's the most important position.
So if I can't come up with anything else because it doesn't rise as to your opinion of abortion and what Donald Trump has done overturning Roe versus Wade, then what are we here for?
Because because we're here to establish whether or not Christians are doing something unethical by supporting the Trump presidency when hang on, stop. When from the Christian view, what could be more ethical than supporting somebody who rolled back Roe v. Wade based on the trivial things that you attack Trump for?
I'm not necessarily saying that Christians are doing something unethical. I'm talking about how Donald Trump is doing things that are
I just lit my cigarette backwards. That was unethical.
Unlawful. You can smoke as many cigarettes as you want, Andrew, and I'm not going to judge you on that. I made a joke earlier. I do that from time to time, like I did on social media. But the point that I'm trying to make here, which I think you're failing to understand, is that I'm not making the case that everybody who voted for Donald Trump is an unethical person. In fact, I have friends of mine who have voted for Donald Trump. I've dated women who have voted for Donald Trump. The case that I make is I think everybody has different reasoning. Some people might be a little ill-informed. Some people might be uneducated. Some people might not care. Some people might have boatloads of money and they know that Donald Trump is going to save them money on their taxes and they don't care how unethical he is. Everybody.
I mean, this debate's not as good as the other ones. But Brian is he's right. He's a shotgunner. He just shoots out as much as he can all at once. And he's raging the whole time. Dude has no control over his temper whatsoever. Overly emotional. He's a woman with red beard.
He has different reasons for why they support Donald Trump.
I agree.
If your case that you're trying to make here today is everything that I bring up is super succeeded by the abortion issue, then it's very difficult. We disagree on abortion. Okay. That's obvious. Okay. We both disagree.
He's saying that.
You think
yes,
it's
no doubt.
murder based on your religion.
No doubt. That's what the comment section had to say. Brian still doesn't know what the debate was about. True. You know the meaning or the term of debate. No, even though I disagree with him on Trump, he was right that this wasn't supposed to be a debate on whether Christianity holds a monopoly on ethics. The debate was whether it was ethical to support Trump. Brian doesn't have a coherent ethical standard to justify his argument, so is a crapshoot. You can argue from any ethical standards. He could have argued from a secular humanist foundation and it would have been moved things along. But Brian's a complete moron who shouldn't even be debating. Agreed. He doesn't hold any external morals, likely just appeal to emotion, harm principle. He didn't even understand what was being asked. he literally portrayed that he thought a Christian shouldn't support Trump based on what he believed their ethics are. Clearly, he don't understand, so get offended. Cool, because that's not what the debate topic is. The debate topic is it ethical to support Trump? Brian never even got close to proving that it's not. Ryan Shapiro doesn't have arguments. He has emotional rapid talking points. Exactly. Also, I'm not a leftist. He just literally says everything the leftists say and has TDS. Totally not on the left, though. He's a lying grifter who's terrible at being subtle and terrible at being charismatic. To grift properly, he believes that he can pretend to be a centrist so he can fool naive people into supporting his leftist policies. Accusing someone of having TDS syndrome is a straw man fallacy because it misrepresents the opponent's argument as being a simple irrational hatred of a single person rather than addressing the actual reasons for the criticism, such as specific policies, actions, or the perceived impact. Instead of debating the merits of the actual points raised, it's dismissed the individual by attributing an exaggerated, often nonsensical position to them, making it easier to attack and claim victory without engaging in the substance of his point of view. Let's see what the response is. Yeah, sounds like you're really upset about it. Most of these people in these comments have no idea what you just wrote. Too many big words, and they would actually have to debate properly. Remember, the right hates education and critical thinking. Yeah, that's a lie, you dumb. Downvote. Understood everything he was saying, but you could tell that Brian just has an unfermented hate for Trump. I mean, he didn't vote for Obama. But he went to the Key Party, so Obama's moderate till the end, or at least acted like it. He's a talking point machine. He can't handle when it's not his show because he can't go full ad hominem rage mode like he usually does. Yeah, he went full ad hominem rage mode in the middle of the debate anyway. We're trying to debate a reaction out of Andrew. Yeah. And see, when did he insult Brian in this debate? Name one time. I mean, in general, he's immature and rude a lot. Be serious. He matches others' energy. You only see him attacking others because you don't actually watch his debates. Watching his debates, and I largely agree with his position, if ever gets into them and not spend an eternity on terms, deaths, but don't bother responding to this. I know your points. But Andrew Wisham continually frustrates me when he gets rude and immature between his childish behavior and semantics. He's unwatchable. I prefer Rob Nor by miles. He seems to be able to argue the issues just fine without spending loads of time on terms and definitions and semantics. Yeah, but all these are important when it comes to these debates when we're debating like specific things like ethics. Totally fine with arguing the substance. Brian is an idiot. If a baby isn't a living human being, in his opinion, then why does he want to abort them if they're not a human? He doesn't want it to live. He's clearly paid for lots of murders. You ever seen an abortion? Let limb from limb. That's sad and disgusting. My feelings don't care about your facts. He's emotionally rapid or rapidly emotional. Yes. Brian is a moron. He can't even follow the logical path and make any arguments. Anytime they say 34 count felony, you know they got nothing. Yeah, true. This guy's actually so stupid. Physically hurts. Yeah, kinda. To him for this. I almost feel bad, but then I remember he's a POS and I return to laughing. There's only 5 on this one. Let's see. It was crazy to understand that Andrew brought up having only 2 options, and one option supports his number 1 issue, and the number 1 issue would have to be overridden. I think he was just too emotional. Yeah. Exactly. The definition of left man. Doesn't bonus body. Yep, Brian says he is joking. It is the body. I for sure was lying about his ex-post about Andrew running from him.
I guess my question is, are you capable, Andrew, right now, of having a man-to-man conversation with me?
That's what we've been doing.
Hold on. Let me just finish the sentence. Maybe putting religion off to the side, even though I know your Christianity is obviously very important to you. Are you capable of having a conversation without invoking religion? Can we do that?
My entire worldview is dependent upon Christian ethics. My whole worldview. Everything I believe is informed through Christian ethics, including how I interpret the world, how I interpret logic, how I interpret philosophy, how I interpret epistemic claims, ontological claims, how I interpret cosmological claims. All of those things are informed by Christianity and Christian ethics, including my political takes. What you're asking me is to set aside the very value set which we're debating, which is, Andrew, under Christian ethics, what is the
He
most
just wants to
important
go
thing
in
to
on
support,
Trump. That's
and
all he
why
wants to
should
do.
Christians support Trump? I'm laying out a very clear and concise argument for why I think the most ethical thing that Christians can do is support the candidate which is pro-life and has been successful in rolling back Roe v. Wade, which can save up to 600,000 plus lives per year over the long term. So hang on. So if you think, though, that Christians have some alternative reason that trumps that from the ethical purview, that's your case to make, Ryan. You have to make the case for why I'm wrong about what I think Christians should be doing.
Let's talk about that. So you use the term pro-life, which I think is an absurd statement, because most Republicans that are anti-abortion is the word I would use, not pro-life, like you. As soon as that baby is born, Republicans continually vote against government programs that can help that mother raise that child, whether we're talking about maternity leave, welfare, food stamps. Almost every, and by the way, Republicans have been trying to shut down unemployment benefits for years. So if you want to call yourself pro-life, which, by the way, I think is a joke based on policies put forth by Republicans, it's not pro-life to take away food stamps from people. It's not pro-life to take away Medicaid from people. It's not pro-life to give the top 1% the biggest tax breaks in American history, which is $100 billion this year. You know what pro-life would be? Taking that $100 billion, if you're so anti-abortion, and helping women raise children. Okay, that would be pro-life. Everything that the Republican Party stands for after the baby is born is anti-life, as I
He's
just
got those
laid that out. So
crazy
don't give me
eyes.
this BS of this pro-life stuff.
Well, that's
It's-
funny, Brian,
you're
because
pro-life and you're disgusting.
I did raise children, and you criticized me for it. So
I
I
criticized
just
you for
want to
children.
point.
How
I
many
just
children
wanna
have you
point that
adopted?
out.
How many children have you adopted? There's 400,000 children right now that are waiting to be adopted. If you think abortion should be illegal, which obviously you do, we would have millions of children right now waiting to be adopted. Andrew, how many children have you adopted?
There's not a single baby put up for adoption who's not adopted, Brian. Not one.
Andrew, how many? There are hundreds of thousands of kids right now that are
There's
still being
not
waiting
a
to be
single
adopted. I have
baby.
No idea what you're talking
Brian,
about.
there's not a single baby put up for adoption that's not adopted. Not one.
Okay, so there are not hundreds of thousands of kids right now that are not waiting for foster.
So this happens often due to like abuses in the home or due to things like this where they're mentally challenged. But babies themselves, if mothers put the baby up for adoption, they're always adopted.
So how
in
many
fact, there's a
children
massive
also?
hang on. In fact, there's a massive waiting list for
Huge
adoptions.
waiting
of
list for
babies.
adoptions.
There's not enough babies to meet the demand of good Christian people who are adopting them, Brian. What happens though is that sometimes in families, right, including secular families, especially secular families or non-Christian families, you often do find the conditionals where massive abuse happens, kids become mentally disturbed, and they become reliant on state institutions because they often are abused even in state institutions. Okay. And yes, of course, Christians have a big heart. We've been taking care of those people for years and years and years. Before the state ever involved themselves in those programs, Brian, the Catholic Church and their outreach, and by the way, still is the case, was the largest in the outreach program of taking care of these children in orphanages and other things like this. The state has routinely done a terrible job at this. Your chances of being abused inside of state institutions, even if you're in an abusive family, is actually much higher. Even if you're taken out of a abusive family, put into a state institution, your chances of being abused are much higher. That's the crazy part. So from an ethics perspective, this is an insane argument that you're making, and it makes no sense. Of course I'm pro-life. You can't say I'm not pro-life because I refuse to murder a person, because I then won't add to the conditionals of giving them a free hand their entire life after that. That's absurd.
Is it pro-life to be against maternity leave? Is it pro-life to take away food stamps and welfare to
It can be, sure. For one thing, welfare creates yes, it can be, of course. Welfare creates massive dependency issues. And by the way, a lot of the things that people are buying with their welfare food stamps, totally unhealthy for them, packed full of fructose corn syrup, packed full of all kinds of horrible things.
So
and anytime, and hang on, Brian, let me just point this out. Okay. Why is it that you say that it's not the pro-life position for me to say you can't murder children? Right. But for some reason, your position is the contrary one. You should murder children if you won't take care of everybody's children indefinitely. That's your position. That's the logical entailment of your position, sir.
Nope, you're totally
yes,
missing.
it is.
No, it's
How
not.
Is that not the logical entailment?
No, it's not.
Is it better then, Brian? Is it better for a woman to abort a child she can't afford than it is for her to have it?
It's not the decision for a middle-aged white guy.
That's not what I asked you. Answer the question I asked you. Is it better or not? Is it better or not for her to abort the child?
In certain situations, especially when you're the victim of rape or incest.
No. You're not a victim of rape or incest. Is it you purely on financial terms? You just feel like you can't afford the child. Do you think that if a woman decides to go ahead and end that pregnancy, that's totally fine and viable?
Are we talking about late-term abortion or early-term abortion? What month are we talking about?
Whatever month. I don't care.
Okay, well, that's
second month 2.
According to my system, that's okay with me, Andrew.
Yeah, right. So then your position is actually the logical entailment is you're more pro-life than me, even though you will say to a woman, hey, if there's a financial burden here that you think you can't set, go ahead and kill the kid. That's the most anti-life position.
You didn't let me even answer the question. So I believe every situation is different. It's obviously a very difficult situation that a woman has to make. And I would never, ever, as a middle-aged white dude who doesn't know what it's like to be pregnant, tell a woman what to do with her own body. Now, if you're comfortable in doing so by your system, then go ahead and feel that way, Andrew. I disagree with you. I don't want to tell women what to do with their bodies. However, I will say this.
You tell women what to do with their bodies all the time.
I tell women what to do with their bodies.
Of course. Yeah, sure.
How so? Tell me.
Well, for instance, do you think that women should be able to just walk around naked?
I'm not the one who put that law on the books.
I'm asking you. Do you think that women should just be allowed to walk around naked?
I think everybody should be allowed to probably walk around naked.
Should they be able to walk around naked at schools?
Well, that's going into a different category. We have laws in this. By the way, that's not a woman's body. That's what putting over her body. We're talking about what we put inside our body, what we do inside our body.
No, that's all part of your body.
It's all part of your body.
All part of your body.
Okay, I didn't know that. Okay, so if I put on a hat, that's part of my body. So my
yeah, your head is definitely part of your body, bro.
Okay, so hold on. Let me just get this right. According to
Skin
Andrew,
is an organ.
What you do with your body, yes.
hold on. So if I have AIDS, if I put on a shirt, my shirt has AIDS.
No, you're making a category error.
You realize how stupid you sound?
You just made a category error,
You're
Brian.
saying that my shirt is my body.
Hang on. I'm sorry, Brian. What would your argument be if the government said you had to wear a silly hat? They mandated you had to wear a silly hat.
That's not my body, Andrew. That's not.
Okay. So what would your argument? What would your argument be that the government shouldn't be allowed to make you wear a silly hat?
What would be my? It's a ridiculous question.
Answer the question, please. What would your argument be?
Okay, so I'll answer it, but I just want to be clear here. We're talking about abortion. And
well, now we're talking about bodily autonomy.
And Andrew's trying to make the case with what clothes we wear and what hats we wear. It's a ridiculous question. Is it my body, my choice or not? Answer that question. When it comes to vaccines, is it my body, my choice?
Well, when it comes to vaccinations, again, we're in a different category. And
is
the
it
thing
my
is,
body, my choice?
yeah, the thing is that here, when you're talking about this, I'm just asking you a simple logical question.
I've been doing that.
Do you think that it's okay to mandate what clothing, or that people have to wear clothing? Do you think that's okay to do?
In certain situations, I don't have a problem with that.
Right.
But
and the reason is because you think that there's some limits which can be put on autonomy, bodily autonomy. In this case, you have to wear garments when you go outside. You have to, right? You and I can agree to that.
When you're in private, you can do whatever you want as far as clothing goes. When you're outside of your home, it's completely different. When we're talking about a woman's body and we're talking about abortion, we're not just talking about in the home. We're talking about her entire life.
We're talking. Well, we're talking in terms of an innocent life versus a non-innocent life.
Well,
and we're asking.
Life
you have to understand from our. I'm going to explain my view. From your view, when you talk about SA, a woman being raped, which is a horrible thing, and then they become pregnant for it. The argument that you make that she should then be allowed to abort is akin to making an argument to me that a mother got raped and then just went home and killed her son. It's the same argument from my view. You're basically saying you are now allowed to kill based on an egregious action happening to you. So because of that, that's the logical entailment from my view.
We always go back to your definition of what killing is and my definition of what killing is are very, very different.
How are we supposed to have a debate unless we can get the semantics straight, understand each other's views, and then attack those views?
It's very simple. You would consider if I went out on the street right now and I shot up a bunch of people, the same as if a woman gets an abortion and kills somebody. It's a very different definition, murder, between yours and mine. I've tried to establish that view.
Okay, what's your definition of murder?
My definition of murder, if it cannot survive outside the womb, then it is not a human being. That is my personal opinion. Now,
then what about somebody on a life support machine? Are they a human being?
Somebody outside a life support machine is already outside the womb, and at one point in their life was able to survive. That is why when somebody is on, I'm so glad you asked that. When somebody is on life support, the next of kin in many cases can make the decision with doctors on whether they should pull the plug or not. There's a reason for that. And the reason for that is because there might not be any brain activity. Okay.
That's not always the case.
Okay,
that family members get to. And by the way, let me point this out. You're making the same exact comparison. In this case, the womb is the life support machine. For some reason, though, you just exit the human element from the human being. That's the crazy part. And so the thing is, Brian, is like, look, I'm willing to agree with you that you 100% do not believe that this is a human life and that there's no ensoulment or whatever it is your argument is. But when we're having an ethics debate, we're doing it from two separate views. I'm using my Christian view. You're using the Brian Shapiro preference view. In your preference and your ideology, this is not a life, so therefore it's totally fine. And mine it is. But you're supposed to be demonstrating the case for why people who agree with me, who are Christians, shouldn't value this higher than whatever your trivial criticisms are of Trump when it comes to the death of this many children from our view.
Yeah, he's not.
Now, Brian, can you do that or not?
I'm not speaking to Christians. and I
Who
am
are you
not
speaking to?
I'm speaking to you. Okay. I'm not speaking in general terms to all Christian people or, quite frankly, anybody that's, supports Donald
The
Trump.
point of the debate is
Every single time we get into a different conversation, it always goes back to your opinion on abortion. And by the way, you can say it's your system based on your religion, fine, but it's still your position. There are plenty of Christians out there that I've talked to that actually they don't believe that they should have abortions, but they don't want to tell other people what to do with their bodies.
Totally agree with you that those Christians exist, but
so-
right now you're talking to a
so
person who represents
haven't-
the Christians who don't believe
I
that.
know, but my problem with this is for almost an hour now, we've literally gone back to and continue to go back to the 600,000 children argument.
That's because it's my basis of my argument that you have not refuted.
First of all, you have the right to not want to have an abortion. I understand that your beliefs in Christianity tell you, or you believe in those. Nobody's telling you. That's what you believe in Christianity, that abortion is murder. I fundamentally disagree with you. Okay.
I know.
Now, I could make the case that there are brilliant doctors out there that perform pregnancies every day that would probably disagree with you as well. I've spoken.
I agree with that as well. There are going to be.
Everybody has a different take on abortion. By the way, you're in the minority. Doesn't mean you're wrong if you're in the minority.
No, it
but
doesn't.
you're in the minority. Now, going back.
So Brian, but the
and
thing is
about
like,
slavery too.
the argument here, which is being made from the ethical viewpoint, is how is it that you can criticize the ethics of people like
He
me
has no idea.
who are acting within the confines of the worldview that
That's enough. Can't take Brian anymore. He's just too dumb.
And then they start doing this. They're on welfare. They're taking benefits. And it's like, okay, we couldn't at least bring some doctors and engineers for real this time. Ilhan Omar, going after her viciously, relentlessly. I have family that lives in Minnesota, and my sister calls me and she's like, you're not letting her rest. She's gonna come after us because you're doing this to her. So I might need to chill out on Ilhan. But just one more video, though. We have a video scheduled tomorrow morning on a major investigation kicking off into Ilhan. And I want you to take a look at that tomorrow morning. So, yeah, it's going to be big. But tonight, man, there was a hot mic moment. President Trump let it rip, ladies and gentlemen. He let it rip. The rhinos inside the Republican Party, who have never liked Trump, and are only pretending they're on his team now because of the political convenience of it, they have a new enemy. Orange Man is going after them. And I think what Trump is planning to do to these rhinos is going to be huge. The pressure he's going to put on them, the political capital he's going to expend on them is going to be magnificent. Weird, I don't think we'd ever put hot mic, or we should ever put hot mic and Trump in the same sentence, right? This guy speaks all the time like, how he would behind the scenes. I don't think there's anything new in what he said. But yeah, he was caught behind the scenes going after the GOP senators in more than one clip, publicly and privately. Republicans have made it a responsibility of theirs to prevent Trump from governing correctly, putting all kinds of hurdles in front of him. And it's impossible. Alina Habba is someone I was looking forward to being in the government. She was Trump's lawyer during the lawfare years of 2022, 23, and 24. And I thought, okay, she's going to be White House counselor. I wanted her to be something else. And then she became something else. Trump appointed her as acting U.S. attorney in New Jersey. And she was doing great work. She went after the Democrat LaMonica McIver for storming the ICE facility and assaulting a federal law enforcement agent. And I was like, wow, we're actually doing things. The mayor of New Jersey was also charged with crimes, and those charges were later dropped. But I thought, wow, this is awesome. This is exactly what we voted for. Alina Habba is in there, and she's doing the right thing. And recently, after Democrats filed challenges to her service as U.S. attorney, the courts ruled that she isn't lawfully in the position she's in. because you only have a window of time to have an acting U.S. attorney. After 180 days, you have to appoint someone via Senate confirmation, or the court will appoint someone for the administration. And we know these Democrat judges would not appoint someone like Alina Habba. So Trump is constantly trying to get ahead of all of this and appoint these U.S. attorneys, these federal judges, but the Republicans are working in cahoots with the Democrats to block him, block these important nominations. Why do we have 300 people watching? I thought, okay, maybe, 200 people would be here because it's, 11:30 p.m. Mountain Time here, and it's 1 a.m. Eastern. Ridiculous, but explain yourselves. Why are you watching this? Am I ruining people's bedtimes? Look, I just had to go live again, okay? I just couldn't help myself. There needed to be talk about this. Because I made the video on Trump's plan to surge into battleground districts in the midterms as revealed by Chief of Staff Susie Wiles. So I think that's huge. But now I'm doing another live stream on this because it's an important topic. But without further ado, Florida, why are you guys up at 1:30? What am I doing? I hope I'm not killing people's sleep schedules with my sleep schedule. Insomnia? Okay. I hope that gets cured in Jesus' name. I had that a few years ago. I remember it was like 2022. There was like a 2-month period where I didn't get more than 2 hours of sleep every night. I had to get melatonin. Turned out it was the pillows I was sleeping on. They were causing me, I don't know, they were too harsh, so I had to go get some different pillows. My gosh, I tried everything and I could not fall asleep. But here's the president on that hot mic. Can't believe I'm saying that, because everything Trump says is as though he were on a hot mic, because he doesn't have a filter. And that's why we vote for him.
Hey, Jeff, you agree with me on Bruce? You know I cannot appoint anyone. Huh? I can't appoint anybody. Everybody I've appointed, their time is expired. And then they're in default.
So reporters are leaving, I think that was the Oval Office, and he's speaking to somebody named Deb and saying, hey, this blue slip nonsense in the Senate where, just 2 senators or a handful of senators can block a nomination of a U.S. attorney or a federal judge, that's screwing me over. Because I'm putting these acting U.S. attorneys in place and their time expires and they can't do anything. And then I appoint someone and Democrats will essentially filibuster that nomination. Ladies and gentlemen, herein lies the problem with the Senate.
Filibuster. But anyway, on that note, I am going to call it a night here. Maybe watch the stream a little bit and go to bed. I'm getting done. That Andrew Wilson debate drained me. I drained all my mental fortitude for the night. So, thank you everyone that joined in and watched while we hung out and chilled and listened to some music and watched some debates and YouTube videos and talked about them and made some jokes along the way. But all right, everybody, God bless and have a great night, morning.